그래서 마강지 죽이면 얼마 준대요? 근데 저렇게 몰려가면 누가 죽인 줄 알고 돈을 주지. 한 명만 준다면서요.
그거 증명하게 해주려고 우리가 여기서 녹화를 뜨는 거잖아 임마. 그러니까는 저기서 누가 죽던 죽인 놈이 얼마를 받던 너는 때 맞춰서 여기 있는 선 있지, 요거를 잘 바꿔가면서 연결하면 되는 거야. 그 뒤에 표시된 게 1번이고 2, 3, 4.
뭐 포장을 했네. 아 깜짝이야. 묶여 있는 거 아니었나? 근데 일어서면 뭐 서서 죽으면 뭐가 달라?
야, 죽은 척하지 말고 이 열쇠로 자물쇠 입을 찢어. 아니 풀어주면 목을 잘라. 아니야? 목숨만은 살려주겠다.
어? 야, 밖으로 빠져나올 것 같으니까는 3번으로 갈아 끼워. 이 돈 냄새 맡고서 엄청나게 몰려온다. 봐봐.
아이 시끄러. 씨. 야강제만 뭐? 다 관두고 집에 갈까?
근데 계장님, 저하고 돈 받아가는 건 저 중에 한 명 아닌가요?
개인이 죽이든 단체가 죽이든 그건 우리가 신경 쓸 일이 아닌 거야. 우리는 그냥 녹화나 잘 뜨고 테이프는 어떻게 하면 잘 팔아먹을까? 그걸 신경 쓰는 게 우리가 할 일인 거야.
테이프 챙겨 테이프.
아무도 못 죽였는데 테이프는 챙겨 뭐해요? 녹화 계속 하세요.
야 이거 실탄이잖아. 뭐 하려 그래? 어?
죽이는 거 구경하는 거나 직접 죽이는 거나.
직접?
재수가 죽이든 간수가 죽이든 죽여야 되는 벌죠.
테이프.
PUBG Continental Series Grand Finals. Before the final battle begins, let us walk you through the tournament system. 16 teams, 9 from regional finals and 7 invited ones, will compete for 3 weeks. Each week they will play 12 matches, competing for the weekly prize pool of $70,000. By the end of 3 weeks, the team that earned the most money becomes the champion. In a match, the team that gets the chicken dinner takes first place. The other places are allocated according to the number of kills. During the tournament, the crowdfunding campaign will be held. 30% of the net sales of PCS4 items will be distributed among the teams across all 4 global regions. That's it. Join our stream and watch the clash of the PUBG Titans in PUBG Continental Series Finals.
Hello PUBG Esports fans. PUBG Continental Series 4 is fast approaching, pitting 64 teams from 4 regions against each other in typical heart-pounding PUBG fashion. That means it's time once again for you, the fans, to get ready for another Pick'em Challenge, so that you can start earning esports points once the tournament starts on June 10th. PCS4 esports items go up for sale on June 2nd, the same day the Pick'em Challenge begins. These items are available for purchase for 3 weeks, and serve as a key way to earn the voting coupons you'll need to pick up even more cool rewards. You can grab up to 14 voting coupons from buying PCS4 items, so pick up as many as you like for even more votes. A free voting coupon can also be obtained by watching PCS4 live streams, which we'll get into later. Every one of these purchases supports the PCS4 teams, with 30% of net sales going right back to the teams through equal distribution and via the prize pool. You get cool stuff, support your favorite teams, and get the chance to earn even more cool stuff. It's a win-win-win situation. To earn the great new rewards in the esports shop, you'll need to play one of the Pick'em Challenge games. Back once again is our Pick the Winner game. Pick the Winner lets you predict overall winners for each participating region. Each voting coupon spent gives you 1 pick, and you can only vote for each team once, so choose wisely. If your chosen team is declared the winner of their region, you'll receive 100,000 EP to spend in the esports shop. With 4 different regions, there's 400,000 EP up for grabs in this game, so plan out your picks and rake in the rewards. Our second game is Team Face-Off. In Team Face-Off, you can earn EP without needing a coupon, simply by picking the winner between 2 rival teams. Like before, EP prizes will be weighted depending on how many votes a team has gotten, so playing it safe for a smaller prize or risking your vote for a higher payout are both valid options. The third game of this tournament is the Chicken Challenge. To play, simply tune into the games as they're being played live on the official PUBG Twitch channels and vote for which team you think will win the chicken dinner. You have until the 11-minute mark to cast your vote, but choosing correctly will earn you a small EP prize. You can play the Chicken Challenge every single game of the tournament, so tune in and win. The last way to earn EP is by watching each broadcast for a special code that will pop up randomly during the games. Enter it fast enough and pick up some free EP for your account. You can get up to 50,000 free EP using these 2 methods, so cast your votes and keep an eye open for codes. You can also get a free voting coupon through a broadcast code. Right after the last match of the week finishes, a code will pop up on screen. Enter it fast enough and you'll earn a free voting coupon to use in the Pick'em Challenge. Remember, at any time during the tournament, you can check out real-time standings, information on participating teams, and player stats in the Esports tab in-game. So get acquainted with the teams and place your votes with confidence. Voting closes on June 24th, an hour before the final match begins, so don't forget to cast your vote in time. Now let's talk rewards for all that EP you just won. The Esports shop is open for business from June 29th until July 14th. You can view and plan out your purchases beforehand, but be sure to spend your EP during this window, as any excess EP will be lost after the store closes on the 14th. PCS4 is back, and our roster of PUBG pros are ready to put on one hell of a show. So log in, study up, place your votes, and strap in for the exciting PUBG Esports mayhem. PUBG Esports, PCS4, and the Pick'em Challenge. Get in on the action today.
Not one on the rock on
Okay,
green.
I'm down to just go, honestly. We just fight them. Yeah, I think so.
I'm dead, don't worry about me.
Further northeast.
No.
2 guys.
He's smalling him.
You're committing on this? Rock on green, not
He missed.
I think we should get the flush at least so we can fight for this later.
Don't save me, don't save me.
smoke
On
him,
yellow, smoke me first. There's one guy on yellow.
I'm getting,
Yeah, they can still try to rest the guy on green. Rock.
I'm getting naded.
Different team by the way on the ridge. I can see him, I cannot see him.
I'm safe, I guess. I'm dead.
Oh, dead.
I'm with you.
Play far back.
I'm gonna go left side.
Got my kill.
I'm nading 3.
You guys have to kill it. You guys should probably run a little bit back.
They could fall back to the house.
I have to run back, for sure.
We should push it. Okay, I'm pushing a little bit closer.
They were on the next rock on your left. That one.
Yeah.
They don't give
It's
a
hard to
lot
hold. Can't see anything. I'm so easily. One guy all the way right. You guys should kill left.
Go.
guy first.
Two guys on me. Just try to do it.
Left.
above.
Take me.
Almost there. One's right above me. Go first.
Two guys left.
Taking from right.
The one's wrong, right?
I'm
One
right.
more left.
I'm not in one. Come. Pushing.
Sorry, I got flash.
Nice.
Last
He's
there.
low. We're fine here. We're ripping here without smoke. Thank you. Yeah. I need to survive.
Один фейс на углу где-то, не спешите. Хорошо, не спешите. Оконтролить. Смоки ставьте от левых.
У меня нет ничего по гранатам.
Скинул. Окей.
Скинул, забирай.
Тихо. Надо фейзов левых смотреть. Надо лево смотреть фейзов.
Смотрите фейс. Он за забоем лежит, походу.
Тихо.
Фейза убили одного.
Да, тихо. Хорошо.
Нокдахау.
Да, тихо.
Даю дым на забор.
Он где-то там
Они под
валяется.
забоем там.
Хорошо. Это близы, не трогайте их пока.
Никто это.
Им выходить.
Куда продамажил справа? Они под нас подошли?
Да. Нокнул
Нок.
фейза.
Правый нок.
Релоуд.
Молик поставил к нам. Молик поставил направо к контейнеру. Нам выходить
У нас фейс слева?
Да, должен.
Да.
Перед нами
На каком?
прыгает на контейнере, по-моему, попытается залезть. Осторожно. Умер фейс, все, мы против близов. Там перед нами, не спешите.
Слева упор. Нок.
Право флешку даю ему. Кину флешку ему.
Поем слева.
Нок его.
Найс. Окей,
Сзади, смоке.
Welcome to PCS4 Europe Grand Finals. I'm here with Toby and Hyper. Yesterday we had some insane games, Toby. Liquid started up with winning a back-to-back, but then it flattened out a little bit afterwards.
Yeah, they had an absolutely insane first 3 games on Miramar, nothing short of it. And if they could do anything near what they managed to do in Miramar yesterday, they're for sure teams to look out for today, because their first games there, they were absolutely insane. But I should say it too, I mean, the Wrangle games, as great as they strived on Miramar, kind of really not present at all on a Wrangle.
And Hyper versus Pro yesterday, they managed to secure themselves a win, and they're looking very, very comfortable in their campaign to win this whole thing here.
Yeah, I think it's a case of trying to maintain here in the final week. That's what I kind of saw yesterday from them. You didn't see the same sort of explosive mid games that we've been used to seeing, and ultimately, I mean, it comes down to a lot of conditions here on the last day. But there's a few teams creeping up. I mean, I was impressed yesterday by Redline and Na'Vi in particular, but a few other teams, you know, making moves or so to maybe try and get some prize money on the board in the final week.
Right, and I saw a page from Heroic. He tweeted that if they manage to win the whole thing today, they will all go bald. And I think that's, considering their performance yesterday, they have to really step up their game here today, Toby.
Yeah, it's for them, it's going to be wins. They're on the same race now that other teams were going against them. It's going to be very hard to catch up on kills. Having said that, if there's a team that could do it, will probably be Heroic, having seen how many kills they've been able to post the other weeks, but they're already behind by quite a margin. So for Heroic today, if they want to win this week as well, it's going to be all about chicken dinners.
I mean, I was going to say, it's actually funny, if this event runs any longer, I think Heroic are going to end up bald anyway, with the way their games have played out. So it's an interesting one to throw down.
Yeah, before game number 1 here, we can just go with that. So it's going to be a great day all. We're going to have lots of banter here on the desk. Virtus Pro here, this is after 2 weeks of play. They're sitting on 28,000, super good performance. In general, they came out blazing here, Toby. They won the first week. They had a pretty decent performance week number 2, and now they're sitting with 34 kills and a win. So they are really, really comfortable right now.
They're sitting in a good spot, that's for sure. They came into week 1 with a game plan that they wanted to go, and they've pretty much stuck to that game plan all the way through the 3 weeks. And while other teams were trying to kind of find their footing, they went full speed forward from the very first game, and that, to me at least, put them at an advantage. And as you're saying now, sitting second place, sure, you have ties from Na'Vi and Redline right behind, but with the margin they already have in the money pool as well, my guess is they would have to be below 4th place by the end of today to not manage to secure that first place overall.
Yeah, it could even be even further. Depends. If Liquid continues, if they get another win, it's going to be extremely hard for some of the other teams to catch them here, Hypuck. So I'm really curious to see how we're gonna run down the line. Liquid, again, they have 3 games here in the Miramar. They had insane performance yesterday. If they open up with decent amount of kills, potentially a win here, they could secure themselves a really, really good spot. Remember, they are 3rd right now with the points that they got from ESL Master Spring. They got 95 PTC points for that one.
Hypuck. Yeah, for me, it's... Again, it was a little difficult to watch Erangel after that start. And again, one thing we didn't really touch on yesterday too much was obviously kind of the troublesome week 2, right? With trying to get themselves back into a game, a few kind of either connection or substitute problems, and obviously 17 stepping in for a game or 2. I can't remember how many it was, but to see them come out and start so dominant in game 1 and 2, and then to have 14th, 16th, and 15th place in the last 3 games, it was a little difficult to watch, because I think if we look back at the previous weeks, I almost felt like there were some games where they didn't even have a chance of making it through the mid game, right? Not even having a chance of getting 4 people up to the end game. So to see them start out so comfortably, and then I don't want to say maybe get a little complacent, but as soon as we saw the map switch, we were looking at a different team again.
There's also some insane curveball circles on the Wrangle, Toby. So obviously, I don't want to take too much away from the 3 games with 14, 15, 16. That you cannot only say that's down to circles.
No, I mean, I agree, and that's kind of what I wanted to touch on as well, with the games, with the circles that we saw yesterday, on Erangel in particular, because, I mean, Liquid ain't the team that's known for playing poor on Erangel by any means, so seeing such a good performance, followed by a less than average performance on Erangel, you have to go in and say, what could be part of the cause to that? And pretty much all those shifts where we went, okay, we did not expect that one coming, Liquid were always on the kind of the bad end of those shifts. So they, with a lot of other teams, obviously, had a really rough time in Erangel yesterday.
And Hypuck, if it isn't VP that wins the whole thing, who do you think has a chance to take it home today?
I mean, the anomaly of the last 3 weeks, right? After all, there is a universe we come out where after we have a fantastic day today and come out and take that. But again, there's a lot of other conditions that need to fall in line for that to happen. So we will have to wait and see.
Quick, Toby, 5 seconds.
I'm going to go with Na'Vi. They had a good win yesterday, and I want to see them perform as well today as well.
It could very well be Na'Vi. We have 6 games lined up for you today, and to guide you through all the action, it's Pantheon Sims.
Yeah, indeed. It is always an honor and an absolute pleasure to be bringing you this, and we are diving right into Miramar. And you're right, 6 games in front of us, Rich. And it does feel as though we've had, I'd say, Virtus Pro being the flag bearers of the region thus far. They have truly led the way and kind of shown their ability to adapt and overcome. But others are gaining pace. They are getting closer, and we have to see if it will be that dominant closeout. I see a world where we turn up today and VP go, had enough of other teams getting a little close. We smash it today, boys. But who knows? It's Sunday. Anything can happen. Where is your mind instantly going to now?
It's hard not to take things away from VP. It's hard not to look at that team and think, okay, well, we're now looking to see them lose it as opposed to win it. They've set themselves up for success in previous weeks. It now leads us to a point where they're almost unstoppable. It would take for all the stars, all the dominoes, all the chips to fall perfectly and everything to align up in order for another team to be able to jump them. We came into this and we said, okay, well, Liquid's only possibility of winning this whole thing, first of all, that, you know, we're on 8 grand versus 28 grand. You've got to get the win, and then you've got to jump them on kills as well. And we've seen how the frags have been on the side of VP. Like, they absolutely tore this competition up in week number 1. They just demolished every single person. And the hard work that they've put in early, it did allow for a little bit of a, you know, okay, first frag coming through, maybe? They get away with it?
P92.
Crack on, whatever works, right? But yeah, just to kind of round it off, it's like that they were allowed to have a not so much as good performance in week 2. It's still okay. But week 1 was just a blinder, and it's put them in this position where, okay, we've got us 20, now we move on with it, and we store it. After all, another team that's looking into this one to be able to try and jump them. But again, they really needed to get going yesterday. We didn't see any wins on the board for After All. They were the next big competitor that could maybe challenge VP for the top. So we've only 6 games left, Laura, and After All needs to come into this all guns blazing and pretty much win these games off the bat. There's no room for excuse. There's no room for mistakes.
No, and I'm with you. And the thing in my mind is we've seen, I don't say the peak of After All, but we've seen how they look when it goes well. Thank you, Luca. Luca. Thanks. But son of a beach. But we have seen what it looks like for, again, AA, for example, when it looks good. But the problem is they were a little missing yesterday. So again, as a team, as a collective, hard to see that lining up. Liquid have had such a tricky route to this point. They've been plagued with issues which aren't necessarily just their own fault either. It's been a hard road for them, and we saw what happened when it looked good. But then we also have to look, and this is why we have to be somewhat critical, which is I feel bad almost doing it because, you know, as I said, we saw Liquid looking fantastic in the first few games, and then, you know, they did hit a bit of a break, and yeah, the circles were cruel. I get it. Like we know we don't need to. We don't need to overly kind of state that fact. I think everyone knows it, but it is a shame to see a team really rise and then just kind of clip the toes on the hurdle, you know, just send a little bit on it. So I was hoping we could see more of that. Yeah, it's imagine if they'd got another one, if they pushed late game, if they'd, you know, gone farming on kills, because their kills are good, right, Rich? But they're not like, you know, we've seen what happens when there's like VP pop off or Heroic, for example, they're unreachable. But Liquid just faded away a little on Erangel, and as said, it's understandable. You can't expect someone to win it all out, but there's a little bit of a shame there for them not to be able to carve out a big space for themselves.
Things were looking promising. Things were looking like they were on the way up here, and we said it was one of those where you had to absolutely smash the frags in the bag in order to try and jump.
Oh, yeah.
You could, with the placement points and with the money that comes into it from the placements of the wins, excuse me, not placement point, but the wins off the side of it, you can tie them. You can tie them on cash. You can get the 20 grand top prize, then you make it to 28. But again, even still, you have to hope that VP doesn't earn a single dollar, because if they do, they're going above you. Just as simple like that. On wherever they're going to be placing further down than first place. It was a very, very good run yesterday, and like you say, it was kind of devastating probably for the Liquid fans as well. It's like, okay, this is it. This is the resurgence. This is them going back to top. 2 wins still back to back. No matter which way you want to put it, it's phenomenal. But it just goes from 2 wins to a 6. Okay, not the worst in the world.
It's still okay, but it's
14,
up.
16,
right.
15 for the next 3 is like...
There it is.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
so...
look, it can happen. But you're seeing now teams be able to string the kind of second condition in, right? The ability to get those frags alongside. Let's say they're not placing top 5 or pushing to the top 3 where they're, you know, with a chance of getting that chicken dinner under the belt, they're fragging out. You know, when Heroic weren't winning the games necessarily, you know they were still getting 10 kills. You know they were still farming. And if they did get that next dinner, untouchable. I just need to see a bit more of that. See, as said, like right now, Liquid, okay, 37 kills. VP 34, Na'Vi 30, Redline 30. They are on that cusp. They are so close, and they've got 1 dinner, right? So another chicken dinner and a good win, you're above them. This is catchable today. The bar isn't unreachable. It's not, you know, too far beyond reach, but I would say at this point, yeah, I mean, a team coming in, picking up a dinner, maybe... Look at maybe Ents. I mean, I feel like I'm always saying maybe Ents. If they got, you know, you get that Ents firepower come online, they get Diggory going, get the chicken dinner, need another one, but they're not too far away on kills. I see that as a reachable goal.
There may come a very realistic point in today's competition where it becomes mathematically impossible for VP not to win this whole thing. We'll let the admins in the back and the desks touch on that when it's actually a 110% confirmed and official, but there is a very realistic that 3-4 games in, they've done it, they've won, and they've done enough work in the previous last 2 weeks that no one else can top them. So for everybody else, you're playing for second, you're playing for third, and let's not, downplay this by any means whatsoever. We still have points in play. We still have cash in play. Just because you haven't necessarily hit the number one spot doesn't mean it's still not worth driving towards and striving to get further up that leaderboard. And, for every single one of these teams, regardless of who wins this today, there's still a hell of a lot on the line, and there's still a hell of a lot to be played for.
It certainly is, and something to be watched for is the promotion code here. So we're going to pop that on the screen for you. D8BET3 RPM A6Z. Go grab it now, pop it in game if you haven't already got them all, and get a nice little in-game reward. So, as said, thank you very much for all you guys tuning in to the very first game. We're warming up here. Nice southern circle. Didn't really talk about it too much, but southeast, the band beyond Los Leones will be busy, to say the least, and as will VP's vehicles flipping up and over. They'll be okay, though. They'll be plodding along, coming in from the western side, and this is something that Toby and I think the desk has highlighted several times now. The VP do like to play maybe the quieter side of the circle on occasion. They'll take their time. I think we see the different kind of modes that Virtus Pro go to. Sometimes, yeah, they'll send when feeling it's necessary. And generally you can see the logic to it. There is definitely method to the madness, so we'll see how it looks for them. Who's looking center on this? Who's looking, spot on? I'd say FaZe have a really good start in this, if I'm honest. Bit spread out, but it's not the end of the world. We do see a little bit of action already. It's going to be Redline and Na'Vi, and they're committing on this. And Na'Vi are fully on the receiving end. Already 2 players lost, and Redline holding the line for now. As the rest of Na'Vi go, oh, that's gone extremely poorly for us. Let's spin on.
Yeah, 2 members falling victim to 2 different areas as well. So Heroics certainly got a shoe in within this fight, and they're within range. You just cop for them on the minimap in the bottom right for all but a moment. And it's it's synonymous every single game, we almost say it. Redline and Heroic just following each other in tandem continuously. The trend does keep going. There's only one team who's not within this circle thus far, and that's RTG, other by Chumacera. They'll be on the slow approach from the west side. SMB doing whatever they can to try and stabilize Ingen amongst the walls, because you kind of called it. There's not much room in this. We have a lot of water in play. It does cut out a good amount of land mass, and with everyone thinking, okay, circle, if it centers, it throws Los Leones out of there. We're looking for some, to bring Los Leones in play, the city, even towards the outskirts of it. We're looking for double, treble hard shifts over to the west. Push that circle over there, and then maybe it's playable. But for now, you will have this mountain ridge, the whole band that goes around from Impala down to the south shores. Everyone, if you're not sitting coastline, then maybe you're going towards the middle. It gives you a better foothold for regardless of where the circle goes. Mm-hmm. We'd have to anticipate this one comes either central, southeast, or something like that. Mm-hmm. Generally speaking, everyone thinking it's not going to go Los Leones, and it does not. It pops. Mm-hmm. We still got a fair amount of water in play, Laura, and that's going to be... Yeah. It's going to cause a bit of grief in terms of land grab and actually getting a decent, sustainable place on this one. And for someone like VP on your screen, for example, they have to run the gauntlet. They're inside this circle, but the next one, it could be a fair distance away if they're not careful.
No, it could be. I want to see what happens next. We've got quite an interesting southern coast. Heroic, VP, and Ents all down here. Now, FaZe are probably shifted up maybe 300 meters, 400 meters from the coast itself, but not by a massive margin. They're just slightly further north. You can see them up there. There you go. Vascu not far from it, and Page as well moving up that way. RTG are just making out of the blue, so they're still kind of working on that. But at this point, it looks like VP are going to kind of place themselves as the most southern team as it stands. AA coming down here. We actually have a lot of teams who are kind of pushing towards the top side, sitting in the south, but this is somewhere else. This is between 5, and it looks like DA, and already Pixel's taking a fair bit of flack there, has to hit the deck. FaZe, first challenges to come near the compound. Already Fex has flushed Mert, so it's not even just a knock.
BBL are now to play these ridge lines and these tributaries quite well. Sometimes it can be a Hail Mary, but with something like this, everyone's going to be in close proximity. All the priority compounds are going to be taken, and for the next 5 minutes, just keep an eye on all these dual picturing pictures, because there's going to be a lot of conflict. There's going to be a lot of early scuffles and early battles.
Oh, that's clean.
Just
Very
like
clean.
that. Just you can't even, like, if you're struggling just to make landfall, it's a telling story of how this circle and how these transitions are going to go. I look at the water and I look at the biggest. Oh, never mind. They're just going to keep play by playing this. Everyone's just fully sending it in. What else can you really do?
No, you're right. These compounds are king at this point, and teams are fighting for it. They need to. There's no second guessing. I do want to highlight that BBL fight against FaZe. 0 third-party investment in towards that. No one else getting involved. And credit to FaZe to be so quick on that. Normally you get those leftovers, right? You'll get that one player who turns into the snake, and then maybe a third party comes in and what have you. But no, FaZe cleaned it up super, super cleanly. Very well done to them to get that one situated fast. That ditch a little that BBL went for didn't really provide as much safety as maybe they'd hoped, or simply put, Fex popped off, which is it's always a good one when you get a bit of that if you are a fan. This is out towards the northeast side, kind of the entryway towards the circle itself. Liquid heading down the coastline, just kind of trailing themselves in. DA will see this. They aren't in the perfect position to challenge, but they could definitely put a couple of shots in. And if Liquid aren't careful, they could get punished, but it'd be actually pulling up towards this. Not towards it, but close enough by.
Should be able to avoid damage on arrival, I would have thought. Especially how deep you can kind of cut it up against the ridge line. You might be able to just get yourself out of vision. You're only going to have a very, very small window of opportunity to pick down these players. Once they get by, they're inside of it. Or you can just dip off to the left-hand side. That's also another option in itself. BBL, a team that did stick a win on the board yesterday, and the same principle coming into this final week as Team Liquid. $8,000 in the bag. They needed all the wins, all the work to be able to even draw it up with Virtus Pro. Circle. Pops. It goes a little bit more to the west. Now, final note from me on the circle. You got the water in play. It's going to come into effect in the next circle push. But you also still have this diamond. Oh my word, Vard, you absolute madman. Out the side of the vehicle and says hello and welcome to the club, Team Liquid. 2 players dusted instantly. So the information clearly has been fed over from DA, who watched Team Liquid try and make a rotate, and they've set up for them. They've been waiting for that push down into the coastal town, and he's absolutely delivered.
Are we getting a hard for Vard day? I don't know what it is with this player, right? When you look at Vard, it's like, okay, what sort of day are we getting? Just a quiet one, you know, no worries, or do we get the just clutches out every 1v2 there is? Like, ooh. Vard's a real nasty player when it all lines up for him, truly. And yeah, Liquid decision-making, I mean, who am I to question it? Obviously, we get to see the full picture. It's very easy to be so, well, why would they choose that when we get to see it all? But what I'm seeing right now is Rip9 being naded to smithereens, and Lazar not looking too healthy either. Mutiny. No slouches here, Mutiny. A little newer to my eyes, but good enough amount of kills, tying up with Ents at the moment in that regard, and God, Lazar, come on, how are you alive here? Danimon surely could be the one to put him out. Oh, the flash actually being more hindrance than help, but there's the flush. Lovely. Danimon there comfortably clearing it out. Now, the rest of SMB were slightly further away from this, not by much. Obviously, it is just one left here. And you can see how surrounded this area is. You've got Exhalation, you've got Skade, you've got Mutiny. All of these teams on the kind of north side of the current circle, having to find their way in. They might have to swing further north, but you can see the terrain there, right? This hillside's a nuisance to drive around, but it may be the safest bet. I'll have to see what these teams opt for. 1 minute until they have to really make their mind up.
Skade held the line. They didn't bother shooting into any of the players. They didn't overextend to try and third party. They waited, bided their time, and now Mutiny is forced to move forward. However, it gives Mutiny a quick moment of opportunity to be able to switch angles with the vehicles. Supermassive Blaze is gone. Final player down. Huth from the previous fight we saw just on screen here. Mutiny's in a bit of a tricky situation. You have Skade holding the line on one side. You have Exhalation, who have been overextending on their left on another. Good response coming out from Mutiny to take down one. Damage done on the guy inside the hangar as well. So now there is a possibility they could get something going here, but that nade is absolutely crispy.
What? Granula lived. does he have like a flak jacket? Like, how is he doing this?
Oh, through the fire. That's a bellend little shot. Next up, nade will keep going as well. So you put the flashbang on and maybe they can find his final one. He's already been tanked up. And all of a sudden, Anonymous and Skade. Okay, it's time to move now. We've waited here for long enough. There's a third party potential. Fourth party even if you want to try and make something happen from Redline on the opposing side. But this has just been scrappy. Both of these teams can disconnect and disengage from this battle to try and stay alive. But Circle has not been favorable to them and they all have to move forward.
So who's it been favorable for? I'd say Heroic, Redline, Na'Vi, VP. Now, Na'Vi are down to 2, so keep that in mind. They are crashable. They are on the quieter side. Now, the busy side is the eastern edge of this, which is what we're seeing right now. One of the example fights between DA. Oh, that nade. Chung just has to tuck himself in here. Squeaky knows what he's up to. And that's actually FaZe and VP. I didn't see that fight. Maybe Spyro over peeking a bit of a window there. Gets punished for it. Now, nade's beginning. DA need to get past Ents here, but they've got a problem. There's going to be a team on that ridge, Rich. Coming over, cresting on the northern hillside. You're going to have 5. Now, I don't know if 5 get preoccupied by Liquid, or they focus down to third-party DA and Ents. It looks like they've gone for the third party. Physics already going to find Pixel. That's going to open up maybe an avenue forward. They all need to move west here. They all need to move about 300, 200-ish meters to their left. They need to move in. And FaZe are waiting, so they can't all make this.
FaZe is going to have a big challenge on them to hold back so many teams if they all decide to move at the same time. However, you would assume Ents and DA has to come to a head and only one of those two teams survives. Same goes for Team Liquid. With 2 players, it's going to be all that much more difficult. 5 is suffering casualties. Squeaky, next one to fall for Ents. Rustamar round the corner, not spotted on the side as DA. Took a little bit longer than what he probably wanted, which did allow then a player to come in and transfer onto him. Vard's here to come in for the flush. Uber potentially resible. It would have to be quick if they went for it. Getting back on his feet. Liquid still lurking. Vex in the distance also. Still making a lot of noise. Maybe he's there for the cleanup crew on the Fallen. Mexi at the side bleeding out. He has to go for the 1 versus 1, but it doesn't happen. Loses the battle. Liquid down in 13th. Ents still in front of DA and holding them down. The utility is with them. The damage is good. And DA are looking a little bit rough. The health is not looking great whatsoever. This should be a big old mowdown, but no! The response is there.
Carry on. They're still chugging on through. Good work to DA there. And 5 managing to make it out, I think, with 3 standing, if I'm not missing one of them, which I may be. You'll have to forgive me for that. And RTG, the West is theirs. They have got the challenge from the south of AA. Now, I want to see what AA do with this. They've been, not necessarily quietly, but they've been uncontested somewhat in the south. They haven't had too many threats just yet. Heroic as well. A quieter game so far. No big early challenges. And I was looking for them on the board then. I didn't realize they were that far at the bottom. What a strange display from kind of 0 to 0, which is the crazy part to me, because they were outstanding, but a further western maneuver. Now, who's been scouting that Na'Vi compound? Because if you've been able to get eyes on it, you'd go for that. There's only 2 of them in there.
Couldn't have asked for an any better situation. There's 2 players standing to get almost pinpoint circle on this one. They'll be in the next as well. Skade will begin their approach in the north. They're still taking vehicles. They're still mobile, so they'll be swinging it around through the northwest. Redline can edge their way forward also. FaZe Clamp now starting to figure out the remnants of the battles that have been happening over by the east and who they have to eliminate first to get through it. But they're going to come to a choke point. They're going to come to a checkpoint. Same could be said for DA as Lou just bangs Vard out. See you later, buddy. I mean, enough of them to spray through the smoke at this stage, to be fair, and try and also remove the second. But yeah, FaZe, they've got to be quick here, Lauren, because it's not going to be an easy task to get through the middle of both Redline and VP when there's a road in the middle of you.
But I like this from Fex and Gustav. I like the push-up to try and get them gone quickly, and that's what they've done. Really well done by whoever made that call there. Really nice decision-making to try and clear that eastern side, as you said, quickly. There is a time limit on this, because they've got further problems. If they go south, they're going to have the leftovers or maybe the scraps of this fight, if anything comes from it. If they go north, they've got Redline with a pre-established compound and high ground. So FaZe needed to move now, which they are doing. They're going to start working out which way to go. It looks like VP are very aware. Already Perfectix and Spyro, They are looking towards FaZe, whereas it looks like Lou and Batulin's kind of keeping eyes on, but I don't know how they... Oh, excuse me, hit my mic. I don't know how aware they are of 5. They could be a little unnoted. Lou, let's see what you got here. Good tag, no frag. Gustav down low, forced away, but Vectix finds him. There's the tags he needed, but here's the time to strike! Oh, from the depths, Dex just drags him down. VP did not see this coming.
This was the man of the hour when it came towards the open qualifiers, and this time he absolutely batters VP from the sideline. Physics there to help him out and support him. That's the 5 that I wanted to see throughout this competition. This is the 5 that we saw during the open qualifiers, and they just keep going in the kill feed.
They're popping off here. This is a big game for them. I don't know how far it's going to take them. They're going to be left in pieces, but they've been sweeping through teams. This is a fight all on the other side, the more northwestern side. We'll keep our minds towards FaZe and 5 as well, because I see a couple of knocks coming in. Page chiming in with one himself from a little bit further south, a little bit closer in on the circle. But it looks like 5 have a good way to punish FaZe on the cross. We'll see what Dex can do. He's already got 4 this go of things, but time is not on his side here. Blue's on his back, and the nade comes out. Vex taking chunks from the blue itself. 80 trying to stay ahead, sees the nade. You can see Vex trying to just work around that. Oh, but it lands! The vert nade! Dex is an animal! He's doing everything. He's doing the dirty to FaZe. He sees another! He gets another! Who is this man? And where has he come from? 5 kills! He wants more! He gets more!
What in the world? A vert nade transferred into a 4 versus 1? You can't do that. That is criminal.
That's against FaZe. That's against
the
Vex.
law.
That's against...
That's classy. That is some technical ability right there. Good lord.
And you know what? This is exactly what you were saying, Rich, and I'm so glad we got to see this individual's talent, because as much as we were, a little saddened to see those hot drops, we were like, oh, I wonder what they're like as individuals. We haven't got to see them play yet, really. And you were singing this guy's praise through the open qualifiers. You got to watch out for this player. He's, he was something to watch. Now I see why.
Well, finally goes down, but not without showing us what he's made of, and a beautiful performance against FaZe. Like, I'm surprised the vert nade struck, to be fair, because you could see, I think it was Itzy who was peeking up, looking towards the top of it, but we'll keep his eyes fixated on this, because 2 players from Heroic taken down. Rooks and Nail Up working in tandem. They'll be able to work this side, and actually, depends on the vehicles for Heroic, maybe even bottleneck and gatekeep them in. Harvey's watching all of this thinking, you know what, boys, the more people dying, the easier our life becomes. Be an arse. Slowly but surely working their way up the hill. Pokemolodoy will have no idea, and even if he doesn't, he's got no help to be able to sustain it. Vehicle in the back lines, but there's a small response. It's at distance. The M4 does the job. Sakura and co from the rest of Skade there to get the job done. Put a cap on this one, and maybe one more good grenade can knock another player from the side of After All. It's tagged him. It's not dropped him, but it's done enough damage to at least force them back.
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of make him hit the brakes for a second. Now, I do note the red line is still in this, and look at that board, Rich. 2nd place, already a win under the belt. Good handful of kills. They could be chasing Liquid in this. If they get a couple more, this could be the one to jump them towards the top, at least within this match day. And AA are under the gun. They've got a lot of nades coming in. They've been halted in their progress. 20 seconds. They're close enough to the circle. They can just shuffle in a little bit, get those vehicles up to safety. But who's left? We look across. Heroic down to 2. There's a lot of scraps of teams left. Obviously, Skade and Redline are the 2 that have the full force. AA down to 3. Na'Vi the 2. And of course, as said, Heroic the 2. So, bits and pieces around here. And we're going to see that circle move in. And it's gone a little more towards the west, but not by a large margin. But I look towards what Redline do now, because I think that's a field pretty much in front of them. Quite an open piece of area. This isn't easy to traverse now.
It's important to also note the teams that are in play here. Bar Skade. This is 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. All on the leaderboard when it comes to money. Not necessarily on the chicken dinners overall. Certainly Redline and Navi with one of them from yesterday. That will be huge to tuck into the bank. But for Redline, this would be massive to be able to tow it up to Liquid and send them a real challenge. 11 grand in the bank already for this team. Certainly put a lot more pressure onto VP. AWM on Anonymous. It's not a bad endgame gun to be able to have, especially with a circle like this that's very open and exposed. Redline, full rotate to the north. 2 vehicles in hand so they can keep mobile. They're getting closer and closer towards Skade. Applies a bit of pressure, but really there's nowhere else to go with the open field. This is the best of a bad bunch for now. Skade just got to be careful. It has to monitor 2 different battles on 2 different fronts. While Redline's chomping at the bit and poking towards the north. After all, it could be the dagger in the back unless one of these grenades strikes. The mortar shelling begins. After all, to put on red alert.
Again.
All right.
I don't think he even expected to get that one. Hibako tried to push up on it. Misa stops him in his tracks. Good work from him. Misa does need to stay alive, though. And you can see the push out coming in. Redline, they've gone on the flank. They've gone on the rotation route. I really love this. Great timing from Redline, taking the opportunity when presented. Nuki up above. And Lucas saw that spray and thought, you know what? I'll do better. I'll just keep it going. I'll do it twice. Screw it. And now Bogati, Zorf having to now turn their attention. Maybe they can start pushing right on back in because Skater in pieces. Great moves from Redline here.
Circle about to move. Solid near. Look at the damage numbers just flicking on screen. Another follow-up, and that could spell disaster if it lands. Perfect!
Oh.
All of them dead and buried. Good second follow-up, Nate, and it takes us into our top 4. And what a top 4 set of teams we would want in this. This is VP's challengers. This is VP's closest competitors in terms of monetary earnings. With a few of them down to 2 players each. The question is, how much damage can Redline after all do to one another? If we see a few more Redline players taken away, then, you know, this battlefield, it becomes very even.
Certainly does. And I love the fact that there's 2 kind of narratives going on here, right? We have one, the day in front of us, where Redline can jump Liquid, get themselves up into first if they win this, or they get a couple more kills. The way they're approaching it looks like they're playing to their strengths. I love that sweep from kind of east to west, took the fight while that AA Skade battle was going on. Now, AA have actually got themselves back up to fighting strength. 3 of them standing, all healed up, ready to rock and roll. QBE still noses another team. Obviously, they were keeping good track of that kill feed, but on the other side, Na'Vi and Heroic just locked in here. No one really can get past each other, but Heroic do need to move. The blue's going to push them forward. That's why the nades are out. It looks like, Rich, it's going to be time for them to push up soon.
The nades are going in. Example's been found. Massive Sculptor removing at this stage. Bascu down to the blue, must have been shot, damaged, and falls victim. Follow-up death nade, though. So both teams just dismantling one another down towards the south. Now this allows Redline to focus on the problem at hand. They could extend down a little south, run this ridgeline, and essentially just strangulate After All up against the blue.
Yeah, After All's position is the thing that's going to be killer, isn't it? Like, how do they get back in this? They're kind of pinned to the south. I'm trying to think of who would have the best shot to center. I mean, it's still relatively even, but the additional man is a big deal. Lucas found Hibako and they're pushing on it. Look at those deep smokes coming out instantly, just trying to split the battlefield a touch, give them that room to work up. And After All, look a little bit lost as to what to do, trying to hold the line. But look at Redline, they mean business here today. This is no holds barred. They are pushing. Bogati. First aid comes in, flush comes out, 10 kills now, double digits. Bogati blinded, couldn't even see it coming, and now it's just Zorf left with 4 to find in a world just bearing down. You got the flashes, the smokes, the mollies, it's all there, and it's Redlines in the end.
Redline yesterday, after their impeccable performance against ENCE in the late game to turn it round and take a victory, they start today off, and their challenge to get up towards the top is looking absolutely perfect. Good maneuvers towards the north to get into the position, and like when you look at After All place where they were, we both touched on it. It was always going to be difficult to get off the back of it. We saw some weird, wild, and wonderful stuff during that game, and honestly, for a Championship Sunday, this is what we want. I'm hoping this is a sign of things to come for today, Lauren.
I'm with you. We'll keep our eyes trained on it. I think that's going to be enough for Redline to pip Liquid to the post of that first spot here, at least for today. We're going to find out. This is what the desk is for. Hopefully they've got their calculators out. They're working it all out. Let's find out if they can give us the lay of the land thus far.
Thank you so much, guys. We will definitely give you the lay of the land here. And with Redline in 7 games, they get 2 wins and 2 second places here, Toby. What an amazing start for the day for them.
They could not have asked for a better beginning to today. Of course, they still have the hurdle of not only surpassing Virtus Pro, which they have done for the day, but also making sure that Virtus Pro falls quite a bit further down the line in order for them to take the first place spot overall. But solid performance from them, no doubts about it whatsoever. I like the way they played it in slow on the top and then just completely cleared out the table from there.
Yeah, extremely well executed. And also the rotation there on the northern side really paid off for them, Hybok.
Yeah, it did. I mean, it came down to one of these kind of weird end games where it's like it's a ridge that defines it, right?
Right.
Unfortunately, actually, coming out with some great utility usage once again. I think this whole game, there were so many nades. I'm hoping the Dex highlight is in this package. I pray it will be. But yeah, just utility usage left, right, and center here from the get-go.
And also this dirty spray down Liquid losing 2 from this one, Toby.
Yeah, that's just, I mean, that's just Vart doing Vart things, and seems like he's got a little more FPS going in today's game, as we were saying as well, and than he seemed to have yesterday with the way that he was talking about it. So good for him to get a double there. Of course, still tough ride for DA overall, but hopefully off of a good individual performance from him there, that can give them something going come the next couple of games.
And I actually love this southern area here, Hybok, because it's such a vastly different terrain, because there's so many dips and divots you can play.
Yeah, it is, and it always comes down to just team fighting, right? I mean, vehicles become less and less viable beyond like Circle 3, other than, you know, maybe pinning it in a dip and hoping for the best. But just look at this, man. Dex was on fire. I didn't even catch that one during the game, but holy, these guys are looking at again. Actually, they made a very good point throughout the cast here. This is just the end of that 1v4 onto phase, but a team that, you know, I mean, Toby and Rich both singing their praises from the open qualifiers, and we didn't really get to see them because of this Picardo Pachinki hot drop.
Right.
So it's good to see them actually come out and show us, you know, why they're here.
Yeah, and what I'm kind of sad is that when you see the mechanical skill in these guys is, imagine if they actually put the hours in, Toby, to play together, to scrim and all stuff like that, you know?
Yeah. I mean, even with that, they would still be miles behind in terms of amount of time played together, given the fact that they did not have a team as full before, like, right at the start of the tournament. But I agree with you. I mean, the fact that they can go out and put up numbers like these and a performance like this, if they were to be able to bring this all day, every day, they'd be up there fighting with the best. And I mean, now they are up here. They made it through the open qualifiers. They made it through on individual performances like what we just saw from Dex. And they're back here again, 7 kills this game. But keep in mind, yesterday they had 9 kills in total. So it's a great start off of a poor performance yesterday, and hopefully that can get them going.
Massive step up for them, and obviously they're one of the 4 teams that still don't have a chicken dinner, along with Blaze, Mutiny as well, and RTG. And Hybok, obviously 12. There's 36 games. 12 of the teams so far have won of it, but we have 4 teams right now with Redline joining with 4 wins. That's quite impressive.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and actually, I know Lauren's talking about calculating how this lays out. Obviously, a 5th place finish week 1, 6th place in week 2. Obviously, this now puts them, I think, just ahead of Liquid. I think we did the numbers on the kill count, right? That's going to put them top now overall. But definitely one. I mean, you mentioned as well, obviously not qualifying for ESL was maybe we talk bigger picture, a bit of a concern. But Redline making a push for it on the final day.
With that, that is game number 1 done. We have 5 more games lined up. We're going to be right back after the short break, guys.
Kind of, yeah, like you mentioned, I think about a 45-55 or something like that. Now a little bit of crossfire for FaZe. They're going to roll up to the hill. Metagaming right around them. T1 has to settle up a little bit further away. Oh no, they're going. down the hill, and Aqua 5 is there. He gets the knock on to Gustav. Fuzz finds the backside. Dangche is going to get Uba. Aqua 5 is down. Starlord and Dangche still up. Dangche comes over the hill, tries to get the double, only able to find 80. Fuzz still alive, but the only one for FaZe. Scratch.
Detonation, Damwon Kia has any plans of running into this area. They just want to get it over with, move on, and hopefully get themselves into the weekly finals.
Now, if anybody has a grenade, they know that they could get the angle into this back room if they throw it properly. Sungjongs just comes up short, doesn't get inside the door, but Miraku is going to get... If they throw it properly, Sungjongs just comes up short, doesn't get inside the door, but Miraku is going to get knocked by Kale's follow-up. Iroh going to hold the corner now, going to get one, looking for two. No! Oh, no, no, no! You can't have this, Damwon Kia. You cannot have this. You can't lose under here, and you only have Kale left. That is a...
They would leave themselves exposed.
It's a good job by AT. I think they knew that off of that knock, MCG was going to try to come through. And now, okay, now that Gustav's gone down, that's going to be the signal to go here for him. Signal to go here for MCG. FaZe needs to be shooting at this. You're gonna lose two. Here we go. Good stuff from AT.
Oh! Does he get them? Yes, he does. First FaZe finds the final one. Wow, really utilized.
And welcome back to PCS4 Europe Grand Finals. We are one game deep here. We have 5 more games to go, and Redline managed to take the first one of the day here, Toby. Quite impressive. They managed to get 4 wins on the board now, and they're looking extremely good to at least finish in the top 3 now.
Yep, sorry, I just punched my microphone there. I was so excited for Redline to get themselves a good start to the day. No, it was a phenomenal performance. I mean, I was a little worried with the push down on that north side of the hill. I thought maybe they'd be exposed to Na'Vi, but they knew exactly what they were doing. They knew the terrain. They knew that they had enough of a ridge to hide behind. And again, perfect timing on pushes. They waited for Afterall to make a play onto Skate. They came up, they punished both of them, and they got themselves the win. It was a great performance from them.
And your calculator did work indeed here, Hyperk. 4 kills ahead of Team Liquid. Now Redline sitting on top here with 5 games to go.
Yeah, and I think it's you've kind of summed it up perfectly, right? This now puts them in a very, very strong position, and arguably you got to say, unless something crazy happens, right, a really good opportunity to finish within the top 3 overall.
Yeah, and if we take a look here in the right side of the leaderboard here, who are we expecting to maybe jump on the right side here, Hyperk?
I mean, if we go on kind of expectations, obviously 8 kills per win. If there's a couple of teams that potentially can put another 2 wins up today, that can certainly make a push for it. I mean, eyes go towards Heroic. Little uncharacteristic in terms of performance so far here. But other than that, I mean, I'm not seeing an awful lot. I mean, FaZe got up to what 9 or 10 kills before they ended up falling to just Dex alone. But again, even in the previous weeks, we've seen them struggle to close out games, and that's been a major concern since the start.
Yeah, and we were talking a little bit about Na'Vi here. I kind of feel like we could potentially also see a Na'Vi jump here, Toby. If they manage to start up and get everything running, they could make a run for it and also potentially contest VP if VP have a bad day.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they were in a prime position this game, unfortunately losing too early. I mean, had they been 4, maybe even just 3, with a good chance to push out of that building. We know how Na'Vi plays late game. They're as consistent as anyone. So it could easily have gone Na'Vi's way. So no, I mean, I haven't put my guard on Na'Vi at all. I would honestly be a little surprised to not see them win a game today with the way they played yesterday, with the way they played for the most part of this game, honestly, as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see them grab home a win today as well.
And for me, there's a little bit of slow play, Hyperk. I was going to ask you something, but we're going to actually have the game ready. For me, I'm actually kind of interesting to see if VP continues this kind of slow play style, because they were playing extremely slow and very cautiously. They have the kills to do it. If they just stay in the top 5, they can potentially lock this win down here. Let's see if they do so. Take it away, Pantheon Sims.
Will do, jumping right on in, starting in the north, heading on towards the south. We now have a new leader in the lobby, at least. But to change things in the bigger picture, you got to deliver some big, big wins now. Rich, your mind after that. Where are your thoughts apart from that Dex clutch?
Oh, I mean, that was something, right? That was a real treat to watch on a championship day as well. It's exactly the level of players that we expect from players at this caliber and this kind of performances in this lobby. Mind-wise, it's hard not to take it away from Redline after the win yesterday and after the position they were kind of in coming into this whole thing. It wasn't as if they were, in the bottom 8. There wasn't as if they were completely out of this one. So now we look for more wins. We look, okay, your 5th place position, 11,000. It's still a damn sight less than 28,000 that VP has garnered throughout its time. So there's an awful lot of work to do. For VP, a bit more pressure has been applied. Liquid having 2, yes, it's bad, but they're only on 8 grand. With Redline being there, things get a little bit more tricky, and yes, it might only be a couple of grand more, but it's still closer than the other two when we look towards After All, when we look towards Heroic. There were 2 teams, the real 2 challengers that could have been stepping up to the plate, but we haven't yet seen a win from them. Na'Vi making it to late game, yeah, we'll kind of say with the circle that they had a decent circle towards the end. There's only 2 players in play, not really much that could do up against Heroic, and it was just mutual destruction between both of those 2 teams. But yeah, Redline is now and truly on the board. The question is it a flash in the pan, or can we keep going forward? How does VP respond to this?
We're waiting, aren't we? I mean, they've been here and there, but I want to see that strength come through again. I have to find out if they can find it, but Redline, what a performance. And it wasn't just, as much as it sounds weird to say the nail-up show, the guy is clearly very talented. He's individually extremely skilled. But that win of theirs was a collective effort. That was something very, very well done. Clearly not the best gear just yet. 5 spare bullets in the old M4, but they've got people on their doorstep, so he has to try and deal with it. Himself geared up as best he can. He does have, I think, a little SLR there as well, so he should be okay. But other than that, Circle has come in and it's Southern again. Now, not quite as Eastern leaning, I guess, this time. A little bit further towards the west. Includes a touch of those Southern islands, but nothing too crazy. Los Leones very much in this. Very much present. Now, he had Picado endings. Well, kind of ish on the hillside east of it, but it's more entertaining to say Picado. But these are circles that I've seen go towards Los Leones. Now that I'd love to see.
It's a tantalizing prospect, isn't it? Go further down, we'll have a little bit of close combat action, especially within the town, and they are so rare that we see them. To see players performing at that level within that battlefield, so to speak, within that region. It's not often we get it, and it is to do with the encapsulating hillsides around it, which always push it away and cause grief for them. I'm just thinking with that one in particular, Picado's a little bit too far of it. You do have, I suppose, that open space between Picado and Los Leones. That's pretty good. Even, to be fair, the cross from Chubasera, like to Los Leones, that band in the middle of both of those cities is also a bit of a banger. We shall see. The time will tell. But no, it's kind of also touch on what we saw yesterday, which I thought was a very good showing of excellence from VP, and also how pressure doesn't let them crack and how they still carry on performing. You see Liquid get 2 wins. Go on, do it.
Oh, no.
Well,
Instinct.
It's gone. And he's there to
dead.
finish it. Nice. That's how you surround him and finish him. Good lord.
Full send on it.
But
So
yeah,
as you're
Liquid
saying,
getting
sorry.
2, and then VP instantly responding off the back of it. It's like, all right, that keeps us up there. That really starts to pull them back a little bit. Otherwise, the concern is that if VP do not come in with a win today, then that really is game on for anybody to maybe, I say anybody, the ones that are in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, to try and jump them. Redline have caused a little bit more of a stir. I was hoping generally for more from After All. It's only one game, so we'll kind of, or only one day even. I'm really hoping someone like, Heroic, someone like After All would have already had a win or 2 on the board by now and be up there to be able to challenge this. Yeah, it's an interesting format. It's certainly a different one. It keeps us on our toes trying to formulate what could happen and how things should happen. It is a lot more forgiving, I think, for teams if they win week 1 or week 2, but then they have a mediocre week on the previous one. It can be a lot more forgiving than dropping down in a ton of points on the older rule set, so to speak. So there's more chances where you can kind of mess it up. But anything can happen, hey? We carry on to the end, we watch it throughout, and we see where placements are going to be done by the all said and done.
Yeah, I mean, that's the nature of PUBG, though, isn't it? I mean, we all play the game. It's one of those situations where it's hard to predict these days. You know, consistency has always been the most elusive part of this game, and it's always surprised us when we see it, right? Like, that's the key element that's always been the big celebrated factor of, well, can you be consistent? Can you do this time and time again? Can you go against the nature of RNG in this game, where literally the area you play in is somewhat random, right? That circle moves, hard shifts happen. If you can find consistency through that, and then through every other element of this game, credit to you. That's the big key there. So it's one of those things I think that certainly stands out to us when we see teams being able to do that, but any changes to the format that people are used to or the form that this game takes, it will take time to adjust. So for now, I'm looking at where most of the teams who had the early moves have taken themselves, and it's mostly kind of southwest of Los Leones, north and east staying relatively clear of teams. You're going to have Exhalation and DA maybe slotting in on the eastern side. I want to see where DA take themselves as well. Na'Vi here, coming in kind of Monte Nuevo side. Down that road, they'll be kind of flying past Picardo soon enough, but no one in a mad hurry. Ents will always be the last team in. Don't ever worry about them. Plodding along, waiting for those hard shifts. They'll be just fine. So as said, it's kind of one of those wait and see situations here with everyone in this lobby. Again, we have to see who's going to stand up. I'm looking at Redline as to where they are. They are in the south, next to Heroic Phase and AA, so they're all kind of down on the kind of, I guess, lower band, if you want to look at it that way, near on the coastline-ish. A little further up, but ish. So that's their kind of springboard point. Everyone else beyond that is kind of west of Los Leones, a little bit further south, and then everyone else beyond that, the kind of 3 bands as said, the rest are still coming in. So this is in the south. FaZe getting the first glimpse of AA, who are slightly further on the coast themselves, but we saw AA doing this before. They like the coastal play. That's about it, really.
Squeezing into the middle is not going to be bad here, because if it does hard shift either way, you're going to have at least a short trek towards the circle. I tried to explain it in the previous round, but the play-by-play was just too much, and it was just such a condensed circle. It was hard to get in, but Los Leones, there's a southern band to it, or a southern diamond, should I say, rather than band. It does shut out further down south, and it's quite a rather large hill of inaccessible terrain when it comes to circle endings. So there's only directly south of Los Leones, up against the coastline.
Where's Perfectix? Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine. His name looked like weirdly close then. That's fine. Yeah.
There's only like a small area of which you can kind of slot a circle in all the way down to the bottom of the south, and that's why teams will tend to, with something like this, aim more towards the western side, or at least the west of Los Leones. Misa going down. That's not good. Good for Ents, of course. It's another body on the board. Ooh, it could be more players as well if they take a peek over the edge. You guaranteed he will have heard that, and maybe even seen, just like, you know what, we're not dealing with that, I'm not going down there. No need to do it whatsoever. RTG, Skade, Ents, all not too far from one another. VP had a quick check-in with the church, but it's going to be extremely hot. Lose there to send some bullets back in response. Give them a bit of cover and fire to allow them to get to the opposing side. They'll keep the garages and the compounds that they took earlier on. Spyro just upwind of that. Lou further down. Lou might even stay there. It just gives them a foothold in 2 different places. If not, it just disallows it to any other team that wants to come within vicinity of VP. Mutiny, Exhalation, DA, all playing closer to Los Leones, with DA further over by the east, and see who's going to pay favor to most with the circle.
Western side. So this could open up that road that leads out of Los Leones, right? The northern road that kind of comes out towards the west. You can see where, if you look where VP are kind of going up towards, they'll probably go to the compound right there. But again, that roadside is very popular with endings. We see it so often, but again, we've seen a couple kind of split around. We've seen it ping in towards Los Leones. They caught all of us out. Let's see if anyone gets caught on rotations here. As much as it is a bit of a shift, if you look at the overall circle, considering that southern piece wasn't played because it's in the water, it's not too much of a hard shift. But to keep you guys very much locked and loaded, let's throw up the promo code. I'm going to keep my mind on the game, so make sure you grab it while it's on the top of the screen. So pop it in the game, get yourself some rewards. And for now, Heroic have made it out, at least out of the eye line of Code Marco, trying to get a couple of shots through. I think Vazku could be open to this. And again, this mostly would be 1 or 2 players maybe getting knocked on transition. This shouldn't be full squad wipes at this point, unless it's blind sends, which most of these teams will be scouting out properly. This is the caliber of quality we bring, right? Like, most of these teams don't make these errors. It's why the game's very quiet. We're 11 minutes in and there's been 2 losses. That's it. And I think both of them were on rotations. So again, that's the whole thing to keep in mind. These games, if the circle's like it is and it's not some mad hard shifts going on, they're gonna be pretty safe about this. These teams are too good to make mistakes.
They'll know what the lay of the land is like within the middle of the circle as well, and it's not something that you can just dive on into head first and hope for the best. Otherwise, you dive on head first into hell, unfortunately. The one place that FaZe will be thinking in the back of their minds is, okay, well, we have this very shallow hillside where circles don't aim for. It's going to move away from it eventually. So getting yourself further forward, which they have done, gives them a jump step forward. But onwards of FaZe, Na'Vi, VP, BBL, lesser extent, SMB, anywhere. Chumacera to Los Leones, this area in the middle. To be fair, there's a lot of places running from Picado as well. Ensa's position, RTG, all the way down further to Heroic. Like, this is a very, very big area for circles where there's no defined, although there's ever, you know, a definitive location of where they're going to be going. But there's certainly a lot more in a sporadic area where you're just going to have to pick an area that's okay, good, but also okay for mobility. Keeping on your toes, keeping vehicles alive, being able to make some sort of a complete Hail Mary send should you have to. And these positions that we're probably going to see come into view shortly.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, you can. This is the problem. Everyone to get up to really Na'Vi, they have to have a very uphill battle. It's not easy. This is very, very rough terrain.
No, but that's good timing from Alia. Just that little like crouch up was enough to note it, right? And now BBL are firing in anyway. So if Alia sees someone get knocked, he could try and do something with his... I don't think Fuzzface saw him. He crested that hillside for just a split second. I mean, for no time at all. And yeah, he's going to get back to the compound. FaZe's going to continue forward here. Fuzzface going to work his way up. 6 smokes and nade. He's got plenty to play with. But Metralis is a really uncomfortable position for FaZe. They have to keep pressuring a little further forward. Find a bit of safety on this hillside. Circle update comes in. Okay, Na'Vi, VP, FaZe, very much happy in that main area. They're no divided by roadside. Metralis can kind of hold position if BBL want to join over. Liquid instantly coming in. Where are Liquid going to go to here?
This stage, you're looking for dips, you're looking for ridge lines, you're looking at anything that you can take and try and just stabilize as opposed to fight for all the pick of the bunch when it comes to territory, and priority compounds have already been taken. I mean, if they fully send it, there is a garage they could just ram a vehicle into. Up and over in the air we go. That'll do. We'll stay here for now. It gives us a safety point to be able to work off the back of. Leos tried to find the garages, but DA is already there. I'll be communicating that to the rest of the roster. Do not be coming here. Same for Skate. Look at that. Even with vehicles at this stage, you've got a shack will do. It's barely anything, but
take what you're given.
Yeah, we'll take it, right? Clip with the AWM. That's not too bad in terms of maybe being able to create space or even just remove a few players from VP. Or Na'Vi. You knock one out of the window, it gives you a window, and it will be seconds, but it gives you a window to make some kind of a maneuver if you have to. Now they're in the thick of it and in the middle. Probably shouldn't have to do that for next circle. You're going to be okay. You'll just have to go full-blown defensive mode. FaZe have disengaged from Na'Vi. They've opted to go back across the road. They've regrouped themselves, and they'll prepare for the next push, because they might have to go into it. And if you're already there in the thick of it, it becomes that much harder to work off the back of.
Yeah, and I also think seeing that probably BBL, Exhalation, a couple of other teams will be coming into that centralized area, they have to either fully commit or back away. I think sitting somewhere in between would have been the death of them. Probably a good choice, even if it puts them at a slight disadvantage. Now, Tyre's being taken out. Virtus Pro going to be trying to do that. Stay on kind of duty here. Make sure everyone else's lives get slightly more tricky. Great position scout, I've got to say, for Liquid. That little plateau was gorgeous. Very, very well handled there. And you saw the kind of migration away from Los Leones. And I think it was DA who took over the garages on the way out. Everyone else had to go further afield, and it's Heroic. Now, a lot of teams are already in position. Redline are the ones waiting on the ridge further ahead. Ivus is there, so careful now, boys. You're going to have Paige, Beamy, Vazku all going towards this, and it's certainly a little risky. No, they've made it past the first test. The second, Exhalation, they've got a couple of nades here. Salek just ticks it on the first vision. In case they dive in, and it looks like they are. Pre-nades didn't get him. Timing just right. Daboom does find one. This is a shot down. Heroic have yet to find an answer back. That is help from BBL. It's not even Heroic doing this damage.
Vascu's down. One good nade onto the vehicles would be disastrous. Marco's already sending them out, but it's a different team altogether. It's Exhalation trying to hold them back for now within the smoke. If that bounces perfectly, it could land it just outside of the window. Daboom meets up with his fallen comrade, be able to get him back on his feet and also solidify the kill. Circle pops. Okay. Now Beast's position just keeps getting stronger and stronger with every single maneuver we do on this circle. End's forced to move. You have this horrible road that they have to cross with two teams either side of it just gatekeeping. You take the eastern band, the western band, you're going to be hitting straight into the a solid brick wall of AA players shooting down from the church side. You take the opposing road side, you take it on the east, you're going to have VP that you have to deal with. For everyone now that's not within this circle, the entry points are very, very limited. It's even harder down towards the south, because if you don't get chopped up by FaZe, you get the other 50% of AA. After all, have split themselves into two different teams.
Where are they going to go with this?
Wait, is that a full send from Redline?
Well, kind of. You're seeing one player being held back, but the rest trying to get through past Liquid. But it's not just Liquid to stop them. There's teams a little bit further up. I think Skade, of course, some of them as well, had vision on this. SMB even throwing down shots. Redline had nowhere to go. They were too late to come to this area. And Skade, Liquid, VP, and Na'Vi controlled too much of the territory. And even RTG sending a shot from a mile away to claim the kill. And QBE's left out in the open. He's got nowhere to go with this. Try and do what he can, maybe. But Heroic, you're going to have T-Bone, the last one alive as well. Some of these teams just feeling cold today. QBE going to at least go past. Ring Rosie stays unnoted. T-Bone carries on forward.
It's not bad plays, it's not poor decision making, it's whatever you can do. If you're not inside the circle now, this is just the telling story of what's going to happen. It's so hot, it's so condensed, it's so compacted with players. If you weren't in that previous push, you probably ain't going to get very far. We've still got Mutiny, DA, SMB, BBL, and Exhalation. The head of that fight also needs to conclude. Still plenty of teams that have got to work their way forward, but ultimately they will probably all be falling on the same sword.
Yeah, I don't know who's going to make it out from this eastern side. You can't just head west. I think you either have to go a long way around, tank blue damage, do something. Yeah, because right now this is what happens. BBL, one of the further out teams, going to try and make a stand of it, but they get absolutely peppered to pieces. It's going to be from FaZe this time. It could be from Liquid, Heroic, BBL. The rest of them heading right in towards Liquid and Heroic. Say the name. And now here comes Smash. Here comes Mert. T-Bone's there. Going to make the first appearance. Good work from T-Bone. But look at the HP. He's left on 1 HP. A strong breeze might have him down and out. And a nade's overkill, but Jeems will send it. And now the rest of BBL, what is remaining is Smash, and he's just living in the shadow of the vehicle, hoping no one notices. Here comes Exhalation. They're attempted. SMB's on the way as well. They've been found by DA. As said, no one is making it past from that eastern side. Kleb's trying to pop off. Fex continuing forward. Alia with the flush. I don't know if anyone's going to make it out of here.
And now everyone else who thought they were safe becomes in dire need of some kind of placement once you get forward of this. FaZe Clan, Liquid, VP. They had the safety nets and they've all just been whipped from below them. Liquid did have the beautiful little ridgeline they could work off the back of. QBE goes down, zooms there, but I'd see instantly responds in kind. Redline eliminated. Hero instantly to 0, but what can you do in this type of circle? What can you do when all the ridgelines are already been crept around by teams? That's a big impact frag. Batulins Down and out we go. The nades will finally go up. Perfectix upstairs. That could be a belter. Is forced back by the molly as the smoke will go down. The rest of VP has to rally the troops and get involved in this one. Bard's there. Pixel 2 at the door, and they can shell some more blood. This is going to be problematic, but look at that from the distance. Instantly, Spyro attempts to go out and give some cover to his teammates and gets battered from afar. This is not going to be easy for any of these teams to be able to cross that southern easterly side. I mean, ENCE have actually, out of all of this, ENCE have really paid for it. They are safe for now.
Yeah, same with like AA. Anyone sitting on the outskirts on the west is happy. This is like the next layer of this. So we saw those first couple of teams trying to move forward and they hit that first barrier. Now some of that barrier needs to move into Na'Vi and Skade, but they're dealing with each other first. And you're seeing Exhalation go down already. That's between Liquid and FaZe. Liquid actually maintaining good positioning here. They've been kind of putting some bodies... Come off it, Lou. You're so good at this game, man. But VP making a run for it. They've got to. They're trying to look towards that next circle. It's either now or never, and it's... might be never at this point. Skade just putting everything they potentially can towards Perfectix, but he's still cooking. Spyro, same thing. Clib finds Lazar. Liquid still just trying to clear through, but keep in mind they are not in the new circle. Where someone like Skade and Na'Vi are is where the next position is for them, and now Mutiny's going to fly on in as well. Everyone is on the send here. Pixel still left behind. That's something for Liquid to worry about if they don't clear him out soon. FaZe did shuffle up though. They found placement, but it ain't safe because look at Example.
Different angle, different team. Example, peppering and just taking choices and taking ground away from FaZe. Pixel decided to give it up to the Flames. Nothing he can really do outside of all this one. Rather him take himself down than another team. Good old nade over the side. Smokes it down. If it lands in a weakened position of those players. Clip goes off again with the AWM. Nade trickles forward.
They can push this now.
Doesn't do all the damage, but another one will keep going up. And you are absolutely correct with that knock onto Skade down by the shack. This opens things up for a little bit on Liquid's side because remember, VP's not down here anymore. No one's behind them. It's a full angle, completely safe. All they have to deal with is the problem at hand, which is Skade.
Now, that ridgeline's keeping them safe. 5 might have vision, and I'm seeing if Na'Vi overextend to punish this. But Liquid... Oh, look at Clib's HP. It's so little. Now, they are in. It ain't safe. It's not pretty, right? It's on a knife's edge here. They are living so vicariously through just kind of the one piece of the hillside. How is he seeing that? There's just smoke in there. He's just spamming away, getting tags galore. Clib is barely breathing, but he'll be back to health soon enough. That initial knock gave them the room to move up. It kept them alive, but now the circle moves away again. The next hurdle presented. Mutiny, Leapfrog really well ahead. They've actually got a good position to hold from now. Na'Vi looking probably to clear this. They can pinch towards Liquid. Liquid are in all kinds of danger. Anonymous getting tagged up too. Good damage off the nade. Puts Jeems and Ibby in a bit of a bad spot now. As everyone else waits patiently, does Mexi work this out? It looks like he knows there could be pressure from this side, already considering the ridgeline. And yeah, you're going to see the attention split in 2 halves. Great work from Liquid to even make it to this point so far. Ibby, that's a dangerous peek here. It's not good enough. Nuki out in the open, but Clip's going to punish that. Good trade out. Doesn't quite get the flush either. And oh, hold on. There's the molly coming in. Sakura is now down. Anonymous can't peek this, Rich. He's just pinned there. The nade! The nade's found Clip.
That's devastating. They lose 1. Just off the left-hand side, it was 2 different teams that were shooting into the side of Liquid. The initial frags, the initial knocks were actually not on their side. It was 5. Rudy again with a second one onto Liquid. Example, up and over we go. Tries to do something and run away from it. Example's there to absolutely decimate Mutiny. Throws them to the wolves, and Alia strikes back on a different angle. Jimbo will fall. Liquid goes down. 9th position. Aitzi onto Pokemolodoy. That's by the church. Somehow, by hook or by crook, FaZe managed to slip into the ditch directly in front of the church. Now, the one thing to note from the Liquid fight, you could tell how the economy was and how many fights there've been in. Clib was bandaging away. There was no, bar a few mollies left. Lethal utility to throw down at Skade. And then 5, RTG, knocking players on Liquid, unfortunately just ruined them as they were trying to take the fight up against Skade. It was a little rough and rather unfortunate with 3 teams having a full eye line into it. But the team out of all of this, that somehow managed to survive with Blue on the drive-by out the back of it to give himself up while his two teammates could go forward. It's VP. They got on the edge. They got on the ridgeline, and they're still in this. They're in center circle.
It baffles me. I'm still amazed we just saw Example do that. We've had 2 games now with mad individual plays. We've had Dex, man on the screen, not living the best life today. I don't know if I just want to give credit to Liquid to be able to deal with 5 and Dex so handedly, so often in, you know, Pachinki and Picardo, but that guy is sick. He's straight up nasty player. And then we just see an Example just detonate a whole team. Now, who's still alive in this? We have Na'Vi, VP, FaZe, ENCE, AA5, and RTG. And speaking of ENCE, there they go. Going to try and get themselves away from that previous position. And she's Cobra to find Pokemolodoy. And suddenly, the headshots rain in from RTG. Finding Perfectix as well. These are the teams that may be standing in their way if they try to make it across that roadside. That could be deadly.
That's the thing for VP. They can't show their... Oh, put him in the grave, buried him. Yeah, you can't show your face. Look at how many different angles teams are going to be holding up on that ridge. Look at how many different teams still have to get into the circle. Face clamp, it's not great, but for now they can hold it. It gives them a safety net to teams further north of them. ENCE would be a big problem. Na'Vi's going to be a big problem if they decide to chime in on it. However, ENCE and after all, might just deal with themselves individually and each other. Bullets keep on going. Diggery answers back. Good old nade onto Pokemolodoy. Finally go down. 3rd time, so probably no revive whatsoever going to come through onto this. Big old nade off the Barco, though. Answers back and responds. Goes for the feet. The trade out. The switch is there. Tixu and Rustamar have to do a hell of a lot of work to be able to withstand. AA just slinging itself into the fight.
There it is. Cleaned up, but out. ENCE deal with AA. FaZe still alive, but at the foot of the hill. You're going to see Melman trying to keep them humbled. RTG trying to make their run. They've lost 2. Spyro! Huge punish from Spyro, tapping away at RTG, making them just look almost irrelevant to him. He's only him. That's it. And he still held them back until then. Bionardas find him in the end. The only player to really make it across from RTG. And now 5 going to use that as well to move up. So both teams are on the northern side trying to get center circle off the back of Spyro being caught out.
He just removed all of RTG single-handedly. This is the opportunity to 5 slot in onto the position that they did have. Ali is there. Confirms it. FaZe Clan still so much work to do. And look at this. They have... Oh, this is so cruel. ENCE are going to come over. And ENCE should still have a lot of lethal utility they can throw into this. Fuzzface takes the full bombardment. There's more coming their way. The mortar strikes will ring supreme as ENCE tries to cross this road. It knows there is only way through it, and the only way through is to take down FaZe first.
And yet, look who's diving in. Na'Vi see weakness, blood in the water. They're going to flush. They're going to just sweep on through. This is cruelty for FaZe at this point. Here comes the Finns. Vex is the last one alive, and he's done for. A lot of teams left, though. Well, lots of players in these teams still left. 4 of them standing for 5. 3 for ENCE, 3 for Na'Vi, and Na'Vi have the high ground, Rich.
ENCE have got no time to wait. They have to keep on pushing this. They've made their presence known. And Na'Vi's up on top of the hill. If they're damaged, they're going to fall back to try and heal up. So you just keep going with this one. You'd have to anticipate maybe they go for a few meds off the bodies of FaZe, but they shouldn't have any utility at this point. They committed so much to get into the position they were in. Through AA. Survival against Na'Vi. Like, they've been through the ringer. And now with a bit of a few bullets here and there. The pressure's good. No knocks, but the pressure's been enough to force Na'Vi's hand back. So they've got some time, they've got some space. But they will hold the deeper angle, right? They're not going to let that. That's why Alia will stand there. They will not let this deeper angle be left unchecked. So for ENCE, the only way to get to them is to either get a really, really good solid knock. You know, just one dink, one headshot. Or take it to them head on. In which case, you've got 5 who are basically just setting up a musket line to fire into both of these teams. All 4 players are in a line on the ridge line. If any of these 2 teams expose themselves, they're dead.
5 really have a good shot at this. Like, genuinely. You just had Dex pop off. Now they're in a potentially winning position. Not as many kills this time around, but that doesn't matter. This could be their chance to really push it further forward. But can they do it against some very experienced players? Keep in mind, Ents and Na'Vi are very veteran at this point. We haven't seen 5 end game very often. I mean, if at all, no disrespect for them, but let's see what smokes they go for. Nice deep smokes and mollies, going to try and define the battlefield to favor themselves. Looks like Ents maybe exploring the idea of working the ridgeline, see where Tixu is maybe towards Dex or Naz, but it's not easy. Bit of a line of sight may be found there for Rudy towards example.
It's the only thing for 5. You have to pick your battles here. If you start going after Na'Vi, maybe Ents takes the opportunity to jump in you from one side, and same principal idea. Go after Ents, Na'Vi swings round. There's still 6 players, and if you want to kind of calculate like that, it's a 6 versus 4, essentially. Unless Rustamar jumps over the edge. First bullets go down. Flash banged up and forced them against...
It's very different, the timing. Like, 5 used their smokes very early, and now you're seeing Ents and Na'Vi using theirs. So I feel like, when I look at experience, I look at these boys, but the Molly still caught Alia. He can't do much about this. He's burning. He can try and get a heal off, maybe? But I think he might have just stemmed the bleed for now. He's still okay, and Na'Vi and Ents are just trying to live beside each other, be that third team to the fight, and they found one. Naz has now been located. No trade back either. They're in smokes. They're just working their way around, and we bring up experience, right? We bring up the ability to have this experience in late game circles, and Na'Vi and Ents will have that in droves. Now Melman playing very passive here, couldn't find the way forward. Ents sweep through very well. Nice work for Diggory. He needs some help though. He's only going to find one, and there's example again. This man is a living legend right now in a 3v2. Na'Vi being swarmed though. 5! Absolutely kick into gear and find the final players.
Example goes off and 5 just chime in. You know what? That's a good time to strike, and they do it with absolute perfection. From Dex in the previous round to the whole team grabbing a win in this one, this is the 5 that we've spoken about for quite some time. There's this point in my mind where I think, why didn't you do this earlier? As things now start to kind of fall into place, have you found your feet within this lobby? It's definitely a massive jump up, let's be honest. For these players, this level of European play is a huge step up. But ultimately, we're seeing signs of life, and we're seeing signs that they can play to this level.
They absolutely can. That's a big proving point. Able to make themselves the third team to the fight there, even though, you know, again, just kind of forcing that scenario. Very well handled, very well done. So let's hand it back to the desk to kind of break down everything that just went on and what that means for the overall standings.
Yeah, 5 managed to take a win here in a situation where we talked about this for the last 10 minutes. We hate this terrain. It's so hard to play. But coming out of the rainbows, it's actually quite rare that you manage to survive that, Toby, in this situation here, because you have such a big open space in between the ridge that you have to play and where you kind of attack. But it worked out for them.
Yeah, we saw real early game, their vehicles were busted, so they couldn't use those to kind of transition that no man's land. So their timing was great. I mean, they didn't have to do all that much in terms of kind of staying put in the circle. Of course, know where your opponents are, and then in the end of it, know when to try and make the run off. And they did exactly that. They knew when to run. They knew that Na'Vi was fighting up the ridgeline. They had Virtus Pro earlier in that area as well. So with having seen all the teams go down towards that southeast side, they made a good decision in making that run when they did.
And they take extreme measures to try to survive as well. And the smoke and utility usage here in the end high bucket, that was actually really nice to see how they were trying to kind of crowd control each other.
Yeah, it was. I think Na'Vi were trying to make Ents think that, you know, a couple of them were advancing along that ridge or along the ditch, I say, that should say, that goes downhill. Right. Unfortunately, Ents able to just hug that edge with the circle, kind of allowing them a little pocket of safety to play. But then actually, example completely flips that team fight on its head. Ents actually get the opener to start that fight, and then it's actually example that turns it back around and Alia to close it out.
Yeah, and then obviously with the timing, they just had to rush there, and they managed to get it with 4 kills only. I think that's the lowest chicken dinner we've had so far in PCS4 here, Toby.
Yeah, I mean, every single time they tried to peak aggressively in the early and mid game, they were receiving headshots all over the place. So I respect them maybe sitting a little more quiet as the circles kept going in that direction. But no, I mean, as you were saying, I think this new format has brought a new way of using utility as well. We've heard different people say utility is key all the time. And now we see these situations where instead of you trying to kind of block off angles to take fights, you kind of block yourself off to hope that the opponents take fights. They almost had a smoke line perfectly set up, but it was for ends. Like, Na'Vi threw a smoke line for ends to make the run down towards 5, which unfortunately, as I said, didn't really end up happening. But I like the idea of trying to force fights with the other team. You can see here, 5, just 4 kills, but still, in the end, it's all about that chicken dinner.
And what I really love as well is the kind of the bluff with smokes, right? Because you commit a really good amount of utility to that Hypoc. You see with the stun grenades go in there, you see the mollies, you see the nades go into the smokes because they expect them to be there that early.
Yeah, and I mean, especially with these end games where there's 3 teams up, right? It's not necessarily one team of 4 in a dominant position. That's when the utility kind of just becomes a stalling game, right? It's ultimately, if you're the last team to have to commit the majority of your utility, you're actually in a really, really good spot. Example, actually knocking on the door of the 1K club there. With damage to that, and it's no surprise. I mean, this is a guy that's been so impressive throughout PCS4, time and time again, just coming up in insane individual circumstances and making huge plays for Na'Vi.
Yeah, there's no denying the mechanical skill of Exam for sure, but I also stepped up in this one here. 7 kills for him, and they had 12 in total. I actually believe it was only Example and Alia that managed to grab kills in this one here, Toby.
Yeah, it was a pretty wild end game. I'm not sure exactly how some of the teams that managed to get into that position did just that. I mean, I like the way how when FaZe, also a team that managed to cross over, get themselves into a decent spot. Once the fight escalated on one side, Na'Vi knew exactly where to be at the right time, and that's what you see. I mean, we talked about Liquid yesterday and how quickly they convert ideas or thoughts of what to do into actually executing. And Na'Vi, they knew exactly when to go, and they did it at the exact right moment. So unfortunately for them, weren't quite ready for the complete onslaught of 5 pushing over the ridge there in the end, but solid play from them nonetheless.
Yeah, congratulations to 5 with their first chicken dinner here for this one. We have 4 more games to go, 1 more mirror round. We're going to be right back after the short break. And welcome back to PCS4 Europe Grand Finals. We are 32 games deep here, Hypoc, and we have 4 teams that have taken half of the chicken dinners. It's Redline, it's Afterall, it's Team Liquid, and it's versus Pro.
Yeah, it's getting. I mean, we look at the overall again. This is going to be really interesting in how far we go down the tiebreakers if it comes to that. Again, there's only a couple of teams really that can contest each other. But just coming back to that previous game of obviously Na'Vi not closing out. This is one that they've got a win on the board already. And kill count wise, once again, Liquid posted 7 kills if I'm not mistaken in that previous game. So it actually makes it very, very interesting. You can see here actually, look, it's Liquid 2 wins, 45, Redline 2 wins and 42, and Na'Vi actually now with that previous game put themselves right up there again. Operate on the basis that the average win is around 8 kills. This is a really good spot for them to be in, even though they didn't close out that previous game.
They're sitting pretty damn comfortable, but this is massive. Like, there's a huge difference if you manage to get second, third, Toby here. If Liquid manage to close out, they can close out on $20,000, and they can sit themselves in a top 3, top 4 situation where they manage to bag a lot of the PGC points.
Yeah, exactly. That's I would assume what their eyes are on right now. We gotta secure as many points here as we possibly can. We want to get that seed for the tournament at the end of the year, and yeah, I mean they're on a good run to do so right now. Still more games to go, but I think right now, I mean, our eyes on Virtus Pro, where will they end up on the leaderboard? Because the further down the list they go in this week's performance, the more teams will have chances to try and race for that first place spot in the tournament as a whole.
Yeah, and with that as well, I kind of feel like from what we've seen from these two games here, Hypuck, is that it's a little bit slow and steady. They're coming in a little bit more passive. It's not too much focus on kills, and if they continue that kind of style, I don't feel like we could see them maybe close on another chicken dinner for these last 4 games here.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to look back at both games so far, because I think actually across the board, teams have been a little more aggressive in at least the early to mid-game transition around that circle 1, circle 2 sort of time. So it's interesting to see actually a little bit of a shift for some teams, and then other teams maybe taking a step back and maybe wanting to get a better read of the situation or a read of the lobby, and how things play out towards, circle 3 and 4.
Yeah, and also considering how Na'Vi played, if they're able to close on a chicken dinner here, we're going to have a big tie as well. BBL potentially could also take one, and that's where it becomes a little bit more dicey for VP potentially, Toby.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, right now they're sitting 4th. If they fall just 1 spot down, there's going to be at least 2 more teams in both Na'Vi and Heroic who can go out and grab themselves the win of the tournament overall. So it's that 1 spot. It's that 1 spot up or down. So unless if VP can clench themselves a win soon, I would say, with more and more teams that we haven't seen wins from trying to, like, now coming up and stepping up to the plate here, that's going to be a VP maybe going out a little more aggressive than what we've seen from them today. You said it as well, Martin. They're playing... You used the word scared. I don't think they are, but I agree with you. They're way more passive. They're way more passive than what we see VP do usually. So I kind of agree with you in that one.
Yeah, and with that as well, from what we've seen yesterday and today so far, Hypuck from Na'Vi, I could definitely see a win on the board for them potentially. And if, I kind of think that Na'Vi could have the focus on VP as well, because they know they have this kind of gut shot chance.
Yeah, I definitely think that's a possible outcome here. I mean, for me, Na'Vi need to put that win up early, though. I don't want to see it come down to the the pressure games.
Completely agree. And with that, we have just one more game of Miramar. Bring us the desert, Pants and Sims.
Whew. Okay, one more time we go back in to the desert, and then Erangel awaits. And we've seen what can happen between the maps. As crazy it is, we saw Liquid trounce, get those nice 2 first big dinners and then go into the greenery, and just kind of went missing for them. But, well, very surprising to see 5 now joining Redline. Up there as the winners of today thus far. And obviously one more spot to be had as a victor on Miramar. We'll have to wait and see who joins both of them. This once again starting off towards the northwest, heading southeast. I don't think anyone's going to be too upset. I want to see where Ents decide to go. Oh, they'll be fine. They just straight out of the plane. Yeah, they'll be good. So, Rich, where does your mind go now? Because I think people are now waiting to see if VP suddenly, flip the switch, right? Do we see them come out all guns blazing?
In the regard of who we saw on the previous win for 5, coming into this with $0 earned in terms of total prize money, like this only, I think saying helping VP isn't really the exact best word to use, or best way of putting it, should I say. But it doesn't harm VP in any way, shape, or form. If anything, it keeps things neutral because it stops another competitor, someone like Na'Vi, jumping up in a win. If they'd have got that, things start to become very treacherous, given that they're on 14 grand in total. So 5 actually winning that, denying, it denies FaZe a win. We're up there. It denies Na'Vi a win. That's a big denial. Ents further afield. I know they're in 8th, but it's still someone within that top 8 placement. So yeah, 5 winning just kind of keeps VP stable. At least it's another team that's added onto the board. It's another win taken away from all the competitors that are looking onwards at their position. It's going to be probably the telltale sign on Erangel, and you touched on it, and you are completely right. It can be a night and day map for certain teams. Some of them flourish. Some of them do stupendously well, even to the point where it's like, okay, we just wait until we get to Erangel and we see what comes about us on that point. So maybe someone does be able to bang 2 back-to-back, pull a Liquid, get up there, get into the money and cause grief and cause a bit of pressure.
Could do. Now, what I want to happen is we've had 2, now 3 similar circles. All right, Player Unknown, I see you in chat. Don't think I don't. I've got an alert on my phone. It's like, it's like the bat signal goes off. I'm like, aha, it is time. Give us a Los Leones, would you? Press the button. All right. I want to see the little capper in chat when it hits. If it doesn't, well, maybe the button's faulty. But you know, let's add a little spice to that. Okay. So beyond that, though, it is again a very southern circle, kind of a little bit. I'm trying to think, it's a little bit more eastern than the last, but not as far east as the first. But they're all extremely similar. So at this point, teams should be used to this. They should have it very much in the forefront of their minds how this plays out. They've had the first two to kind of get that feeling in there, get that motion. At least in their heads, that kind of, okay, rotation routes, this is what we like, this is where it went. Obviously, they don't know where the actual circle's gonna go, right? That's the kind of beauty of this, but they've now been kind of getting accustomed to this area more and more and more.
For teams that like to start down south and loot down south, it becomes a little bit more easier. Someone like Redline, for example, after a win today already, this is their territory. This is where they like to play off the back of. This will be all the nuances that they're used to. They're going to have early aggression. Oh, he's no idea. Tries to just keep his vehicle safe and back it up. Not going to happen. Zoom. Remove from plate. First player gone. Final map of Miramar for PCS4 here in Europe. To wait it out until Erangel comes next. For now, QBE just stabilizes and waits it out. Daboom probably not going to apply any pressure, especially with an AKM at that distance. It's good, but it's not that good. However, Exhalation have backbuilt around this. The two players you can see on the map in the bottom right-hand side have turned up to the party. So maybe they want to show some signs of strength. Maybe they just want to get revenge on this.
It could be. Ooh, that's a shot. That one's gonna sting. Instinct needs to tuck his head right back down, instantly taken to below half HP. And they're close enough by that I don't know if they can share this sort of area. With Exhalation being so proactive and peeking this, they gotta be careful now, because if they poke the beast, Redline might just turn up, right? Like, that's the difference. We'll see. Now, in about what? Circle gonna be moving in soonish. Gonna have to start clearing the area. 5 and Ent's gonna have probably the longest journey. Now, Ivus again delivers another heady. Man's got a level 1 vest, and he's still just feeling bold. Level 1 helmet on the other side, probably the bigger problem, but they'll be okay. They'll try and work through it. Redline have now got all their players there too, which is the scarier thing here. There was, you know, at the start it was just one. Now all 4 are there, so trades are very much in effect. Now, beyond that though, wait to see who else joins. Okay, so Heroic on the southern swing. VP here, this is them kind of coming past, from like Monte Nuevo side or Picardo side. Pretty more accurate for them. On that main road up towards Los Leones. Heading further east. Kind of taking their way past Navi. No one really popping shots yet. They might run into, I think Liquid might be in Los Leones at this point. Someone around that marker, maybe. But again, I don't think you drive through Los Leones and don't expect to maybe get shot. You know, rotations through that city are always treacherous, always dangerous. So, for now, let's have a look beyond that, though. As I said, I think a lot of the kind of prime real estate, that south run of Los Leones, has been taken now.
But that's the thing, even playing front or backside Los Leones, it's viable. Because depending where the circle goes, you are going to be a shoo-in of it, because it's slap bang on the island. I mean, there could be some horrendous hardship down to the south or even over to the east, which keeps all the water in play, but we shouldn't foresee it. I've said it now and I've jinxed it, so it's probably going to happen, but still, Los Leones is playable, so look for a few teams to, if not play the outskirts, play the kind of land around it. BP, a prime example of that. You have these little containers, these little warehouses and hangars that are doable. Got to be careful that they make presence and make themselves aware that Liquid is lurking within Los Leones, but again, it could be one of those where it's such an adverse play. It's like, ooh, didn't anticipate that, but still you have to anticipate everything, especially with a city like Los Leones itself. Many of them playing on the backside of it. Let's take stock of that. A lot of teams premising that it will come towards the east. There is quite a large open area from just below Impala all the way down, to be honest. Runs through the middle between Los Leones and Puerto Paraiso, all the way down past the diamond and kind of looping back round to the backside of where BP is playing. But that's all lingering and all banking on that this comes towards the east. If it goes towards the west, things start to get a little bit messy. A lot of hard migrations will come into play. A lot of hard transitions, maybe even just giving it up to Lost Leaders and say, you know what, send it through the middle, hope for the best. And then you have Liquid capitalizing on that, potentially. If they go for the bottleneck, if they go for to stand their ground somewhere between that main roadside, it could be really, really good for them, racking up some of these kills and getting on top of it, and most importantly, having a good position in the circle. All ifs, buts, whys, whens, and will be answered in less than 1.5 minutes' time. For teams that are not within this one, 5 furthest away at the moment, all the way up north past San Martin, just working their way down. Back of Minas Generales, there will be a team within Minas, past La Bendita as well. It depends if Skade decide to set up shop or not on the outskirts of it. They could do. They'll be playing the numbers game. They'll be playing the odds. DA have banked on it. They're staying in the old Ents loot location out by the Impala Fields in the very open areas on that main road that leads out the backside of Los Leones.
Oh, quizzy.
Ents as a team. Chumasera, complete polar opposite end of where we'd normally see them.
Who do you think would win in a fight, right? Choco Taco,
God.
Wacky Jackie, Shroud, Forzen. Who wins it? No,
Swedish
I
aggression.
do not think so. I mean, yeah. Do you remember that game with Andy Pyro? Like, it was. I think it was like Gamescom. We were casting that.
Duos?
I think so. Yeah. I just remember there being a circle on like the south coast of Erangel, and like they were in. Well, it wasn't like farm. It was like west of farm, I think. And I vaguely remember like either Forzen or Andy like jumping out of a window. Like that's literally all I remember. And I think we were casting it. I don't know. It's like a vague like I don't know, so it seems like a fever dream. And the reason we say this is 'cause we're 10 minutes in and one player I think has been knocked or killed thus far. It's a slower goer. Okay. We have a bit of a interesting shift here. It's a little weird.
It's gonna make it really interesting given the position where it is. Alia will fall for Na'Vi. Vex finds him. And to really spice things up, we'll throw your promo code up top as well. Lauren, you're usually good at calling these out. I'm not good. I'll let you do it.
Go on, give it a go. Go on.
YLG MJPN T5TJL.
Look at that. Lovely. Lovely. Great work.
I had to put a phonetic voice on then to
I
go
know.
through it all.
You know, so when people ask you like for your phone number or something, and you're like in a work scenario, so you have to like do the. I was about to say my phone number. oh no, that would not have gone good.
Oh dear. It's
not
gone
a great idea. Yeah. Right, so circle moving northeast. Basically all that means is a couple of rotations are going to get tricky. There's still a couple of decent routes in. So again, you might see a couple of knocks. We did see, as I said, one other player being lost at this point. But beyond that, everyone's so good at this. Everyone is so good at these rotations, playing safety, kind of understanding, what's within reach, what's not, and kind of where to take themselves, right? It's, okay, well, is this enough of a priority compound to focus towards? Is this where, is it worth the risk of losing a player for this compound pickup or not? And as it stands, most teams are not. So at this point, we're going to have Ents on that long rotation through the north. We have FaZe and Na'Vi kind of locking each other on the southwestern entrance. But beyond that, I'm looking at Mutiny, SMB, DA, I think are the ones who kind of get the biggest boon out of this, right? They're the ones who are sat quite early on towards, as you highlighted, Ents' old school kind of like drop spot, right? The Ents compound sort of area. So they get suddenly a bit more of a say in the matter. Suddenly they kind of get a decent position to play with this more kind of like Impala-esque circle. So at this point, they can't be upset with that. They're pretty happy they've suddenly got a little bit more room to work with. AA working up the coast. FaZe starting to move away from Na'Vi, maybe feeling that no one's going to benefit from this. So we might as well move ourselves slightly further up towards that circle.
Depends if they had information of all the players as well. With the one that they knock not going down, it gives them the info that they're probably closer than what they want them to be, and dying outside in that position, nowhere near the circle, wouldn't really benefit anybody. It just slows them down in the long haul. Heroic eyes on the prize when it comes towards red line. That would be a huge scalp to remove. almost top of the shop. Still kills difference between them and Team Liquid. Heroica team again. We needed to see wins on the board yesterday. It didn't come through, and they've only got 4 more games, including this one, to send it all the way to the top. I mean, to win it, they need to win 3, which is in 4. Not an easy task whatsoever. We've seen Na'Vi, the old Na'Vi with Senya and Besto. I think when we were casting, they won 4 in a row. It was a nasty frag of that boy. Circle.
Oh yeah.
Pops were between Impala and Los Leones. The hillside being pulled out of it. Everyone now dive bombing in center. This is the hot zone that we spoke about. Just below Impala now becomes prime position, but instantly it's jumped upon. 2 teams are there, and they're on your screen. DA and 5. Naz, they are trying to burn him out from this. They've committed God knows how many to try and commit him to the grave. They want rid of him. Finally, he goes down. And actually just smashes a molly in his face for good measure. All right. Fair play.
Look, you wanna stake your claim in the land. You don't want to share. You deal with it as quick as. And they sent Uber to the case. But now look at Mutiny. Look at Liquid. They're all going to be heading down. VP are down here too. This is a mad rush just to try and get to this compound. Everyone's fighting for this one. Granula's the first one on the ground, but you can see the teammates flying by. Almost takes him out, but no. Batulin's still alive and kicking. But here comes Liquid from slightly further afield. They get vision on this side. They're going to lay down some fire. Spyro's the first one to get caught out by Leos. She was slightly off towards the open field, but Batulin's, Lou, and Perfectix are in the compound. They're already kind of got the lay of the land here, but Mutiny are not down for sharing, it looks like. They want them gone.
Mexi's got himself in a position where he can get involved in this one, and bang on time, he delivers. Responded in kind, RTG.
Flushed.
Mexi mopped up with no chance of recovery whatsoever. He was out on a limb, a little bit disconnected from the rest of the roster, and unfortunately has paid the price. SMB, BBL, another catastrophic fight going down, but SMB has the upper hand in this for now. Metralius down, Smash bleeding out, drill through the window. Apocalypse says thank you very much. They secure it, but it's in very open waters. Not too much you can do with this. Mutiny, it's lost one, another's bleeding by the wayside. Batulins forced to hold the line. Melman goes down. Na'Vi losing a player. T-Bone, Heroic starting to come online. Aitzi up on top of the hill, scouting away. We'll get full clear vision of this. James just goes running in, then unfortunately pays dividends with his dear life. Batulins, Leosh comes in with a grenade, knocks him down again. That's the first knock, I believe, so maybe there's some time for a recovery. Lookarooks onto Quizzy with Na'Vi losing players. This is teams just being chipped away slowly but surely, leaving the end game potentially looking rather rough. Everyone's going to be dragging their heels, and I don't know what the economy or even the player base is going to be looking like when we get to that end game.
I do feel as this is one of these circles, right? It's why, you know, people who maybe don't watch PUBG often or simply don't understand this level, these teams are so good at finding space until there literally is none to be had, and the lobby then just explodes, right? We talk about like a powder keg, right? Where teams like Liquid, Mutiny, VP, we saw it on that road right there. It just instantly, there's not enough room to house these teams because they're normally so good at finding the space if there is any. So when it explodes, it does. The circle going to move now. It's going a little east. All right, SMB, loving life. Ripknime's probably going to send right on over to the other boys, make sure they are good. Skade probably laughing as well. DA still solid in this, can't take it away. 5 in the northeast, if they're all 4, then I'd give them a little bit more room on that one. But teams in the south and the kind of, I guess, western side, a little bit of the north, are going to have a tricky approach. That road is very dividing, very hard to move across from. Now, I want to see what FaZe do with this. Mutiny, VP, Redline, Exhalation, Heroic especially. How do they find a way in here? There is a little bit of room, but not enough for like these 6-7 teams now.
It's a bit scrappy towards the mid, given that the fields within there and all these little compounds already have residency. Redline just might have to send it in here from down south. Heroic's held up against it when it comes to Exhalation, so if Redline can just avert the fight altogether. Oh dear. Example, it's not the player that you want within there. Doesn't quite make it 3. Either shuts him down, denies the kills. Might even be able to get the heal off on this. They realize Salik's there. They'll see the vehicle will page in all but a second, but he's got the DMR out. He's looking elsewhere. Salik unpins the nade. He gets the perfect toss. Page just might run on a landmine. Steps up at the wrong time. Tags him in the back. but now the information that he had has been given up. Exhalation have to fight this, but Beamy has a deeper angle.
Beamy's position is so solid. T-Bone now super aware of it. Instinct could have maybe thrown this off, but I think he's running it. Yeah, he's off. Beamy just sees him making a mad dash going, yeah, there's one of them trying to get away from us, boys. Fancy it? Let's have a look. And on the other side is Bogger T, peppering shots with the mini, catching him as he runs. Vazku's just running parallel with him. Has he spotted him on the prone there? I don't think he has. Without the X-ray, obviously it's very tricky to see. Vazku leaning up and down, but it's T-Bone to find it. Instinct dead, Exhalation gone. Where's that nade just come from? Hold on. FaZe just sent a nuke towards Redline. QB and Luca just playing catch over there. And Redline were a little further ahead from FaZe, so maybe FaZe trying to secure this around Na'Vi's remainder. Alia working in from the blue, going to catch Bogger T in the back, and that's going to be a problem for AA. Bogger T was kind of keeping maybe a little bit of a track of that southwest side, maybe keeping track of Heroic, and now they've lost a lot of vision.
Just giving up the vehicle as well, so it keeps Na'Vi mobile, or at least the one player of Na'Vi. Mutiny, trying to sweep and clear onto this, but the flashbangs are inside. You can see Perfectus' arms are up in the air. Nades have been unpinned as well. First flashbang will go down. Tries to answer one back himself just to stall them. But look at this, he's totally blind. He's no idea. Absolutely nothing you can do about that. Lou trying to just stay alive in the best way possible. Unfortunately, caught in the heels by the fire.
Dude.
The flames will lick away. And VP go down in 14th. Circle updates. Alia and a car inside. Diggery. On the drive-by towards Rudy. Physics will try to answer back, but it's instantly denied. Ents just melt 5 on arrival.
Yeah, you're not getting away from it. 5, not finding the same form as before. Ents getting a bit of a revenge the way that game closed out. I'm sure they're loving seeing that in the feed. Like, yeah, nice try, boys. But will there be any vengeance? Dex is still standing, and he has been the surprise element, the X factor for that side. Now the circle kind of once again closing towards SMB and Alia, that sort of position. Keep that in the back of your minds, but that western side is yet to resolve a Mutiny. Very much on the edge of this circle here. They're going to have time for a res. I don't think anyone can punish that directly, but here's D8 taking on Liquid. Clib, though, still always good for a 1 HP, is not going to be enough. And Liquid go down in 13th. That's him eliminated now. And looking at Ents, they do have Rudy and Dex up against them. The res did come through. Rudy doing some damage, but look how much he got taken back. Dex, what can you do with this, bud? You were great before. You're going to have to be great again.
Red line going down. Heroic taking him out. That's a massive play from then. Instantly swinging on to FaZe in the kill feed. Pixel still here. While 2 of his teammates did go down, he managed to answer back onto Team Liquid. Fex and Aitzi, the last 2... Excuse me, not the last 2. The 2 that have made it over here first, having to deal with the last 2 of Heroic. Beamy unpins the nade, needs to try and find the angle. Flashbangs are already in. Nade comes across, vehicle over. Nothing he can do about that. FaZe managed to take what is minuscule amounts of land. Playing off the back of containers is the telltale story of how this is going to go down towards the later stages. A couple of Hail Mary's been sent over, actually finding the target, which is rather impressive. A second one's there as well. Thankfully, they're inside the container. A third and also a molly to boot could be damn good, but they want to shut this down. Fex is dragged away, unfortunately. It won't be without Page paying his life, but it does take FaZe down to 2.
Now, who's left with numbers? Ents with 4, SMB with 4, RTG with 4, and Skade with 4. Okay, so there's still some big teams in this. You're seeing RTG moving as a herd. Kind of coming up through the western side. They do have Uber and Zhong. Now, these 2 players, again, can't say it enough, nasty individuals. They have some firepower to them. Not great positioning. Being held at the foot of the hill, and I think Dex is going to have vision on Uber here. Yeah, he definitely does. That mini's pinging. Caught him a couple of times, and I don't know if he's going to get out. No, he can't. He can't escape one or the other, really. Dead's got Uber. It's either Dead or it's going to be Dex. It didn't really matter which one, but RTG holding the tipping top of the hillside. Good nades. Not quite deep enough here.
TG find the final players from D8. Smokes are up on the hillside, but their position is well and truly noted. Further for the ends. Oh my god, Pixel.
I think I've lost my hearing.
jackhammer, that thing, isn't it?
Jesus.
It's not what it used to be, but it's still a barrel's still a formidable weapon, whichever way you want to cut it. RTG, just chilling for now. They're literally, I don't know what else really you can do without getting the vehicles now. They should have moved a little bit earlier. Good nade, excuse me. Good molly from Rust and Matt. Burns out Dex and eliminates another obstacle. RTG are in the vehicles, and they will be sending it forward. They can try and get ahead of Ents, but the land won't necessarily be with them. It's very shallow ground to be playing with. The team with the most workable, let's say, not best, but workable, bar SMB who have the compound. If the circle's favourable to them, then great, crack on. Everyone plays off around it. It's probably going to be after all. There's a couple of little valleys which should keep them safe, and they'll come into vision now as we go over it. They can move forward and step up against it, and there's a little lip that they can play off of, but they are going to have to fight both Ents and RTG, or whoever's left alive, should I say.
Yeah, whoever's the remainder, right?
Yeah.
That's the scary part. I don't know how you work that one out. I mean, Ents can do some damage, but the timing's everything. It doesn't leave them much time then to focus towards AA if they want to. I want to see what FaZe do with this. It looks like in the vehicles is the option. Now, keep in mind, SMB are safe. They have hard cover to play with. Alia's got a tree, but they're going, nah, we can't go towards SMB. Let's go over here. Nice ditch found. That ain't bad. That's something. It may be a prone sort of area, and maybe Skade, if they shuffle east, might get LOS on it. But I want to see what RTG do now. Okay, again, moving up. Alia's just like, please, dude, I'm already just using a tree. I don't need a whole team here. Leave me alone. But RTG going to move up as well, find a bit of cover. But this, surely they're just super open to, like, 3 teams. I'm surprised they're alive. I thought Ents would have perfect vision on this, maybe SMB as well, but apparently not. Good scouted position, and in they go. But, okay, my fears do seem to be kind of accurate, as Diggory's already found BNR, and you can see the nades just swarming in. Nades, shots, everything they have, it's all going through. RTG are being mullered. Look at this, just ripped to shreds. One player alive, and say goodbye. Alia even nabbing a kill in that. Sneaky work from him. And you can see why he's prone down. Vest gone, helmet gone. He's just like, I'm just hanging out, boys. Circle update in 4 seconds, and there's Skade. First time we get to see them moving up now, getting into that battle on the eastern side, and it's AA they focus towards. Some sporadic spam from Anonymous. Doesn't quite find the connection he would have wanted, and it's pretty much circled up. It's centered up. FaZe, good time to make that move.
The position that I was speaking about for After All to try and take a hold of and control. This lip is it's a saving grace for FaZe Clan. They're going to have to fight for it once again, same principle. Once Ents come over here, this will be prime position and prime territory. But now Skader in the backlines of After All, it's slowed them down, it's forced them away. Like, FaZe can be safe here. It won't be without its own risks, and they'll have to manage those risks accordingly, but what a play while all the action is going on just under the cover of gunfire to send the vehicles to this position. Map knowledge is absolutely prime in lobbies like this, and being able to move to a place like that you know you can reside within. For how long? That yet to be remains answered, but still, good play from FaZe. It gives them a better opportunity than what they had previously. 2 members of SMB take the hillside, and 1 still remains in the front compound. 1 further back with the higher building to try and get an angle. I want to know, during all that chaos and carnage, I know Alia stole one of the frags away, but did people make note of his presence on his actual location?
I'm not sure. It probably was hard to tell in all of that mayhem. Good isolation there. Anonymous managing to punish a little bit of that deeper angle that Rustamar was trying to play with. Now, Ents need to move up, though. They still have to find that route, and they can follow the hillside kind of as they are here. It might tail them towards FaZe, though. So keep in mind that Gustav and Atzi, I think, are preoccupied with SMB. So this could be Ents kind of walking in, not necessarily unconsidered, but maybe unnoted. We'll see. This is very much a couple of teams on the edge, and then maybe, I guess, FaZe and a little bit of SMB, a touch closer to the center. This is still so tricky. Now, Ents have started to warm up here. Like, keep in mind, they've been late game a couple of games in a row now. They get that, win under the belt, though. They've got a couple of kills to play with here. They could start maybe pressuring the top end. And we said, look, we know what happens with them when they start warming up, but it's Gustav to find Youth first. Now this opens up, if anything, for Ents to move in towards FaZe. They are just behind them now. It looks like it's go time. Ents going to start the engagement. They find the tag, no frag. Looking for it now. Diggory finds 8C, and they're trying to locate the final member, Gustav. He's playing in that smoke very well here, but look at the gear that's left on Diggory. It ain't good. And the Molly's burning. Squeaky, though, looks for him, tries to get the flush. He gets it. Diggory burning alive, still trying to do what he can. He's going to go down, surely. He's still standing, but so's Gustav. Gets Squeaky down, spins around. Where's the others? Where are they waiting? Gustav unsure. Checks left, checks right. And there's Diggory. Says hello. FaZe go down. What is left of Ents after the back of this? I think just 2, if the res comes through.
It's a good effort by both teams. Unfortunately, Gustav going down is the last player of FaZe, so they've gone for now. See them back on Erangel. Takes us over to this spot with Supermassive trying to keep a hold, really, of what they grabbed earlier on with those vehicles. They keep moving them forward. Apocalypse yet to get into the fold, but been so late to the party might pay off if he can get eyeline on the players. They're throwing these nades from a deeper angle. I think with how the hill goes against them, he shouldn't be able to see them from where he is. Ents, however, could be on the chopping block if he holds that angle to the position. Ents have got problems with themselves, though. The smoke wall is basically being built directly towards them. If they stay quiet, they might catch. After all, completely unaware. First contact's made, damage is done. One of them has to hit the deck, but Lazar is there to strike. We spoke about that angle, and it has paid off in a massive way. Detrimental, though, is the flashbang as 3 players are forced to hit the deck. Another one up and over, and his teammate's there. Unfortunately, the Sniffer Dog is down and dead. The punishment will keep going. He has to reload. Tries to go for the swing, and we're into his top 4.
Now, what do we have here? Skade with 3, make it 2. The spray coming out is so nasty from after all. SMB down to 2. There are just bodies littering the battlefield here. People taking casualties galore, and somehow Alia is still snaking away. Not sure for how long. He's starting to crest in silhouette. Zorf might see it. I think he has. Yes. Found the snake, takes him out. And now Skade trying to get the numbers back up. Maybe get 4 alive if they can. I'm not sure. But SMB's 2 players are quite well geared here. Keep in mind, AA 3 standing and circle positioning favors Skade heavily here, Rich.
They can watch all of this unfold and then turn up at the last moments to just wipe out everybody who's left standing. But how many's left standing is the question. Sakura's holding 2 towards the top. Pokemon dives on into the middle. Tries to take down Rip9, but the instant response is there. Look at how much damage has been done, Zorf. Is maybe revivable, but it's whether or not you would go for it at this stage. No. Nookie comes in, and after all come out. 2 versus 4 will conclude. Rip9 and Lazar well and truly up against it.
Let's see what you got, boys. Can you pull off a bit of an upset? Now, Skade, well equipped, well geared, and obviously the numbers favor them. And look at Nookie already going on the kind of hunting mission here. Anonymous as well, closing that circle. And SMB, wow, this is rough. I don't know how much they've got to work with. Anonymous getting closer and closer. They're just kind of pushing further in. And I don't know if SMB can feel the pressure, but I'm sure it doesn't feel good. Molly's starting to litter the battlefield, and Sakura the first to really let the shots fly. Rip9 creeping up, but keep in mind, Anonymous has a deeper angle. He's isolated 1, but would you expect Anonymous? Where is the trade? Anonymous? Hello? I'm sure that he would have had that angle, but he's been allowed to flush Nookie. No response yet. Anonymous keeping his head down, finally makes his presence noted. And now the position is just dominant. Skade picking up a win.
With enough bodies in play towards the late game, they can throw themselves at it, even with the amount of damage that's done. You go for the trade, you go for the refrag, and it's good. And Skade put a win on the board. Overall, what that's going to do to the leaderboards in tandem, I'm not too sure. It's another one where we look at it and say, okay, down in 11th position coming into this overall. It plays off for the people at the top and the ones that have already got wins and makes it a little bit more difficult for everyone else in that middle pack who's trying to get something done. But a win's a win nevertheless. And for Skade, you see these moments, you see these times of brightness and brilliance, to be fair. And I just wish we saw it more because the skill level that is on that roster, it's phenomenal. It's a really, really good roster, but we just don't ever see it up at the top consistently.
Yeah, and it's always going to be that thing. Consistency is king in this game. And hey, good first step for them. Let's see if there's anything more to be found, but that's a wrap on Miramar. We have Erangel coming up, but before we get there, to break it all down, to bring you all the information, is the Analyst Desk.
Thanks so much, guys, for a great game here. Obviously, with this, Skate managed to get another chicken dinner. They got the last one of last week here, Toby, but for this one here, they could set themselves up, and they're actually not that far behind in terms of kills after VP.
No, they needed something going. They jumped from 16th place straight into 7th now, so if that's not a motivation to go out and perform in a wrangle, I don't know what is. But great to see them get a win. 3 wins in a row now for open qualifier teams. That's another thing to note. I mean, they've been stepping up. 5 last game, Skate this game, and the game before that, Redline, of course, going out and performing as well. So pretty interesting to see how they perform. Maybe that's going to be the continuation of how things are going to fare today.
Is it the other teams that is trying to cement their position and just secure the points that they could get here? Maybe Hypok, or what do you think?
Yeah, I definitely do. I think there's a case of that, but you know, with teams like Skate coming out and finally, actually, it makes it, in my opinion, harder for a couple of these top teams. Like I said, Na'Vi, in terms of expectations coming into this, I would have liked to have seen them put up, you know, earlier as opposed to coming down to kind of these higher pressure matches, right, with fewer matches left. And I mean, the only positive to bring out of that is all of their wins so far have come from Erangel, if I'm not mistaken. So the fact that they've kind of trended pretty well on Miramar is definitely a positive looking forward.
For sure. And with this as well, obviously, is we were kind of talking about when it was happening. We were hoping for Alia to be able to kind of snake a win there, but there's just too much pressure on the northern side, and Skate managed to get off the rest there, Toby. So they were fall strong for the end game.
Yeah, it's a great game for them, and I mean, with Skate also now being added to the 1-win list of this week, if you're Virtus Pro, I mean, as I said, coming into this game, right now they're sitting somewhat comfortable in 4th place, only really having one team that's a threat to them should they be able to maintain this spot. But now they have 3 teams below them with a win, and all of them are within a reachable amount of kills to be able to surpass and force VP down into that 5th place spot. That would open up the chance for both Na'Vi and Heroic to go out and win the tournament too. So it's pressure on now for sure.
And it's extremely close in the top as well, Hypok. It's 47-46 kills for the 2 teams with 2 wins, and 45 for Na'Vi. So if they get another win, we're talking just a few kills, whoever takes the win home.
Yeah, it is. And that's why, I mean, ultimately, yes, we could say that the win is the most important thing here, but for these teams that are so close by and it's only a win separating them, that's why we look for teams to do what Na'Vi have done, right? Consistently put up something. It's part of that contingency. It's the safety net, right?
Exactly, and right now Na'Vi's actually 9 kills ahead of VP. VP's on 4th, and as you said, Toby, there's 3 teams within a striking distance with a chicken dinner, but also in terms of kills, it's 8 kills behind for PPL and for Skate.
Yeah, it's getting really close up at the top. We still have some teams that we haven't seen from what we expect to see, but I mean, I don't think we need it really. I mean, their performance is coming out this game from teams that we haven't really seen deliver all that much up until that point. Skate getting themselves a solid win, good push there in the end. When the first knock came in, I thought, okay, maybe these guys have it, maybe they can turn things around. But unfortunately for Place, not quite the case there. They end up going down.
Yeah, and Skate obviously here with 7 kills. Heroic is very spread out. I feel like it's basically because of the terrain here and how everything worked out in the match throughout here, Hypok.
Yeah, I think it's we can say this is almost symptomatic of game 1, right? That mid to late game transition puts the teams in a very awkward spot, and it's a ridge separating, you know, being in control or having the freedom to play their space. As see a Skade fan getting a little close for comfort there, but obviously tied up across all 4 kills for everybody on the kill leaders, and Diggory once again putting up some insane numbers damage wise. And it's been a struggle again. I mean, my biggest criticism in week 1 after that win was maybe playing things a little too slowly, but they've become more and more active throughout the games in terms of kind of taking these team fights and wanting to, you know, stamp their impression on some games, but still the wins eluding them, Martin.
Exactly, and even like if they manage to get just 1 win here, Toby, they would actually surpass VP as well. They have 46 kills so far, 8 in the last one here. They're gonna be fragging out again, so if they manage to clutch a situation like that could be great.
Yeah, I mean, they had a good game last game. They have a good game here as well. They found their way into end game, but similarly to what other teams have been going through, once you make it to the end game, if you haven't gone through somewhat unscarred and unharmed, you're getting run over because there are those teams that have found the solid safe spot inside the circle. When they come pushing at you with 4 alive, no damage to the vest or helmets, all their utility flashbangs in hand. If you're only 2 up with a broken helmet and a vest, no matter how good you are, because the average level of every single player here is so damn high, you more often than not, you're gonna go down.
Yeah, and with that, we're actually going to be ready for a short break. We have 3 more games to go. We're going to be jumping over to Wrangle.
Fire.
I do it again. Add it up, bankroll, euro, peso, add it up, I'm just doing me, everything is on me, no you matter what, add it up, bankroll.
He able to find the first one.
Zengin burada cidden
You've seen his name pop off. Kafanın ucunu görmedi. Cover'dan.
момент. Максизор заезжает в Венецию.
Fire to go through.
It's all me, everything is on me, gon' back it up, matter what, told you I'ma do me, why you hating on me, it's not adding up. I do roll like a Mack truck, country heart, I might cop a farm and go act up. Lot of scars, I was cold-hearted, now I'm back up. Keep it real, I do this once a month, I don't rap much. I just take the money and go stack up. Only buying car till you tatted up. Add it up, bankroll, euro, peso, add it up, I'm just doing me, everything is on me, oh you matter what, told you I'ma do me, why you hating on me, it's not adding up.
Welcome back to PCS4 Europe Grand Finals. We are halfway through the day and we only have 3 more games to go until we find our PCS4 winner. There's obviously a massive amount of PGC points on the board, 450 for first place, and to compare right now, Heroic has 200 from ESL, so it's some, I mean, with 450, I would say you could probably qualify for one of the top 7 teams that is guaranteed here to go through from Europe, Toby.
Yeah, it's with Europe having 7 spots, I would be surprised if 8th would have that amount or more. I don't think so. I think if you win this one, you're through. That should pretty much be it.
And let's take a look here at the leaderboards for yesterday and today. So far, 2 wins. Redline 2 wins for Liquid, 1 for Navi, and so forth. But look at the kills, how close it is. And look at Ends as well. We have to look at that, Hypuck. 46 kills, 1 win for them, and they actually surpassed Navi as well.
Yeah, it isn't. I was actually just looking back through the kill counts. Obviously, week 1 was a very slow one for them. The 1 win, 29. And then the second week, obviously, they put up... was it 56 in total? Yeah. So with 3 games left to spare, like I said, they are tracking a little ahead in terms of how active we'd look to see them in terms of the mid game and looking for kills, because previously we've kind of seen them just try to ride out this positioning. So that could be a really good look for Ents coming into our angle.
And kills really, really matter. To compare for week 2 actually here, Toby, FaZe had 58, VP had 57, and Ents had 56. And there's a huge gap in both prize pool and everything, how much you gather from that. So you want to make sure you put as many on the board, obviously, but also you want to make sure you get the win here, because otherwise you could be left out in the dark and be sitting on 10th place, even if you have like 90 kills.
Yeah, that's the that's the thing, right? I mean, week 1, we saw VP completely separate themselves in terms of kills, 94. In that week 2 was all about Heroic. They find 79. But we haven't seen that one team this week, and whether it's because of more and more teams starting to understand the format, or whether it's because teams are getting more and more frustrated or trying to play more passive, I don't know. But we haven't seen that one team that's really managed to separate themselves in terms of kills. And that's also a big part of the reason why things are getting as close as they are for pretty much everyone on the leaderboard. One win here, there could be absolute make or break for well, pretty much everyone. We just saw Skate jump from from dead last pretty much into 5th place. It's pretty wild how far up the leaderboard you can go and how many more points you can wrap yourself up with by the end of the day.
For sure, and also obviously VP, they are not fragging out as much as they usually are, Harpak. That also means that there's more kills available. They're kind of calculated passive playstyle because they know like they are going to get third party if they get wrapped up in a like early game fight. Because as we also saw here in the last game, what was it, 1 or 2 deaths in the first 10 minutes? So they want to try to play as passive to secure that they are 4 guys alive as long as possible.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we talked about potentially coming into this final week with maybe a little bit of a target on their backs, right? So
For sure.
It's no surprises that, you know, teams see them in the kill feed, they're gunning for them. And especially with, like I said, a few more teams now kind of trying to heat up in kind of that early to mid game with throughout the circle 2 to 3 kind of transition we're talking about, where teams are actually more willing to take those fights over a particular compound, a particular piece of terrain. So that's definitely a consideration for VP, because previously they were able to just, you know, run away with lobbies. Like I said, I keep coming back to that phrase of it's been way easier for VP to play that play style where they're just killing teams trying to survive, right? Now that other teams are looking to become more active and actually take a fight over those pivotal spots, it's become more and more difficult for them.
And it's actually one of the beautiful things that we see, Toby, from these kind of metas that develop over the course of 36 games. You know, coming into the tournament from PGIS, the teams that had the experience with the MC format, they were starting off really strong. We saw VP, we saw the other teams as well, but it's developing. And now we're sitting here last day, and it's 3 open teams that take the first 3 chicken dinners of the day.
I mean, and that's a massive kudos to, of course, the players, but also coaches and analysts and everyone really working together to prepare these 4 players as best as they possibly can for the games to be played. It's phenomenal to me. It's insanely impressive how quickly teams can adapt to these curveballs being thrown at them time and time again. And we can just say it here. I mean, while we had a few teams that were really separating themselves early, with the way the leaderboard is showing right now, clearly the gaps have been closed in and teams are looking pretty even.
And yesterday we had some absolutely insane Erangel matches. I'm not sure we can even get close to it. There is a bait and switch military to, and I mean, let's just get on with it here, because I think we're gonna have some really great games here in Erangel. Take it away, guys.
With absolute pleasure. Yeah, starting out into the east and heading all the way across the west. A very central plane path here. A little, I guess, leaning southern, but not by a large margin. And you're right. Martin said it there, and I think it holds true. We had some crazy circles yesterday. Today, I'm sure teams want to almost have a little, maybe, relaxation after that sort of madness.
You would hope so. It was a very crazy day, and we even alluded to it at one point. Oh, we've seen circles jump to the opposing side, and okay, never mind. It's only gone and done it. So we had absolute chaos in Erangel yesterday, but regardless of the chaos, people kept it controlled, and there was some absolutely sterling performances, one of them coming out of Redline in the endgame versus ENCE, which I still stand by it. ENCE absolutely should have won. It was theirs. Redline jumped in, and it's ultimately led us to a point where Redline's in the driving seat here, so looking to see if they can do more. Final 3 maps, Lauren. A couple of teams that have well, I kind of say it, they've got to step up to the plate. It's a do or die principle now. We're talking, you know, FaZe Clan, got to be up there. We're talking After All, second coming into this. We're talking Heroic. There's so many opportunities to be able to jump up with the money, with the placements now.
Yes.
But very little time to get it done, and with all the attributes of every other team still playing and clinging on to that notion that you can get into the money, you can take home some cash from this competition. Everyone now is giving everything they got and just kind of throwing caution to the wind.
Oh yeah, and I'm glad the Des said it as well. I think highlighting that everyone is adapting now. You know, at first, obviously, there's a lot of kickback, and you know, at some point you got to just get your head down and grind. And some of the teams that are leading the understanding, leading the mentality, have been not necessarily stopped, but slowed down. You know, all these newer teams coming in, Skade being one of them, 5, picking up victories that have definitely surprised us, and they've looked good while doing it. They have adapted well. Players, coaches, whomever it may be, has done wonders here. They've truly found ways for some of these players to get that comfort zone starting to build. And it's not a short process. It can take a hell of a long time. But they've started off damn good. So already, good beginning. Now that first circle comes in, Rich, we're going northeast. This is big opportunity for ENCE, who've been quietly building in the background. you know, the wind kind of eluding them, staying away from them, keeping them at arm's length, but they've been starting to get a little spicier, starting to get a little bit busier. Let's see if we see that again here.
Depends whether or not they pull down towards the south and they want to take somewhere in the middle. Just make sure they're within arm's reach of wherever this circle may fly. If they come down further as Stalba, it gives them easy access to a great deal of places. The fact that the circle teeters more towards the east makes it rather interesting because you're knocking out Saverney, shooting range. Even, you know, the 3-stack, 2-stacks that overlook Rosok, there's a few buildings that we'd say, okay, well, we've seen a few places and positions that could be utilized and maybe even late game could come into effect, but with it being so east and big block of water in play, we look onwards of Yasnaya. You're not really going to be wanting to play further forward than that. That becomes your line if you cut it from north to south. Staying further towards the coastline between there and Yasnaya, you're going to be in a good position. Again, this is all just us, you know, ifs, buts, whats, whens, whys, maybes. We've no idea what the circle really does until some sort of land ratio comes into play for number 4. But it's all about getting in a point where you're in a comfortable position to kind of go anywhere and at least have some sort of response, some sort of answer to whatever the Erangel circle will throw at you.
Oh, no way. QBE. Just hearing vehicles pulling up. He's like, hold on. Wait, what's going on here? Now, we did see that VP and actually both Na'Vi did go for like a Yasnaya hold when there was like kind of a similar circle to this. I don't know where VP go with this one, though. I'm kind of interested. They could tail up towards the kind of, I guess, the foothills of Stalba, if they fancy it, or maybe just the back buildings. I feel as though this circle kind of gives you not even a 50-50. I think a lot of the teams will sit around Yasnaya Fields. I think with Prison in here, with that chunk of land around Mansion, Heaven, these sort of areas, I think teams will trend towards that, but we yet to see. And it's quite late in moving. I was wondering if they were going for something a little bit quicker. Maybe move towards a compound sooner. I get a little worried if I see them being a little late to this. If someone else, you know, nabs it, we've seen it so commonly now, so clearly. These teams will prioritize taking compounds, right? Like if it's worth a send, if they see it being viable and it's something that could, you know, maybe give them gateway to late, they will happily take compounds now if they feel as though it's a priority. I'm looking at BBL and I'm looking at Ents here. And we'll see how close by they get, because Ents were a little late to this, so there maybe be 3 there, and I'm seeing 5 moving up towards it as well. There is enough to share in this portion of the map, but it's not clean cut. And it looks like BBL have been at least warded away somewhat. I'm seeing the arrows turning the other way, so whether or not they're going to adjust positioning, we're yet to see. But keep in mind that Squeaky was slightly split from the pack, which can either be I guess, a blessing in disguise, or he gets picked up, knocked, and he's unrecoverable. It's one of the two.
You're right to make note of it. It's huge. Like, looking at BBL where they were, it's like, okay, well, this is where Ents, in theory, should be. They've leaned more towards the coastal side, which, again, they know better than us, so we'll see how it pays off. They've set up in a formation where they do leave that one player more towards the north. Squeaky can be a bit of an anchor point for the rest of them if they want to flex around him. If it does push to the north, banging. He can get straight into the circle and get them a good place. But it also becomes a prime point where that's prime real estate. You have Liquid yet to make an entry, Heroic, DA, Skade. After all, they are all on the same transfer path here. They are all going from the northwest now, just hitting the northwest edge of the circle below Saverney, and still heading further towards that coastal road. Heroic could send it in around the pond, but the second you come off the back of the pond, you have that really weird open compound that's really flat with a couple of tier, you know, level 2 buildings, so to speak. After that, it's Yasnaya. Going and crashing into Yasnaya at this stage, not necessarily a death wish, but certainly a death warrant.
Beck somehow found Rudy on the way there. I do not know how he lands these, man. Like, they're carrying past this. Keep in mind that 5 were pretty much set up to catch this. Now, they've actually done a little bit of damage, sure, but they haven't been able to really punish as much as maybe they felt they would have. And you can see Gustav trying to get back towards the cusp of this hill. Maybe a punish towards Rudy. Yeah, it is. It's a straight flush, and he could maybe take the house off the back of this, maybe split it with the hillside, or simply see if 5 respond. Dex has had to fall away. They were in a bit of a 2-2, kind of almost a 2-1-1, I'd say, as Rudy and Dex were a little separated, but it has forced 5 into a more compressed area. So, as it stands, FaZe have kind of created space for themselves. They're going to be able to work further forward, a little bit further north, towards maybe Ends territory. Liquid, AA, DA, they're all heading up that way now. So, if this circle shifts north, if we get like a Stalber, this is going to be wild. Most of the teams are sitting south of Yasnaya as it stands.
Skade, last team to make it in. Just south of shooting range at the moment. Liquid sneaking in on Ends territory. FaZe, actually, remember yesterday, they took almost the same trajectory path, and they did hit Liquid almost in a similar position and lost 2 players by doing so. Kameshki, after all, still going to be even later to actually this entire party. DA smack banging Stalber? Oi, oi, oi. Now the question is, does Squeaky's position be a huge, huge benefit to them? Or does he just die and become a Rezable, in which case they lose 25% of their firepower instantly? Jimbo making note. Opts for the DMR, which suggests he's going to go for shots. Engines off. Xiong's just rolling it to try and not give away any information. He has no idea they are there.
Wow.
He was trying to garner information over the edge by doing the silent pull-up, but Liquid had already read it like a book.
Oh, they saw that a mile off, patiently tracking it, maybe seeing if anyone else was joining or if it was a one-man exploration mission. And maybe he gets the free upgrade. He's happy. Car gets to slowly roll away. If he wants to just nab it, he can. That's a car lost. And Liquid get to live in the shadows, sure, but they're not without threat now. So moving themselves back down. This is on the drive-by. That was Fex flinging off the cliff, but it was for the kill. That was to catch Rudy, and sometimes you got to risk it for the biscuit. And they've got it. So a couple more seconds till that circle shifts. I want to see where this goes. This can get quite defining if it's quite a polarizing shift, but it may not be. Let's see where this heads towards. All right. So quite north and very east. So this kind of creates a lot of room. I mean, Kameshki's still in, technically. I doubt it's going to stay in. But my, this is going to throw a loop. Who gets the big boy compounds? Okay, Ents should be happy. FaZe, I feel, has to bring themselves back together because they could get crashed here. AA's on the way. Keep that in mind. Now, look towards the south. This is going to be a big migration, Rich. Everyone's on the way, and they've already lost Batulins. Oh, no, VP are not going to be happy with that one.
Yeah, VP losing their team captain on rotate will not be great. And the problem is the deeper they go into the circle, the more teams that have centered up. Liquid regroups came down from the mountains. FaZe Clan almost doing the same, but they've gone for a 2-2 instead. Taking valuable land away. AA's there also. We need to be aware of that. Liquid, decent land grab also. This will just keep denying VP. It'll be like a ping pong ball. As soon as you get to one of these teams, you have to fling it all the way down to another compound. Nail up. Unfortunately, the running locker up, so there's probably nothing you can do about that when everyone is just magnetizing on the FaZe compound. It's a weakened FaZe compound. Let's not forget about that. The more pressure after all go into that, they realize that 2 of them are disconnected from the rest of the team. This fight still needs to come to a fray. Liquid versus Redline, banging nade onto Ibi. He'll fall. Mexi now well up against it. Out. Oh my God, what an absolute perfect nade.
That's a heat-seeking missile. That looked like he knew exactly where to place it. Now, on the other side of things, Nailup's in trouble now. He's got further problems coming his way. He's not safe at all. If Heroic see this, that could be maybe a pickup in the backlines. Look at Vasku. He's driving on past. That could have been another player to add to the list. But as it stands, Liquid do hold. I want to see if they can get Ibi back up. If there's support there to do so. Nailup's got the nade ready. That gets posted. Ooh, careful now. Keep your head down, Mexi. You could have some danger here. And Zorf has just found Gustav. In the meantime, I did see that FaZe pulled their players across. So Gustav was kind of the most external player. He was trying to hold the extremities of the compound, but or you can already see AA. They've got themselves right on in there. Vazku's been picked up. Gustav trying to get to safety. Maybe allow a res to come in, and you can see as to why the nades, they're through the window. FaZe can't stop it. I don't know if they can get to Gustav here. He's making the run for it. He desperately wants to. But if they have a nade, Amole, here it comes, sends it in. Does he go through the window? I'm not sure. What I am sure of is that Liquid have just taken down Redline. So Mexi and Clip do keep this safe. A bit of utility posted, didn't quite make it through. Gustav stays alive, barely, and Fuzzface, the combat medic, gets him on his feet.
They did lose Fex. Let's make note of that. The rest of them are now forcing their way into that compound. And they will be trapped. It's a very small place unless you can take it out the back, which is a very, very obscure angle of approach. Vex did at least knock one, so it slowed them down and forced the rest of the group to regroup with inside the hangar. And now leave IC on the end to try and watch the toilet window. If someone wants to come a peeking, Liquid can lurk into this. Red line, huge pickup for Team Liquid, being the second place team. While all this madness and chaos unfolds, just give it a bit of a breather. Throw you a cold up top to whack in, get the goodies before we get the push, and the action will continue.
Pause for thought here. Circle.
Oh my. What in the world is that?
Look, it's been hot in Europe so far, right? So get on the swimming trunks.
No.
Get out, get a tan. Obviously, safety first, you know. Make sure you're nicely distanced from people. I mean, from others, you know? And no, it's not safe because I don't see any boats around. We going east, boys. We're getting our summer tan on. We're on the beaches. We're having a great day. FaZe on the move, DA moving, Skay moving, SMB, and there is not enough here to keep these players safe. This is now fight for what you can. Take what you can. This is not going to be for free. These are fights for territory, and BBL on the move for it. They've decided, Ents, you're our target. We're going to take on 2 of you here. And they've at least forced them away. But fights further afield. DA having problems of their own. There is nowhere safe to go. Player unknown. What have you done to these players? FaZe going to just try and find safety at the tiniest pieces of these cliffs. They were there earlier. It's been taken over by Mutiny. SMB found on the way by FaZe, by so many others. Mutiny themselves popping in shots, getting some flushes here. Perfectix doing what he can, but it's not without return fire. Liquid on the pull up towards the beaches. Is this Medal of Honor? Am I storming the beaches right now? Like, what is this? Ibby now trying to use the vehicles for cover, keeping his head down by the pillboxes. You can already see clips been found. This is a absolute massacre. Anonymous on the drive-by. Claims Mexi and Jeems. And now Ibby's the only one standing. Pops out a nade to try and buy himself maybe a second to think. Pause for thought, maybe not. Anonymous in the open, forced out. He needs it, he gets it. Ibby stays alive.
Only just as the smokes will be there. Whether or not you can get Jimbo up's a different question altogether. Sakura looking at distance with the SLR, trying to just pick away at these final players. Clib, unfortunately, while he shot the driver out of the seat, the car smashed into his, and ultimately, that's why it said it run himself over. His own car just demolished him. FaZe in a struggle. Cliffhanger currently unfolding before our very eyes. Death from above. Granula comes in and strikes one more surviving in the water's edge, but those shots, they're not from FaZe, they're from a different team altogether. 5 looking to get involved with leaving Fuzzface out on a limb. He's just going to sit in the cave, and honestly, it's the best pick of a bad bunch. Exhalation, forced to pull up. RTG, outside of all of this, they can kind of stay safe for now, but it does put them up against the blue. Once this circle comes in and forces the move, RTG have much more land to cover. They're going to strangulate them within that compound. Na'Vi, not inside the circle yet. They still got to keep going with a 4-man stack and vehicles in abundance. Alia, he realizes time's up against him. Unless the economy is looking that bad, he's not healed. He's entering this with very low health.
Full send, baby. You got to do something. Finds a bit of cover. Ooh. Look at this. Look at this.
BBL.
Okay, where does AA go? Because there's not much land here. I don't think there's a little bit of the longer forest still in play, and these trees are kind of, you know, they're thick boys. You can play behind them, a little bit of rocks here and there, but especially with a vehicle, maybe you can create a bit of safety. But look at Heroic's position, and so many teams could maybe get vision on this. I love seeing a fight here. Oh, this is the ticket. This is the one. Nice shot from Sakura, trying to use the tank traps and any piece of cover that he can utilize to work up and just keep himself maybe in a fighting stance, but it is a 1v1 on the beach basically at this point. Zorf gets caught in the middle of the road. We were questioning, where does AA go? Maybe not there. Okay, Exhalation, their time to try and make their best guess, and it is going to be a guess because a lot of this is over the ridge, Rich. They have no idea what's waiting on the other side.
Tixu finds Mert. There's the third headshot he's got with that bolt action now, just keeping people at bay. Up against it themselves. One good grenade, though, within the sandbag and the dugout. Trenches could spell disaster. They'll put you in a safe position to occlude from bullets for sure, but becomes a bottleneck if someone steps up close with a bit of utility. After all, they could get in the vehicles and maybe slam into the compound that Heroic's in if they realize that Heroic is not there in numbers in a weakened state. Then maybe have a crack at it. I think there's only one place you can go. It might be the same thing for After All on the opposing side, so keep your eyes open here for a lot of people falling in the kill feed. Mutiny turned up to try and defend the unannounced people playing at the doorstep. 2x through the window, finds it, but realizes someone hanging around. Good shots on to force him back
the
for
molly's
now.
burning him.
T-Bone is also in the engagement, so the Heroic fight did fall down.
He mollied himself. In the end, it just trickled through. Dead's the only one standing now for RTG. You've got Mutiny still with 3 players up at very least, and Dead's just using anything for cover, any way to kind of keep his head tucked down, keep himself away from the ever-present vision from Mutiny, who are sweeping and clearing. They're just eliminating by process where these players may be. Fuzzface, you know, Gollum in his cave ain't leaving. He's living down there. That's his new life now. RTG dead, gone. Mutiny hold. Now let's look across the battlefield as to what we have left. Can I get some 1Gs in the chat, please, for that molly? It's been a minute since I've got to enjoy that. We have Ents over towards the western side. Na'Vi, BBL. We have Exhalation in the north. Heroic, VP, and what remains of Skade with Ibby. In the south, SMB5, FaZe, and Mutiny. This is a very divided and tricky to play area, and I do not know where that circle's going to go now.
Oh, you need that vehicle, my dude, for mobility. Now you put yourselves in a... All right. Okay. Keep the gun pinned down to where you go. But escape whatever you can. There will be some vehicles, I think at least one of them that you can use off the back of that, so keeps going, but the reason the smoke had to be there is because of Mutiny. The metal and the smoke will only keep you secure for so long. After All did indeed slam into the backside of Heroic, and Heroic just backhanded them away. Another big contender within this lobby not securing a win. FaZe Clan down to 1. Heroic down to 2 and forced to move. Now V, good position, deeper than many of the other teams behind them. Ents looking a little bit rough now in the approach they will have to take. 3 teams staring at them. BBL, Exhalation, now V, all denying entry points. Stand out from all of this is that VP is still within it. If they somehow take out Heroic on the approach, this gives them a ton of space to work with.
Now, Mutiny, this is interesting. Do they know that Fuzzface is down here still? They seem aware of the possibility because they're checking it meticulously. And they definitely had the fight earlier, but we'll come back to that because it looks like Ents are on the move up already. Trench warfare ready to go. You already got the guard tower there, the trenches that are dug out littered with the sandbags as Ents start working their way forward. Squeaky and Diggory, the first 2 in there. Rustamar takes through the back lines. But Exhalation do have some vision on this. It will limit how much room they have to move. They need a nade. They need something to get this one going. They need that spark to light the fire. Heroic in a similar spot, but only having a tree is not going to be enough. No way. Na'Vi say, no, get out of here. You ain't coming in on this side. We're keeping our numbers up, and BBL are dug in deep on this.
Close combat, you put this in the hands of BBL just because of the sandbags and the objects they can traverse around. I mean, they're outnumbered and outgunned when it comes to, you know, straight up manpower. But Ents have to commit players down south to keep track of Exhalation. That's the only problem. There's a nuisance further afield that they can't take this cleanly, but eventually it has to come to a fray. One good knock would spell disaster. There it is, the opener. The second one not going to happen, but the response is great. It's perfect. It's absolutely gorgeous. One player down and all the rest of them claim the territory they're in. Navi's heard this. Exhalation know now that they're dug in. VP of a team you needed to take out, it was Na'Vi, and you've just removed a player from play.
But he's not flushed yet. It's hard to get reses here. You can see him wanting it, though. You know that 4-player advantage is huge. And VP just lost loot. Now, he's not flushed either, but they are down to only, what, 2 players standing now? They lost out on Batulins in this rotation run. Great call from him as your IGL. But still, VP, this is tricky to play with, right? You got the hard cover, sure, but late game, leaving that area could be a death warrant. Now, moving up 5 from the south, still have Mutiny, still have SMB, still have Exhalation. Plenty of teams in the south, and they want to clear this out. 5 need to get past SMB here. Already shots from the back lines, keeping them pinned in this shack. And the nades, the mollies, here we go. Run or die in the shack, that's your choice, and they chose to try and make a fight of it. Apocalypse does go down, and this is looking like it's a clean out. Lazar does manage to keep his life.
It's ENCE who are chiming in, but the third party has come through in abundance. They don't quite realize where physics is just yet. He's trying to jump him on the top to be able to shoot through the window, but not going to happen. Denied. Mutiny from the beaches worm their way up. Lazar somehow stays alive. As last man, quick seat change, and he has to deny the beachhead, so I understand the point of hitting it with the vehicle. There's nothing else you can do at that stage. It'd be nice if Mutiny somehow remove Lazar from play, but he can stay here for now. He can keep the safety with him. Tixu watching the back lines, making sure Exhalation stay quiet and don't do some sort of god run up against them. For ENCE, they actually need rid of Exhalation so they can focus on the problem at hand, which is Na'Vi. Getting off this hillside, it's the same, I suppose, mirror
Look at the
image.
smokes. Look how labored they are, Rich. The gaps between them, they don't have that much to play with, I'm pretty sure. They're trying to keep some back. They're trying to work with what they can. It's not a lot. And this fight isn't pretty. Rustamar's in, but I think that's about it. The rest still have to cross, and you can see the SLRs, the SKSs on the other side. I don't know if they're going to make it through this.
Na'Vi can't raise its head, that's the thing. It can't third party this fight unless they go lower. If they go higher, that's when BP takes advantage of it and starts tapping away. First victim, first strike. This is a valiant attempt and an absolute blistering effort.
They have to
when
keep
there's
going.
Nothing else to work with like this. Eventually, that helps out. That helps even further. Big old nade strikes. There is a response. Tixu goes down.
Wow.
Squeaky, Diggory, they get the job done against what would seem unwinnable odds.
The res is coming in, right? But you know they are low on utility. You saw how labored those smokes were. They're trying to keep a little back in the tank. They've got one on Diggory here. He's already spotted out where Mutiny are, but I'm looking at Na'Vi moving up in the back lines. That makes me nervous for ENCE. Are they ready for this fight? Because Na'Vi have kept themselves safe. Now that's a great nade. Melman just deals with 2 so quickly. That's going to be a flush, surely. They're just raining in nades. But because of this overextend from Na'Vi, they are now open to VP. We're seeing a bit of fight coming back in, but ENCE are left in tatters no matter which way you cut this. It's Squeaky and Diggory, yeah, the deadly duo at times, but on the other side, let's see if Na'Vi actually get punished for this. Virtus Pro can't move too far themselves. Great deals of smoke, though. That's a difference maker there. 9 still on some of the VP members, so that is a lot to work with late game, and that's going to be a call out. Quizzy out in the open gets punished for this. They tried to get towards ENCE when the iron was hot. They tried to strike while the pressure was there, but now receiving damage. Can they get a res? He's tucked himself back down under the defilade, so they should have a second to get this res off.
BP staying as long as it can, holding that angle and hoping that Na'Vi shows face again. The vehicle's there so they can pull it to the tree and create themselves some kind of a barricade. Something to work with. I mean, you can even hear itself. The vehicle struggling, but there's danger from the backlines. They've not kept a track of this one. They had to go for the res, and it's cost them another knock. This is the knock-on effect. ENCE are allowed to flood into this. And even the tiniest amount of pressure from ENCE could crack Na'Vi. This gives BP time to set itself up, basically, and get ready for this.
Squeaky!
He's making it all that much harder for Na'Vi. It's falling apart at the seams, and VP is laughing.
And I've got to say it, look at the amount of kills that ENCE are getting. If they get a win, I don't see it being this game. I think they're a little too beaten and broken at this point. And maybe I'm underestimating them, but just looking at what they've got left, I feel it's a VP Na'Vi Mutiny game, who knows which way. But they are farming kills. I think they're in 11 so far. ENCE are having a huge performance. They just need that dinner under the belt, and then they can start pushing. until then, we wait and see. It's just down to Squeaky now. Yeah, 11 kills. What a performance. But already teams have moved into better positions. You've seen Lou. You've seen Na'Vi. They're already in there. Mutiny have shuffled in. Squeaky back to the blue. He's done for. Great work from Enzo. Brilliant run kill-wise. They just need that dinner in one of these games, and it could be theirs. But we are down to 3 teams now, Rich, or with 3 players alive.
Lou's on his own. The smoke give him away, but no one else will really want to make a play on that. We have some impeccable marksmen still in play, all with DMRs. If they show face, they're probably going to lose it. We'd have to anticipate. At the moment, they will keep peppering away at the vehicles, and it's starting to burn and smoke. They could have done with that to try and stay mobile to get to their next objective, which is Lou in front of them. You made note, you touched on how many smokes they actually had. Look at Leosh in the distance. You can see him cycling. Has he read the book? Has he understood that Lou is down there? No, he goes for the first rock, so he doesn't have that level of info yet. He's not been able to look over the ridge line and keep track of where VP's been moving. We'll see the 2 players moving forward, and Lou's there to try and hold the line. If he can catch the overextenders, then this will silence Mutiny. I don't want to count Na'Vi out just yet. They've worked hard to get to this, and, you know, they've been broken while doing so. It's really hard to suggest with everyone playing Edge.
Okay.
Mutiny's got to come in. That's the one thing to take from this. Mutiny still has to come into the fray.
And
it might drive towards VP. It might drive... They could be the game changer for either of these teams.
But they don't have any good place to transition to. Like, there's a couple of rocks there, but then they're open to both Na'Vi and VP to kind of create that danger. Let's see what they go for. It looks like they're in the vehicles now. High ground up. Do they dive in, or do they just try and take maybe the plateau at the top? They're still not in yet. Okay, Granula might have found a little step, which is safe, at least, I say at least, from Na'Vi. So the rest might be able to go up to him. It looks like they are. Now, they're barely in. I mean, barely. And in these scenarios, you want to be the 3rd team. You want to be that last team to fight in this. And it looks like they're trying to avoid that at all costs, but I don't know if they can.
No mathematician, but if VP wins this, the maximum we could get for the next 2 games, a Liquid and a Redline win. Taking that from them, at least Na'Vi would guarantee them... Excuse me. VP would guarantee themselves, what, 3rd placement with this win? This one might be the one. This one could be the one that does it for PCS4. It's all yet to be determined, and see how this final game does unravel. Mutiny is still edging forward. They know there is no ground. No ground whatsoever. They've been poking at VP for quite some time, but you poke the bear, and generally you get the claws. The nades will be committed. They're good. They're perfect. They slam into Danimon, and he hits the deck. No time. No chance of revival.
Blue.
The 3rd party comes in and moves on to a different objective. This is all falling the way that VP wanted to. They strike onto Mutiny. Mutiny strikes onto Na'Vi. What do they do with these opportunities, though? That's the question. How do they capitalize? How do they finish, Lauren?
They do just that. Spyro takes out example. The nade comes out, and VP look dominant. Na'Vi now down. Lou again just keeps the punishment up. They kept 3 alive here. They have looked calm and collected in one of the most strenuous endings in Virtus Pro. What a way to show off their dominance.
It's the 2nd win on the board. It guarantees them a 3rd placement within PCS4 at minimum so far. Overall, could that be the one to win? We're not the admins. We're not the final jury staters who can absolutely put that on paper. But what we can say is that VP thus far has been a formidable force. Throughout the Continental Series, what we've seen them do with these lobbies, what we've seen them do in these competitions, it's nothing short of phenomenal to watch. It's picture perfect, even from the old rule set back to the new one and the updated one. They are just playing lights out PUBG.
They are some of the best, and you could see it there. They kept their composure at the very end, but to give us that insight, that kind of idea as to where we stand now, because as said, this shuffles things. I mean, Ents are on the climb. Plenty of teams are looking like they're firing up now. Let's hand it over to the desk to give us all that information.
Thanks so much for breaking that game down, guys. What a fantastic one, and what a wild and wonky circle as well. We were talking about it. We're going to have some crazy ones. Yeah, that 3rd shift was pretty crazy, Hyperk.
Yeah, I mean, it's a angle that keeps on delivering. Throughout PCS4, it's been great to watch. I'm sure a nightmare to play, especially with how some of these have fallen out with some teams absolutely dying for these wins. But VP, I gotta say, they last out through what felt like a war of attrition there throughout the end game. I mean, it was a very, very slow and methodical play. There was a point there where Mutiny had good sightlines onto both Na'Vi and VP. And I gotta say, it potentially would have been the most influential out of the three to take that win there.
Yeah, Toby, we were talking about here, Mutiny and Na'Vi, both of them would have potentially pushed VP further down, but VP takes and secures their 5th chicken dinner of the tournament so far.
Yeah, this could have made the overall, like coming into the last 2 games, very, very close. Regardless of whether it's Mutiny winning, that would have pushed VP down into 5th, or if it's Na'Vi, of course, getting themselves another win and jumping up towards that 1st place spot this week. But VP winning this, that's now making it incredibly difficult, if not near impossible, for anyone to catch them.
Yeah, and also for this one here, Na'Vi could still have a great game and potentially take home the win of the week as well. And that's still, there's still a massive amount of difference in points on the board here, because Liquid is right now, they are sitting on top. They have 52 kills. Na'Vi also have 52 kills. If they take a win, they could potentially push off Liquid from their current throne for week 3 here, Hybuck.
Yeah, I think now with that VP victory, I mean, overall bigger picture, we can kind of, I guess, wait to see what plays out, right? Now we look towards who actually is going to close out week 3, right? This is where actually the last 2 games, now we're going to look towards who can actually top out the week. Obviously, you know, overall wise, there are so few conditions for VP not to come out on top now.
Exactly. And with this, of course, 8 kills for VP. They sit pretty comfortable up there. Mutiny 13 and ends 11 as well, Toby. They played their heart out, but I was looking at the count of how many bullets they had, and it felt like it was the utility game that won everything for them here in the end.
It really was. I mean, we've had Batulin say utilities, everything, and it proved to be the point there. I think we saw Sparrow with 22 bullets in total. So when they got the double knock with the nades and Nam, we're like, well, okay, that's probably 15 to 20 bullets. They didn't have to fire that. Now they can focus the fire on the last Mutiny player that then ended up dying to blue. So fortunately, the bullets themselves didn't end up being the deciding factor in the end game there.
Yeah, you know, it's a critical situation when you have to drop your M4 to get the rest of the bullets out of that Hypoc to make sure you have enough to fire upon everyone coming at you.
I mean, I feel like they had more nades than 5.56, to be honest with you, which isn't a terrible spot to be in. I mean, in that scenario there, like I said, there was also a chance where V potentially couldn't even stabilize behind that vehicle, right? If Mutiny fell before that Phase 8 closes, Na'Vi, I gotta say, it cleaned them up with ease. If it comes down to a smoke battle there in Phase 9 as it closes, VP don't win that.
Yeah, that play from Danimon and the boys on Mutiny, the amount of control that they had on the eastern side there, Tobo, was really impressive, especially considering, I think the play that kind of won VP the game was when, I don't remember, was it Danimon that actually took the car and drove to the southern side and then started putting pressure and applying pressure? No, it was Granula that started applying pressure onto Na'Vi because they were afraid that if they came over the hills, that's where Na'Vi's focus would be.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Na'Vi still had the edge there with the circle banana and the high ground, and that was really the only thorn. Like, the only area from where they could get punished was if Mutiny was allowed to get the other ridge down towards the water. And as you said, I mean, they pulled up on it, they played it perfect. Unfortunately for Na'Vi, it ended up really working against them there.
Yeah, very unfortunate, but we have 2 more games to go, and we will see who's going to be the winner and who's going to finish in the top 3 to get all those juicy PTC points. We're going to be right back after this break, guys.
Ты далеко.
Я не вижу верхнего. А, вижу верхнего. Метку мне удал. Дерево. Меня пуш. Тихо звук. Помогай нам. Help. Сколько пушит? 3. Иду. Лоу хп. Не могу. Лоу хп у меня. Запуш. Он не даст перейти мне, брат. Окей. Звук. Напрягай верхнего, я подхожу. Все, я с тобой. Едет к вам. Я тоже еду к вам.
Welcome back to PCS4 Europe Grand Finals, and with this first game of Wrangle, with 2 more games to go here, Toby, VP takes a really crucial win, and there's basically only one way another team could win this.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, after just quick number crunching, there could be flaws, but we're pretty much looking at a situation where it's really only Afteralt now that has a chance to win the tournament, and by doing so, they would need 2 wins since they haven't gotten any yet, and they would need to catch up to the 22 kill buffer that Liquid has in first place right now. So. For me, that's the way it looks in terms of who's going to be able to win the whole tournament. Of course, still 20,000, still plenty of PGC points available for all these teams trying to get the win here in the final week. So of course, a lot to go for. But in my eyes, after all, pretty much the only team that has a chance now.
Super interesting thought for this one here. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboards for week 3 so far. 52 kills for both Na'Vi and Liquid. Na'Vi with another win could push Virtus Pro down, but still they would have to go super far. Like it's
and only 2 games left.
So I'm just looking at math, and it's actually really funny because I was just thinking when we were talking about this before we came onto this segment. Basically, after all, have to do what they did previously, right? Week 2, day 1, go back to back. Guess how many kills they got on those back-to-back wins?
21.
There you go.
Hey, you didn't expect
they need one more, though. They need one more. They need one more.
Oh, thank you, mathematician Toby.
Yeah.
21 is not 22. You're correct.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Yeah. But I feel like there's no chance we're going to see Liquid go out and die. No, that's also happened before. So yeah, it's very likely. Nothing is settled and set in stone yet here, Toby. But still, there's a lot of teams that are still vying to be as good as possible. Liquid, obviously, they want to try to keep onto this throne here. They would be sitting on 28,000. They could potentially secure themselves north of 200 PGC points from this one. And considering they have, I think, 95 from ESL, they would be sitting extremely comfortable on around 300 PGC points.
Exactly. It's all about adding up those points over the course of the tournament. Yes, you can win one of the events, but if you then go out doing absolutely nothing the other 3 events, then that might be you not qualifying if one of those, if it wasn't the absolute prime event of the year. So if Liquid can, like as you said, get points in the ESL, make points here as well, and get points in the 2 events to come, they're looking really good as well.
Yeah, that's another interesting thing, right? Because PCS5 has a guaranteed spot for first place, and I would love to see it be like an open qualifier team that can completely dominate, but it's looking very likely that we're going to continue to see the same sort of dominance from the teams we've had here. Hypuck, it's the same teams that are continuing to do well here at PCS4 that also did well in ESL, and soon ESL Summer is coming up as well, and it's looking very likely that it's going to be quite top heavy. So we could potentially see one of these open qualifier teams go in and snatch one of those spots that are in the bottom, because we have these 7 extra spots.
Yeah, and it's interesting as well because when we removed some of the top teams, I guess after the first 2 events, ESL and PCS4, if they're kind of out of that discussion already, it kind of shifts the objective completely, right? And they're in the same bracket as some of these open teams, so it does make it very interesting coming forward if you don't place particularly well here in terms of the PGC points going forward for especially some of the bigger teams we've seen absent from these other events.
Yeah, and also from this here PCS so far we've had some teams that have not been doing as well as they did for ESL. FaceClan has been a team that hasn't really been able to step up so far. Are we expecting them to win here, maybe, Toby, in the last 2 games?
I mean, FaZe is a team that can always go from you having very low expectations to going out and getting a 20 kill win. That's something they've done before. That's something I wouldn't be surprised to see them do again. Maybe not 20, but in the 15 kill margin, they can easily do it. It hasn't been going their way. They haven't found their way to late game, but I'm sure they can do it if things kind of go their way in the next 2.
And let's see how everything turns out. With 2 more games of a Wrangle to go, we have Pansy and the best looking beard east of Liverpool coming up. Welcome.
Well, I'm going to say that's me, so thank you very much, Marin. I very much do appreciate that. For all said and done, it is Ginger, so I have to have something going from at the end of the day. It's the penultimate map, Lauren. This is it. The Americas, APAC, Asia, everybody has found their PCS4 Grand Champions. After this one game, if the mathematicians are correct, if Toby is right and the circumstances do happen as they do, AA could be the only opponent to remove this trophy from VP.
Yep. It's a tall task, isn't it? We're asking a lot. I think we've seen the potential that AA can bring. I think that's the kind of notion that I'm stuck with, is that we have seen what they look like when it goes well, but right now I'm seeing Heroic right next to them as well. And we haven't seen them hit that stride today. We haven't seen Pokemolodoy popping off, or, you know, Booker T just drilling people. But it could happen. It could. It can and will in the next, you know, 2 games. We'll get the resolution. QBE. Haven't seen a iron-sighted SKS in a minute, so that was interesting. And we wait for the circle. Oh.
Yeet.
Now, Rich, I've seen something like this before.
I've read this story once previously.
Correct.
Oh no. All right. Well, get around the bridge, boys. That's the best place to go, right? Just somewhere lurking around bridge. You get the best of both worlds. Then you can transfer it across into Sosnovka should the odds be in your favor. But you know, PUBG can be a very fickle one now and again. Sends it all the way to the north, and the Hunger Games begin.
But can we just appreciate that, like, most teams, when they first see the circle in the previous one, right, they're like, okay, it's probably Millie Island. Like, as I said, like, I'd say 70% of the lobby, maybe even 80, went to the island, which is pretty reasonable. But now they have to sit there and go, is it going to do this to us again?
Ugh.
Is it really going to do this to us again? That little extra layer of doubt has to be, like, looming on their minds, right? And also, this team's actually on the island this time. You have Skate down there and RTG. I'm pretty sure last time, like, almost no one dropped there. So, a little bit of a difference. At least you have some starting there. And, yeah, I guess that changes it slightly, but not by much.
If I remember correctly, Aitzi was the first one over to the opposing side. We watched him in the car. We got the quick aerial overview. There were no one there. He drove over. Then FaZe could kind of dictate some of the teams that were coming over from that side. With Nova already gone. Military base contested, RTG down there. The aerial tower, the radar tower's within Skade's hand. I'm just wondering, the reason I'm kind of pausing, I'm looking to see Dead if he wants to try and worm his way up there, because he's in the plateau buildings just below that. I wouldn't think so. Not as a one-man band. You're not going to be attacking that head on. Wait. Hold the phone. Navi's gone early. Navi is in front of Liquid. This never happens. They're set up. Their gun's ready. Look at this. Quizzy's behind the box. Alia in the glass house. Examples followed up as well. Did Liquid catch for it? I think they did. They've just turned. They've turned. They've seen it. Navi went for the camp on them. The first time they've really ever done this. And Liquid has avoided it at all cost. But at what cost? Because on the opposing bridge, it's just as loud.
Oh, yeah. Welcome to COD 2 Rifles. We're just here on Carantan. And, I mean, I love seeing just, like, the iron sights on bolt actions, man. They're just, it's nice. So, to kind of carry on from that kind of discussion, Na'Vi did stop, but they carried on because Liquid also went to the hill, you know where the T-junction is, kind of on that south road that kind of leads east. They sat on the hill, maybe scouted for a second, saw them moving, and then moved on as well. So, and they've gone back to Pachinki. I guess they're like, well, we can't go quickly now, so we might as well loot up more. What?
So, I'm wondering if, right, because Na'Vi isn't a team, let's be honest, Navi's not necessarily a team that we would assume camps and goes for it. But this could be to do with a standings thing. Like, you know, if Liquid have been making some sort of a run up the top, we're talking about money, we're talking about PGC points.
I mean, look at kills. And if Na'Vi gets one more win, look at the kills that they're both on.
So there is potential that is an actual, you know, thought process denial. They were going for Liquid on purpose. Rather than it being a hot drop, it's actually a real camp of Liquid to try and deny them any further chicken dinners, any further PGC points, any further monetary value within this lobby.
Because that's got to throw them through a loop, right? Like, if you're sat there and you're Liquid, now your whole game plan and the timing that you normally stick to has been switched up, right? It's out of sorts. Now, they can still play slow. They'll be okay, but it's not the normal. Now, what are Na'Vi up to now? That's what I want to see. Are they sticking around on this side of the bridge? They did move over, but did they leave the bridge? I don't think they did. VP have just pulled up in towards farm. Ooh, this is going to be a mad one. I think Na'Vi is still on the bridge here, and BBL are going to find out. Yeah, they definitely are. We have players now waiting on the sides. You're going to have Melman there, UMP in hand. You have the barrel ready to go, and there it is. Mert's been found. Tree comes in, doesn't quite get smashed, but it's not a bad connection. Bloomin' heck, that You and Peace being put to work. Now, the other two have pulled up, though. They haven't full sent. One's made it through, which is Smash. Two are locked on the bridge.
Melman's got a bolt in. I wonder what scope he's got on that, though. That's the deciding question. It's a 3 times. Down to try and time it perfectly on the drive-in. Batulins also has a bold action as well. Salik. His face has just been removed in the kill feed. Oh, man, the ramifications of this are massive. Liquid's still in Pachinki. They've been forced completely, and that's absolutely calculated. Na'Vi doesn't go early. They know who does. It's only one team that likes to get out of Pachinki quickly and get across that bridge, and it's TL. BBL now forced to wait on the opposing side, losing one player. Remember, Smash did make it through the junction. Oh, we get to see it.
Oh, BA.
It's a driving one. All right. All right. Crack on, Batulins.
Batulins is so good, man. Like, I'm normally not a personal fan of players. I don't think it lends well to our job, but it's hard not to like Batulins. He's like the great IGL who's taken on this format, taken on the team, and just pulled up the region. And he's hitting shots like that? Come on. How can you not like that guy? Now, spinning on though, DA. Superstars in their own rights, sending it over on the boat, tailing the ferry. Gonna be the ones pulling up towards the beach, I'm sure. And I wonder if they actually beach it as well. I'm sure so many teams are now like, I'm just gonna wait to see if it comes back up north. But because you guys are being so delightful, we're gonna treat you. I have a little promo code. We're gonna pop it on the screen. JS6VDU SL8EYW. Grab it while it's there, pop it in the game, and if you don't already have all the goodies, there's a couple for you. Now, let's spill over towards ENCE. We're checking in on their progress, heading from the east south, and gosh, I really would love to see ENCE pick up a chicken dinner. Kind of unlock the beast, right? Unleash the beast of the amount of kills they've been pulling up here. And, oh, Nalup's having a sneaky peek.
My eyes are fixated on that map. BBL being forced onto the opposing side. We'd have to assume Smash comes over to take a look for info, see if Na'Vi's still lurking. I mean, they're on the hillside. They're in a better position to allow teams to get across it. But BBL's presence is going to force so much damage, and Youth is making light work of DA. That's 2 players mopped up. Nade been cycled. Left-hand side. That peek is absolutely banging. Straight through the window, leans out. Knocks Vard on his backside, has to run for cover. Jumps out the window himself. Could this be a 4 versus 1? Youth, you need to turn. It is! Youth, the man of the hour. 4 versus 1 just demolishes DA from the little Potter Tower himself. Lazar does go down in the meantime, but it means nothing. What a jump. The lean out the window. Perfection.
Yeah, Avada Kedavra, they're all dead. I mean, that was the timing on that. That was quite nice from Nalup. But the timing on that, like the play on the window was just perfect. That was so sick. Now we're going to see a huge battle erupt here. I'm already seeing it. We're going to have Liquid, AA, BBL, Heroic, all on the Western Bridge. And the East is still busy. Teams are... They're not committing across. Liquid, they are so out of sorts on this. This is so weird compared to what they used to. And okay, they found Embarco. This is one of the teams that is only one of the teams that could truly chase towards the top side of things in the grand scheme here. Liquid doing what they can, but Bogaty's going to say, well, look, if you're going to drag us down, I'm going to drag you with us. Shots ain't coming through, though. Bogaty's missing a sitter. As Clib now going to move on up. Gets himself out the window looking for it. This is not a nice fight for anyone here.
What? He just hit him in the head from that? Okay, well, you might as well carry on. You know you've tagged him, so you might as well go and frag him. Pokemordo is there to boot as well, so he needs to lend out a hand. Easy lean. Second spray goes in, applies the pressure, and Clib is feeling it. This man is just... The intensity he brings to gunfights, the level of technical skill is unmatched. The circle has been horrific. Heroic. Keep track of that. Also, about to hit the bridge. The 2 players that are left standing from AA, they're going to carry on. Remember, if we're working off the wins that these 2 players are the ones holding the mantle and one holding VP back away from the trophy, well, that job for them just got a hell of a lot harder. Heroic is chasing them down. If they see this off the bridge, if they realize who it is, then maybe they just go and punish them.
Very much could do. We'll see if that's the case. I'm seeing VP still locked to farm by Exhalation. I'm seeing some crazy things. This circle is mad. Now VP trying to clear through this. Boom's just like, well, look, I'm just gonna take your time. All right, I'm just gonna chill here. When you try and leave, peekaboo. That's it. Now the rest of Exhalation have already left. He is on his own. They've gone. They're in boats. And he's hearing all these footsteps. They're breaching and clearing. Boom. Let's see what he's up to in there, man. Just sweating away, feeling the pressure. Can he do anything about this? Spyro back to the wall, tries to stay away from the banister, stop that gun from cocking up. Brilliant. Nice clear from Spyro. So well done. Flush comes out. VP, take the house.
My God. You just you'd assume the person camping in the room, right, has the overpeak advantage. No chance. The snap, the drill, it's done. VP will keep a hold of that compound, but it's outside of it. There's no reason they have to leave very, very shortly. Towards the bridge, and Liquid will be rotating on the same path as well, so that'll be a massive, massive fight. Top of the table versus current leading champions, quote-unquote. Page finding BBL out in open waters. I did lose one on the bridge earlier onto Na'Vi. Let's not forget about that. So they're down in manpower at the moment. They're also looking towards the side of SMB and trying to get a read on what's in front of them. Lay of the land and understand. But a big old M24 rings loud and proud, and Marco knocks him on his backside.
Yeah. So at this point, let's see what they can do with any of what's presented. Still waiting to see VP make their way in. Liquid, I think, about to kind of launch themselves from the coast if they can.
Are they?
God.
Are they looking for...
I think they are.
They're on the ferry. I wonder, I thought, is that where they're sat still?
Welcome to the Over 80s cruise. Today we're going to be heading over towards the military island. Please make sure to use as much of our luxury service as you'd like. It is all inclusive. Dinner will be served at a nice 5 p.m. for the elderly. They'll be going to bed nice and early. And I mean, they're going to be on their way whenever they get there. Boats are gone, so what are you going to do? Now VP ends the swimming.
You're in the wrong job, Lauren.
They're having a great day. So am I. Exhalation, though, they kind of got screwed by VP clearing that house so well, and now they've just been absolutely backhanded by Redline as well. Instinct's just going to go and live on the coast. He's had enough of the busy life. He's going to retire to the country like seemingly all of my friends are. They've all hit like 30 and they're leaving the towns now. It's very terrifying. Off to suburbia. Now, VP about to make it across the bridge. I think they're in the vehicles. Keep in mind, Liquid, as said, on their retirement cruise. Over they come. They'll be making landfall soon. They are out of the blue, which is one bonus, I guess. So they can just cruise on in, quite literally. Oh no, Batulins, please. Please, Batulins. Just wait. If Batulins sees them, if he kills one of them off the boat.
Spyro's looking.
Oh, I wonder. Okay, they're going to see. Okay, for starters, Skade are going to be looking down towards SMB. They're going to be peppering the shots. But if VP kill Liquid off a ferry. Oh.
Jumped.
I'm seeing guns out. I'm seeing M24s. So that's Batulins, I think, dropping down to the water. Yeah, Lou's definitely seen that. Here we go. As soon as they hit the beach, welcome to the island, boys. You should have stayed on the boat. The cruise was safe. It was comfortable. The food was blended. There was no worries. You were having a great day. Now VP are making a bit of a problem for themselves. And I like the fact they had the fallback plan of Batulins already on land as well, making sure that they had that gateway themselves. So, as said, putting together a mental image. I don't know if they're going to expect Instinct over there, but still, they should be okay at this approach. Looking further afield, we now go to the radio tower, right? This is where it's closing towards. Who's on the top? I guess you got Skade up there, RTG, SMB, Na'Vi, everyone trying to scale up.
Aerial tower will give the information that they need, but they've got bigger focuses and bigger problems in front of them. RTG are keeping track of SMB, of Skade. Heroics down south, they're rotating in. They'll be coming on the southernmost road, all the way up against the rock edge. Five's down there as well, so they can't go too far all the way past Nova, otherwise they're in trouble. BP, for all intents and purposes, has been the last one to this party, have made it to a very, very prime location. But I can understand why people aren't here. It's because of the teams that are in vicinity of this, up towards the radio tower, up towards further down Novo side. BBL have just caught wind of Team Liquid. Liquid are they're up against it. Like, you know, I know they've not been involved in too many fights thus far, but to get to this circle as being treacherous, all this simply off the back of Na'Vi showing presence. Like, they didn't even engage with them. It makes me wonder if they haven't seen that bike and gone forward. They had the UMP. They may have just lost one player. They've been further forward of this. Markup gets tickled. Remember, for Liquid, they are outside of the blue here, so damage is going to be well and truly in abundance. Once you go down, the chances of getting back up are going to be very, very slim. Ibi, next one to take damage. Pulls forward on the back of the SLR. Two players will be able to at least back him up and see in this. He'll have to dip down low to see what else he can do. Clib could be the savior. If they don't keep track of him, if he somehow gets around them, then maybe the flank could be devastating. Zorf, the team that was there to challenge VP, is down to one player. It's one player hiding behind a car. It's Poker Molodoy. What can he do apart from hope and pray?
Nah. I'm putting that right in the pocket of VP. Sin still 4 alive, looking good. Clib, what can you do, bud? Spot 2 driving away. Great spray, does do some good damage, but just watching as they already progress further ahead. BBL have got greater aspirations in that fight that was behind them. They're going to lead into the circle if they can. But where do they go? These are pretty rough areas to try and traverse. It's not an easy climb. It's pretty steep either side. Yeah, they're out on foot. Not pretty, and Quizzy's got a good angle on that too. So BBL, I don't know if I love that rotation. Hell, Liquid could look over and be like, why did you leave? Where have you gone? But we'll see what Liquid do. I mean, they're trying to just work their way in, man. They are just working with the hand they've been dealt, and it ain't a great one. But also FaZe, another team that I wanted to look towards, because they were one of the earlier ones across on the Eastern Bridge. They went towards a kind of edge compound on Novo, you know, the one that overlooks, has a nice little kind of surround on it. Now they have to move out, though. So where they head, I want to note.
The first point of contact is going to be outskirts of Nova. You got two teams within residency here. Ensu have been super quiet, by the way. They swam. They bloody swam from the opposing cliff faces out by backside of Milta Power, if you will. Well, further down Milta Power, excuse me. Relay station off the edges of it. I don't think they realize that any of these teams are here, and someone's got a level 3 gun. Level 3 gear and ready to rock and roll and put it to good use. Mutiny here in abundance. Nate goes upside of it, but now the danger from the water strikes, and they've also got big boy gear to boot. Squeaky's having a field day with FaZe.
Yeah, FaZe have just suddenly been surprised in the weirdest way. Fuzzface will find Squeaky, I think, or at least one of them on the way up. I think that might have gone towards, actually Dex able to claim that in the end, but no one walks out of this cleanly. Redline at best walk out with, what, 3? Maybe 4? I don't know. I mean, they do have 4 alive, so maybe Redline could. They have a nice 2-2 split, but FaZe are in tatters. Ents are down to nothing. Fuzzface is just dragging people with him. The Grim Reaper at this point going to take him for a bit of a dive. I mean, he's half HP, still got meds. He can make a run in, but there's still Diggory lingering around, and as soon as he crests that hill, Diggory don't need many chances. Oh, the timing. Who gets it first? Who gets the timing?
FaZe
is down anyway.
Ents is on 1. Liquid's now on 1. Clib did take, he got a 2-for-1 off the back of BBL and managed to at least secure the frags before going down. But with 4 players of Redline lurking on this ridge line, they're actually going to come to a very interesting end here. If they can keep it clean, they can. Look, Crooks gets the healed off. This will be a 4 versus 4 fight. 5. They can wrap on this. They can maybe make something happen, especially if they're quick. It would force Redline to stay on the defilade of the hill and keep them downwind. Oh, I didn't realize how far they... Okay, so for Rudy and Dex, that's a bit of a bridge too far. That's a very, very long stretch to run across. Especially if QB and Look keep a track of what's going on. They don't. Dex strikes. And this is the time for Physics & Co. to pounce.
It'd be a huge game for them. Secure the eastern side of this map would be massive, but they do have to clear out Ivus, which is still a problem. You don't see him right now because he's still in the back lines. He'll have oversight on all of this. So if they do crest that hill a little too far, that's where the punishment will come in. That's why Naileup and QBE don't have to run too far away. They are depending on Ivus to keep them safe. And we saw some tags, but it wasn't enough to dissuade Dex, who does get Naileup, knocks him, and now the threat is looking minimal from Ivus. He's going to have to leave the compound he's in anyway. He has to get a move on regardless of where he was holding before. Looks like maybe they've got some vehicles there. I know FaZe pulled up to it, so I imagine there's some bits and pieces around. Yeah, in the car, but not going go particularly too far. He's still going to just kind of shuffle up a bit, maybe get line of sight, and try and help out QBE and nail it.
Still king of the mountain for Skade. Aerial Tower's giving him clear vision and a full read on how this circle's playing out, where teams are going to be residing in, what's going to be open, what's not. And everyone else is going to have a very difficult time traversing up to them, like it's almost nigh impossible. Dex is feeling feisty. He might just look over this and the dirt, to be honest. Taking out Ivers and denying him access to the rest of the group. Making him pause to heal. Keeps them weak, keeps them at bay. They know they can't run forward with Redline on their tails, because the second they do that, they'll be seen. They've got a next objective in front of them, which is going to be Skade up top. Again, that aerial view, that line of sight height advantage is going to be so punishing when they try and make something happen. Now, we're not checked in for them for some time, and they've been quite quiet on the plateau just below Radio Tower, the small military-esque building set before you work your way up the rough terrain in the hillside.
Oh,
and this is a dungeon gauntlet in itself. Players are scattered on the road. Nades are going up. Lazar forced to run away from it. Youth down. Rip does some damage back. Youth's going to burn away at the wayside. Nothing can do about that. Instantly removed from play. And look at that. As soon as one falls, Skade above, Death from above are there to remove the points. After all, is gone. Imagine. Imagine.
Oh! Oh! That was so close. It was like 30 damage apiece. Laz's turn. Amazing stuff. I don't know how Tubi is holding on. I really don't. I truly do not understand. And I think he... I don't know if he could have got BNR, if he was trying to. Doesn't matter. Dead. Yeah, if you're stuck to this hillside and it's not like the last circle or last resort, you're kind of screwed. Especially when there's teams still like east of you, north of you. Because even if, let's say, that situation didn't unfold with like SMB and Skade there, you know, someone's going to be moving up to that ridge line and you don't really win that fight. So, red line towards Rudy, going to be still holding this one down. We still have this battle going on between 5 and red line. It didn't go as cleanly as I thought. I thought 5 had them dead to rights way earlier on. Now, Naz is trying to find Ivers, but again, what? Alright, that works, does it? Fair enough. My bad. QBE trying to answer back, but this is a very strained fight. Very, I guess extended at this point. No one's being clean with it. No one can get the complete flush yet. QBE, though, the last one alive now. He's trying to keep Dex at bay, but nowhere's really safe. He's got Skade sometimes getting vision on him. He's got, obviously, the left side now busy with 5, back up to 3. Tapping away. Dex doesn't get it. Naz does, no worries. 5 sticking alive. 9 kills and still cooking. 7 teams remain. And VP starting their build-up. Old Batulins getting caught on the way. But hey, they won with 3 last time. Maybe that's their good luck charm.
And ironically, Batulins were the first one to go down. Take out the IGL and just let him focus on the comms. Yeah. We shall see. It's still a scary prospect that they're actually alive at this stage anyway. For everyone else, they realise they were the problem at hand. They were the team to be dealt with. Still, it looks like everyone's playing for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and all the rest of them, so we'll continue. It's not over until it's over at the end of the day. We got this and one more map to go afterwards. 5... They did overstay their welcome, but they had to, for this simple reason. It was a very open road, and they knew exactly where Mutiny, where Skade were trying to set up for their last stand. To try and cross the road with a team on your backside was going to be problematic. They've not made note of Lazar in his little corner.
He got one. He took down Spyro. You got to do something on the way down, right? Leave an impression. Leave a mark. Now, okay, let's talk about the radio tower, Rich, because, I mean, it's always powerful until it isn't, right? It's that, like, suddenly there's that mark where it goes from, like, sickest spot to, shit, we gotta leave. And it's pretty steep. I mean, normally it seems to go towards, like, where Na'Vi are, I guess, to an extent, from what I remember. Maybe Heroic, that little bowl there, but we'll see. It does seem as though it's going quite similar. We have seen a couple of endings like this, and this is where I want to see what Skade do with this situation now.
But the corner's in. They can play off that
Yeah,
big corner.
yeah.
So long as they deny access and entry from VP, they don't let them get on top of this hillside, then I think they're going to be good. It's much more, with a circle like this from the point that they're in, it's much more in the situations which you know they can slowly work down. They can keep massive height advantage up until really late on. Misa is still tracking VP. That's really important in the grand scheme of things if they want to win this map. Just remember, Skade's already got a win on the board. Another win here, it sends them straight up into 4th position.
Quizzy.
Also chomping at the bit to try and do something. It's going to be a little bit sketchy. There's nothing else to really hide from. If they can make it to the foot of the hill, then fair play. It's whatever works. But that's also slightly dangerous for Skade. Allowing all 4 players of Na'Vi to get to that point, it just adds more pressure, especially when you're trying to keep a track of 5 of VP. And then if you don't know where Mutiny and Heroic are, well, it's just another objective thrown into the mix.
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? You know, the crown can be a heavy burden, and when you're king of the hill, everyone knows where you are, right? Everyone's looking at when you make the move. They split around you. VP on the move in vehicles, moving it up the hill slightly. I think you can just hear him off in the distance, even from Sakura's side, and Sakura's geared out of his mind as well. Like, that's something to really note. He is very well established. Push-up comes in from 5, though. They need to get in. Can't get past Granulo. That's a good stopping effect there. Naz did take down his teammate, so it's a 1-for-1 trade-out, and now they are down to a 1v1. Seeing if there's anyone else who's going to get involved. I don't see the third party yet. A couple of shots, sure. Nookie, yeah, there it is. Misa, 50 HP chipped away at, forcing the heal. And VP are getting a little interested too.
VP are limited in how far they can extend to look at this fight. Good read from Naz. Guns up, finds the player. Gives him a bit more breathing space. The second VP overextends, then maybe Misa starts to lay down the hammer. Bolt action for... I mean, it'll put one in the ground, especially if they're stood still and he has the full drop on them, but I don't think you can get that angle. I really don't think there's enough lean on the cliff face in order to actually join in with it. Beamy with a bolt. Now, there's a tantalizing prospect. Someone who can really do some impact frags here and make some room for Vasco to move in. There it is. On time. Perfection. The man is an absolute marksman. We've seen this time and time again. Not something that we've noticed more recently, I want to say, within Heroic. Especially when you have the likes of Vasco, when you have the likes of Page, who can also put a bolt to good use. But if he can make some windows of opportunity, if he can garner some avenues and some room for his teammate to move forward, especially with level 3 gear on, the survivability factors increase that all a little bit more.
VP? VP just sent it down in vehicles, and it's worked out! He just got past Naz, and now you can see the fire from up to... Oh, Anonymous, careful, 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 careful! He just about gets down without losing his life there, but dangerous. Game's being played, Spyro's in danger. So I think Spyro's gone. Yeah, he's dead. He can't be recovered at this point. Skate are making it down the hill just. Sakura now gets knocked from examples. Nade, Na'Vi still in this, still trying to do some work. Perfectic split from the other side. Lou. Now, I don't know if Anonymous knows this. It looks like he does. Yeah, underhands that. Does it catch? No.
Heads on pin, 2 players. One of them heavily damaged. Finds the target. Example goes down. Will follow up with the second as well, so it could be confirmation on the kill. If not just enough health to deny the resuscitation. Skade still overwatching all of this. He's somehow got the res. That is overzealous, but with the smoke going down, it would have hidden.
But here's the problem.
The sound of his footsteps.
Look at that center circle. Skade still need to come down. Look at where that's hit. That's the cliffs down below. So Na'Vi sitting here, just dug into this hillside, are making that a huge problem.
Let's go, Beamy. Solo Snake, come on.
See what you got, Beamy. Lou on the move. Perfectix begins the vert nades. You're going to have the 2-2 split for Skade. It looks like Nookie and Sakura to one side dealing with Na'Vi, and Misa dealing with Lou and Perfectix. 2 beasts. And then Beamy just living the life. Now, the mollies are interesting. That will force Skade further away, which is quite a nice idea for VP. I like that. And they are really committing to this. They are littering this entire side with them. So maybe trying to keep that safety as the blue will slowly shuffle Skade further and further away. As Beamy's still living at the bottom. VP need to be careful of that. Now Na'Vi still have 3 alive as well. Sakura and Nuki. That next step could be the death. They see a pixel out of place. That's Melman. That's a big find for Sakura. Insta flush, no messing now. 10 kills. Perfectix looking for a reply back. Can't get it. Misa. Huge punish. Skater holding this for now. And now you're going to have 2 for Na'Vi, 1 for VP. Make it, I'm ready to say none. He's still alive, but at what cost? In the blue, it's chunking. It's hurting. He can't quite get to them. No, Skate denied. VP gone. And now Beamy swept aside too. This is looking like if anyone's to stop it, it will be Na'Vi. Example still stands. Do not underestimate that man. Let's see though. Sakura is geared out of his mind. And the win is theirs.
15 frags in the bag. Skade. They take control of the radio tower and they just jump. Look at this. Feet first into hell. Slides down with the AUG. Peekaboo, thank you. And the win is theirs. Great control, great map presence, and more importantly, staying on red alert. You called it perfectly. It's so hard to get out of those engagements where you're up high and all of a sudden the blue and the roadside pin you in. You have to fight through that. And to keep track of so many fights, so many different teams. I mean, you sent 2 down to Na'Vi, 2 over to the opposing side on VP. Overall, a great win. And you know what? Jumping down feet first like that, it's like balls because it could go completely wrong, in which case you leave an example or someone else alive to run wild.
Yeah.
Can get a bit sketchy, but it's a good win regardless.
I don't think there was any scarier opponents to be up against as well. Na'Vi with example standing and VP still with players up. I mean, that was really dicey, so credit to Skate to really pull that through. Good work. Let's hand it back to the boys to get ready for the last go of things.
And what an absolutely insane ending once again here in Erangel. We get another Skate win here, Toby, but still, Na'Vi, insane consistency from them. They didn't manage to close that one out, though.
No, tricky one. It's I gotta say, it's very refreshing to see Skate win on military. They're a team that has been on this side of the waters many times before, and I don't know why, but there's always that saying when you're a melee team, you gotta win the melee games, and they have, I feel like, kind of been cursed for a while, being the melee team that doesn't win melee games. So seeing them getting a win here over on the east side of the base itself was great to watch.
I feel like often in case of military games, Hypok, it's the case of the home turf circle of melee is just so hard to defend because there's so many cases where it can go as well.
Oh, for sure. I mean, if we look at kind of on a macro level, how many teams, obviously, this was actually great to watch. Marco bolts him. He actually drops a nade as well. Ends up confirming it's like the worst way to drop a nade on yourself. But you're right. I mean, if we look at kind of the macro, it's a circle that in terms of rotation timings, everyone's there a lot earlier, right? Nobody wants to come late to a military island. So really, it's not the same as holding down a city. You know, you can rotate to one of these kind of compounds just on the edge to make sure that you can gatekeep the entry. There's so much space to control, especially these eastern side Sosnovka circles with the observatory and all the terrain that surrounds it. Makes it so difficult to convert early game positioning.
Yeah, but here Skate, they managed to, and you have to in this situation, so you have to take the radio tower if you're having like an eastern-ish circle, and Skate managed to do so, but they also managed to keep many alive. They managed to fend off quite a few teams as well.
And that's the thing, right? Because yes, I mean, the Land Novo, they didn't exactly have the furthest to transition this game, but how many times have we seen the team on the observatory hill either A, get pushed up on the hillside and will die because of it, or B, fail to make their way down from there again? And here, I mean, Skate, they fought their way through it. 15 kills, they managed to grab themselves a win, but 5 as well. A team that unfortunately kind of stood up to the plate a little too late in the tournament, but a good solid 11 kill game for them here.
Yeah, it's good to see 5 up there again. They have definitely been stepping up. They had some rough games yesterday. Mise, the Bloodhound, with 8 kills for this one here. Sakura also fragging out. This is great to see. Hyper.
Yeah, it is. Again, it's always nice to see a couple of new faces up here. Dex making another appearance in kind of a one-off for them. But overall, I mean, we were just talking about kind of bigger picture. And actually previously, earlier on in the broadcast, we were talking about, you know, potentially teams that can just make a mad dash for kind of placements in this final week. Skate it up. Oh, we used to actually get into the 1K cup. It's been a while since we've seen somebody break it. But Skate overall, yeah, making a big push. And if I'm not mistaken, I think kill count-wise, they're potentially knocking on the door of passing VP now.
Yeah, it's looking extremely close. I think it's a few points, maybe 2 or 3 kills that they're within this one here, Toby.
Yeah, it's close, and you gotta love it, right? I mean, every single time I see a team up on that hillside kind of playing it passive, you know, just scouting a little, but not taking those shots. These guys, they were shooting at absolutely everything moving. I'm surprised to see they still had ammunition by the end of the game because they were all peppering. So when you have top 3 damage dealers all on the same team that game, you know they were doing it right up on the hillside.
Exactly. And with that, we have just one more game to go. We're going to find our winners, and we're going to find who's going to end up in our top 5 for the PCS4 here for Europe Grand Finals. We're going to be right back after this break. And welcome back to PCS4 Europe Grand Finals. We have just one more game to go here, Hypok. We find our and determine our winner. But right now, VP is, I think it's pretty much set in stone. But there's so much on the line here for Skate, for Redline, a lot of the other open teams that is really putting their last kind of dash at things to try to secure as many PGC points as they can possibly.
And I've done it again. Yeah, I should stop coughing during the break, I guess. As I was saying, Redline and Skate, that's the 2 teams that fit that profile perfectly. Obviously, to close out here and ultimately for these open qualifier teams, like I was talking about earlier, the bigger teams, obviously, we can lean a little away from the PGC points discussion, but these are 2 that if they can get on the board here with a fantastic, I guess, start with PCS4, potentially, actually, if they can come back, qualify once again, they might be able to actually squeeze through a spot somewhere.
Yeah, while we take a look at the standings here, Toby, look how close it is. We have 4 teams on 2 wins. Potentially, Na'Vi could take another win and also shake up everything in the top because they're extremely close and they've been fragging out. And their consistency this weekend so far, in 11 games, they have gotten 4 third places, 2 second places, and a win on the board. It's been extremely impressive to see.
It's very rare you see a team go out and perform like that in a tournament of this caliber. So massive kudos to them. Of course, I mean, you would want to have last week's after all ability to close out games. That would have been a pretty guaranteed first place for Na'Vi at this point. But still, sitting at 5. And I mean, as you can see, if they can get some good kills here and a win in the final game, while they might not win the whole tournament, that's week 3 going their way with a lot of money coming with it.
And I can't help to feel just a little bit bad at ends here. They've had an amazing run for this one here. 59 kills, Hypok. If they had 2 wins, they would have been number 1.
Yeah, this is, I guess you could say, stinging as much as a week 1 heroic performance, to be honest with you. Depends on how they close things out. It's been great to see, I guess, watch the games. Obviously, I think back towards the 2nd place, a 3rd place, and a 3rd place finish across week 3 overall, but unable to close one out, and unfortunately it's not going to amount to an awful lot.
Yeah, and even if it's close but no cigar, nothing matters here. You have to put wins on the board here, Toby, and it's been pretty impressive to see the open teams do so far.
It has been. We have 2 teams in the top 4 right now, both Redline and Skate making their way up. There's 5 knocking on the door to a top 5 spot as well. It's been, I would say, surprising to me how well some of these teams have been performing over the, or evolved over the course of the tournament, I would say, coming into the final day, because they seem to have everything kind of figured out.
Yeah, and even though it started a little bit slow for Versus Pro here, they have definitely been able to close it out, and we're going to be having just this one more game of Wrangle, and we will see who's going to be our winner. It's most likely VP, but who's going to be everybody else, and who's going to finish off on top on week number 3. Take it away, Pantheon Sims.
Let's do one more go of things to find out who closes this out. So many unsuspecting teams just turning the hell up when it mattered. Skade, I mean, these guys fell off my radar a little. I was looking out for them. I was waiting to see if they did anything. Yeah, Nookie's mad. Let's see if something comes from it. It took a little time, but now they've made an impression and a half. Starting out in the south, heading to the north, Rich, where does your mind go now?
Oh, something like this. You've got to look towards the first circle, see if we get any kind of a Sosnovka ending like previous. Does Na'Vi does the same again? Do they try and go towards the bridge and maybe deny Team Liquid access? We would say no. Given Mutiny's position, it's a little bit different from previous, where they were nowhere around this place. So Ferrypier would not be so easily contested this time round. Ay, ay, ay. What a wonderful set of 3 weeks that we've had so far, though. Like the ups and downs, the turmoils, and the runs of all these players that they come through. Heroic, going from not being able to get up to the top to making it finally up to the top. VP from absolutely smashing week 1, going down a little bit towards week 2, and now battling off everyone else to try and hold on in week 3. After all, the complete outlier, I want to say, from 9th position, looking okay, mediocre, okay. Week 1, bang, week 2 jumps in, sends VP flying, and then week 3, unfortunately, just hasn't really been able to turn up and show the signs of life and presence which they did in the previous one. Ultimately, I think this has shown that Europe has some changes maybe that needs to be made, going forward in terms of adaptations, not team changes. I just mean taking a look at, okay, we now know how this system plays out. We know how this format's leaving us. What difficulties if we run into, and how do we make changes to get over those? The one thing that has come back from this is that VP, no matter what format you throw them in, no matter what circumstances they're given, the adaptability of that team is uncompromised.
Yeah, they are some of the best there is, and I don't think anyone can really say much against that. They proved that they suited the format quite nicely initially when we saw it, but they have risen to the occasion. Others tried it before and didn't quite find that comfort, but they came out of the starting blocks, at a true god tier pace. So we now look beyond that, though. Liquid, 2 wins, 57 kills. Still doing well, but they need that buffer now because people are right on their heels. Redline not far off. VP, of course, overall looking pretty much set in stone here. And Skade doing very well for themselves. A couple more kills and they'll be right up that board. But one dinner ain't enough anymore. These teams are proving they can do it time and time again. That consistency, that ability to repeat, to find form more than once, is now the key component. Everyone doing business as per usual. I don't see anything out of the ordinary particularly. And somewhat to be expected at this point. These teams are playing for that chicken dinner. They're playing for the best option possible. And with a circle like we've got, it's going to involve a whole lot of driving for some of them.
2 questions that will stick in my mind when this competition's done is, 1, what would Liquid look like on placement on the overall leaderboard had they had week 1 clear? What could they have done with that? And the other side of it is, with more game time, with more play time together at a comp level, what could 5 have done? There is some sign of life amongst that roster. There is a superstar in Dex who's certainly made a name for himself in this competition. RB. And absolutely drilled as they try and approach, just top side of farm, skirt away from it. They'll grab the vehicles and get out. It's going to be a very slow drive up there. They might have to turn a little bit left, get a bit more speed going up this. The peak of it starts to get a bit more difficult and a bit more sluggish as you do approach. BBL, they'll fully send it. They've come here early, but do they realize there is a noisy neighbor? It doesn't matter. They're committing to the cause, and this noisy neighbor, he's a farmer. He's got a shotgun. The 16, not great. It's not the full AR that we kind of need for these engagements, but a good old spray with that thing's going to cause chaos no matter what the nade inside, though. Has to bail from it. Damage done in abundance. And it's the molly. Okay. Down we go. No problem. Ence. Disconnect from this altogether. They unfortunately have won to fall, but BBL, they stand tall and they control this.
Yeah, Ents were on the way, but it was just a little too late. They couldn't get there in time, and that Molly and Nade combination was just something they couldn't get past. That's the death of Diggory. That's a big name to take down, especially from Ents. Diggory has been doing some serious work for that squad, and this is one thing that can catch teams out. Normally, obviously, Ents get to have their time at the start of it. They get to slowly build in. They're normally traveling around the map, but when the circle's in their backyard, they have to be so ready for teams to make these sort of plays. And BBL, roll your mind back. They had a great performance in this area. They took a great position last time, and they might be able to get that again.
It's a rough circle for a final game. Plenty of water in play. Of the Yasnaya Pond also towards the top, which should keep sending us further north, and a lot of teams will play above that just because of its presence. Liquid DA's directly in front of them. Rumum's overextending a little bit, so if they get caught off guard, they might be forced to hit the small compound just to their right, which they are doing. This is good. This gives them time, somewhere to formulate a plan. There is a drop just in the distance. If they cop for it, it would be theirs. They could take track of it. Let's have a look and see if they pick it up. Otherwise, it will go unnoticed. It's probably not even a case of unnoticed. It's a case that it's rather open from the opposing side of the pond, and you have to be careful. SMB, big old rotate round back of Stalbert. 3 members of ENCE will be able to keep control and keep that plateau, which is always a prominent position. TL getting tagged up. People are starting to get close to one another. So before all the action unfolds, let's get a promo code up so you guys can grab it for one last time.
9GB, WGT, BD4, RVA. Grab it while it's there, and like Ibby is grabbing that crate now. So 3'd up. Was it an organ there? I think it was. I don't 100% remember. I think it was. So that's probably just going to be left, I think. Yeah, he's happy probably with the barrel and mini. So away he goes, 3'd up. Lovely. Really happy with that. And considering they kind of got pushed away a little from red line. It was a Grozer, excuse me. I thought it was an organ. Silly me. Brain didn't quite compute. But at this point, was it ENCE, SMB, trying to look who's more on the more northern or Stalber side. I guess Exhalation could swing that way. FaZe looked like they were sitting on the bridge for a second. RTG coming over, 5 on the way. This is just busy, kind of just south line of Severny, right? The road leading south of Severny has now got so many teams on it. A little east, of course, in towards the hills near that kind of, I guess, you know, the granny hut sort of thing, or granny house. BBL has taken residency, and actually a big area, keep in mind, right? So BBL have taken a big portion of the land, and I'm surprised no one's gone for it. I guess it's hard to scout, for one, and 2, it's hard to crash. It's not an easy position to get into. Where any of them are, it's a risky send, even at this point, because simply there's so many other teams there now. So I feel as though they're somewhat safe until there's going to be a forced move, and I wonder where they lean towards. They have kept, I think, 2 of their players in one position, so yeah, it's kind of a 2-1-1.
Brief moment of pause before all this starts to ignite. Ooh, James, all right. Did he overextend? Did he bite off more than he can chew? Because he's getting peppered on that bridge. You can just see it on the map on the right-hand side. Forced to go back with the rest of the team. Maybe either a late straggler or just looking to take more map presence. Redline have the bigger compound. That's the one that Liquid was pushed back from, that it was scouting out previously. Severny, after all, plenty of teams up that neck of the woods. Holy. 5, Skade, backside of shooting. VP, just outside Severny. DA, split. 1 player down to keep track of that one tiny little yellow shack, which is an anchor point for the rest of DA, because they're all in the petrol station just at the foothills of Heroic. RTG furthest from the party outside of the blue. They'll probably even be in the next one as well, unfortunately. Time's ticking away, and so will their health rather shortly. They'll be forced to pause when the circle does update. It moves to the west ever so slightly. Stays more of the north, keeps water in place. Severny looking good. BBL pick one of the compounds, boys, because that is going to be some hot terrain. Where do you want to go? Where do you want to formulate your last stand?
They staying 2-2?
I think they're staying 2-2. One of them's regrouping up to, you know, reinforce the northern side of it. That's going to be a big amount of peacocking and a very, very strong hold if they want to challenge for it. If they do, fair play. It's you know, it's not out the realms of impossible. But against 4 players, just fully sending it with all frag nades in hand, it's going to be no easy feat. Now the transfers, now the migrations will go. The tag is good. The bold action hits Anonymous, but they've at least made it to this so you can get the heal back off. FaZe Clan have yet to work in this area here. They're driving directly into it. This could be very problematic. 3 teams about to smash the living hell out of one another. Heroic looking inwards of this phase, yet to make an entry point, yet to make any kind of noise.
I don't think you want to. You've heard all this popping off. You want none of that. But here's a yeah, SMB, they're on the way in. Misa's found Rip 9. And Skade got themselves dug in on this one. Sakura's doing well, picking up where he left off in that last game. Closed out incredibly strong. And now he wants more of it. He's going to get more of it. Anonymous joins him on this. Sakura just flashing as he goes. Yeah, Misa's knocked, but he might be recoverable. Lazar will not have line of sight on that at all. Smokes go up, so they're trying to pick him back up. Nookie going to take the first fight, loses it. Lazar's still there. Good angle, but he's getting tagged up under the vehicle now. Anonymous, careful. You got 2 knocked and one's on the res, so you cannot risk your life here. Trying to show multiple angles, keep himself in this. But you're seeing Mutiny and FaZe clashing in the south as well. Already, Fuzzface has gone down. This is a bit of a trade out, and there it is. So far, Skade do stay alive. They should be able to recover and get 4 standing. No problems unless someone sends it in now. FaZe trying to work their way through, but Fuzzface already knocked. Here comes the drive up. Leosh gets it. That's 80 now, lost 2. Mutiny fight back, and they do it in style.
Only one of them left. It's a war, 2v1. Fex, 15th position. FaZe Clan are gone. That's the end of the line for them. They go no further. Whatever points they've mustered in the back, that is all you boys are getting. It's been a very rough competition for them throughout PCS4. We've not seen the FaZe of old. Certainly, you know, signs of life now and again in individuals. But as a team, the wins just have not been with them. Heroic. Knock 1, confirm it, pull back. T-Bone will be an anchor point further towards DA in all of this. Gives them somewhere to traverse towards. Exhalation as a point is all the way in the north, going toe-to-toe with Ents. Tixu on the kill feed. You can see DeBoom has gone down. Fortunately, he's outside on a beachhead, and I don't know if he's recoverable at this stage. Melman smells a team directly in front of him, but QB's got a bold action. He's got to be careful. Don't show too much of your face, otherwise he'll be removing it, my dude. Na'Vi have actually got a massive amount. I've only just realized. So you've got Example, Quizzy, and Melman over here, still sporadically apart. And Alia's holding that complex.
Wow.
See if it's going to
what?
Be any good. It's not. What in the world is that? That's awful. That's like previous.
This is perfect, Richard. What do you mean? Here we go. Let's have a bit of this then. Right, Liquid, BBL in now decent spots if they can get together. They're going to have to really move quickly. Okay, Redline pulling themselves in. You don't get to split in these sort of circles. No way. Okay, so now Saverni becomes an option. Maybe a shelter, a bit of refuge for some of these teams. Heroic might have to go for it. VP have lost that position that they once had now. It doesn't look so good. RTG can slot in on the east, maybe. But DA right down through the middle. That's a brave route to be running. And Na'Vi going to try and keep back RTG. So this is where it gets super, super interesting. Teams have to make choices that aren't easy. This is where the hard choices come in. Example is watching so patiently. He knows exactly where they are, and it's the call, when do we pull the trigger? Now, 1, 2, 3. Oh, he gets it.
Word.
He's so good. Example is one of the best players right now. He is hitting his stride as an individual. Now, this is where your IGL, where your players will have to fight for space. This isn't just, oh, we'll take this compound. Oh, we'll take this hillside. Oh, yeah, no. You have to try and make the right choice. And sometimes there isn't an easy choice to be had. DA having to go to the beach. Like, this is it. They're being kept up by smokes and 3 vehicles and a little bit of a runoff here. This is hard choices to be made by these players.
The thing is with the beach, it's not too far off center circle, so they're actually going to be safe so long as they can sustain this and the smokes get them into a position where they can't be seen from after all, but it's easier said than done. There's a glass house on the back of Severny, which should give them line of sight up high, get on the roof and see what's going on. Vehicle is causing all kinds of grief, flips over on its back. It's some hard cover for now. They'll keep 2 up, but for how long? Heroic press into Severny, nowhere else to go, and it'll actually be quite safe. They can take the opposing side of town. You have to be careful as you go further forward because you have 5 living at the other side of the road. There's a little ditch, and that's what they've dug themselves into. VP, what is the call? You're the second to last team that's not within this circle. The only other one is Mutiny, who are moving from that plateau compound that Liquid tried to scout out early on. What's the play for VP?
I want to see what they go for here. Looks like scouting in the south slightly. Maybe looking up towards where Liquid currently are. I'm pretty sure Liquid can see this. I don't know how... Yeah, they can. Or at least someone can. Yeah, shot's going to come through. It's not a lot of damage, but it's enough to make you notice that someone's around here. The vehicle's done them in. DA, look. I told you, sometimes you got to go for those sends into Severny or try and go for these mad plays because there aren't easy choices. And at the moment, you're seeing Exhalation and After All taking absolute advantage of this, and they're done for. Bye-bye, DA. As said, sometimes there ain't always nice choices to be had, and it moves to the main portion of land. Slap bang center Skade using that east side of Severny, the kind of ridge that runs around. 5 doing something similar. Liquid in a compound, BBL in a compound, and still okay actually where they are. That's not a bad spot at all. And VP trying to work in under the shadow of Liquid. Now the problem I look at is, where does Heroic go? If they swing south, they go towards VP. They go straight in, 5 and Skade.
They won't know that 5's across the road. They've been there for quite some time. They were there before Heroic even made any presence known within Severny. With the vehicles moving across, AA will get this information. Now, After All were a problem towards DA, and they were the ones that essentially just put them in the ground. For AA, if they have the vehicles, which I don't know if they do because they've been inside the city since the very get-go, they could maybe move the vehicles closer towards the beachhead and work at it from that angle. If not, it's a fair fight. Skade, Heroic, 5, VP to a lesser extent if they have range. This is going to get nasty on the west.
I mean, and that's ignoring the east. We have Na'Vi and Exhalation still not into this new circle. Redline need to move up as well, but they have to wait for the circle to move in to make sure their backs are safe. And here's old Mutiny trying to shuffle in as well. They've got a broken down shack to call home, and you are worried about AA and right to be as such. T-Bones instantly found Bogger T as they tried to make their way across the road. Now it's time for Na'Vi. Maybe a plateau, maybe a little bit of greenery to keep them safe. Beamy towards Physics. Already it's started to pop off here. This is big pickups coming in. And Zorf is knocked. Bogger T's down. The last 2 didn't even make it across. Spoken Molodoy needs to make his run now.
This could be the advancement that both VP and Heroic needed. 5's down 1 man after all, it's bleeding out of the wayside. They've been smashed a bit, so both of those teams are going to be going for a very quick pause. Pokemon is doing whatever he can to try and sustain this team. Heroic should have been moving. Heroic should have been formulating a plan of attack. Now they know where 5 is. That's a really important frag, even if it's, oh, excuse me, a knock. Even if it's not the frag, it's the information that you do have an opponent in the ditch directly in front of you. The West has been feisty, but he also touched on the East. Melman's got to regroup with the rest of the roster, and Exhalation have to advance forward, but what do they do? Where do they go? If you don't smash into RTG, you're smashing into Na'Vi. Pick your poison.
Melman's willing to put himself closer. I think he's trying to cut off potential for Exhalation. They're saying, no, this isn't for you. This is not your area. We've taken this slice. Go look elsewhere. Now, I don't know if he's big and brave enough to hold this down. He's having to put up smokes already. Vasquez been caught off. 5 have kind of lent in towards Heroic, over towards Severny. That's going to be 3 now down. Look at Physics. He's going to be joining them, though he can't be recovered. Beanie, I think he's the only one standing for Heroic right now. The rest are all knocked, crawling on the knees. Rudy, Dex, Naz, they don't want to peek over that ridge, though, because they become open to AA, Skade. Everyone can see them. The smokes are barely keeping them safe.
All this comes off the back of one simple knock from VP. One player gets knocked on Heroic, they go down. All 4 players, by the way, have After All back on their feet. Pokemon Molodoy has played medic and done an insane job to get them alive and kicking. Dex will extend himself. T-Bone's there to answer in kind. Naz also. Spyro in the distance onto 5, and it's continuously just been VP. Peppering at these teams. After all, no idea how they got 4 up, but you know what? Fair play and good job. Naz keeping track, hiding within the smoke. It's only for all but a moment. Vasku, all the work in the world to do. I don't think he can go any further than this with After Alt and VP standing ground. All of his teammates dropping like flies. Red
Where
line.
are red line going?
Well, there's nowhere else really to go. They're going to head down south. They're going to find Mutiny inside. The pull-up's there, and all the players are inside, ready to die. This is going to be hell in a cell if you're inside that little box cabin.
Dannymon's the only one there. That's all that's left. He's doing his last stand. The nade, I think, left the hand, though, and that's all he could do. The nade from the grave. Dannymon finds Nailor, but they are recoverable. But Liquid, they got to push this one. You want to secure the next step. Ivus is looking weak. Can they find him in time? Maybe he's looking around. Okay, spots him. Sprays in, finds one. There it is. Red line gone. The south is clear for Liquid. They get to look further on, but look at Navi and look at BBL. This is another battle going down. They have to fight for the space. That is what this sort of circle forces teams to make those tough, tricky choices. Alias Molly's done well towards Cold Marco, and is still burning away on the top side. Is Mert still there? Yes, he is. But Quizzy gets caught up by Metralius on the lower floor on the isolated side of things. Smash still alive. Reese smoking up here, trying to keep himself safe. But while it happens, Mert moved forward, found Alia. This is good work from BBL. Desperate to try and hold on to this as Na'Vi were pushed to make dire decisions.
Oh, it's a dire decision indeed. It might be the one that causes them all to die. With example, the last man standing. Who else would you want? Straight from the hip fire, but does go down. Exhalation. Gone. BBL takes out Na'Vi. Liquid find their next opponent. They smell blood in the water. The Sharks are absolutely hounding on this. With 4 players alive and kicking. Let's not also take stock that Rustam Maj just taken out pretty much all of RTG. They're gone. Metralius, first one to fall. BBL. As quick as they dispatch Na'Vi, Liquid's there to answer in kind.
VP just had Batulins knocked by Team Liquid, both on 2 wins, both with a lot of kills as well. Liquid trying to push themselves forward. They are doing everything they can to try and keep themselves in first place for today. Yes, the overall will be picked up by VP, I'm almost certain, but Liquid are showing what they can. They are fighting tooth and nail for this one, and now in the 2-2 split, they are not in the circle. Skade and Ents are the only 2 there.
Well, for Liquid, this is a 20 grand game. No matter which way you want to cut it, this is a 20 grand game. Same for VP. Same for Skade. I mean, for Skade, if they strike again, winning out week 3, coming off the back of what was a wonderful ESL Masters event for them, they really, really have shown life within this competition. Again, not necessarily being at the highs of some of the other teams, but to pick up the win completely and stick a back onto the board to grab themselves 20k would be a monstrous feat. It would certainly shake things up in the middle pack of this overall table, but we shall see. Still looking for more. With 4 players alive and kicking after ult, inside the circle. God knows how they've got 4 players alive. Pokemolodoy did a belting job to keep them up there. Vasku hoping that somehow, you know, a miracle happens. Perfectix has been spotted. Ibby's looking this way. Perfectic knows it as well. It's like, okay, that's me on red alert, so I'm diving out of it. Vasku, again, out in the open with not a great deal of hope. Popping, weaving, ducking, diving, whatever you can do to try and stay alive. Another player falls for After All. Now, let's not also, you know, forget how much damage has been done to them. How many knocks this team has had.
Yeah. Nade, Batulins, once Vasku gone, they've got bigger problems to deal with. This tree just soaks it. Vasku, hard to remove here. Skade might get involved soon if they notice. I don't think he realizes that Nookie can see him here. The circle on the scope. It's Batulins to find it. Right, game back on VP. Trying to get some kills now. Starting to look towards that first place. Would they be willing to watch? Takes a risky peek on this. Looks over, using the vehicle just to get that elevated line of sight. And they've shuffled in. Liquid doing the same. Now, we do have the west now between Skade and VP. The north, AA and Ents. And then Liquid, the south. But VP need to make it further forward. They've got Skade breathing down their necks. And there goes Batulins. Perfectix, Lou, Spyro want to find an answer back. But Skade are well equipped, well geared. And Hibako just found Clip.
Oh, there's an opener. VP are going to pressure this as well. They can find Ibby on his own out on an island. Oh, they're surrounding him. The drive-by from the right-hand side. It's instantly the dive, but the Blues, he has a big old nade to stop it. Lou has also been taken down as well. Oh, Ibby's there. The knock from earlier on, the frag will be transferred to him because there's a kill from the side on Mexi. Okay, they lose Ibby to the blue, but he did more than enough damage to at least just be a nuisance. They fixated so hard on him. While they were trying to run up the edge, everyone else just had their way.
They had to try and get rid of him.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I suppose when you're looking at Ibby, you need to get rid because he is that first point, right?
Yeah. I mean, I understand the logic. It's not always going to work out. Sometimes, as said for VP, they're going to leave it into others' hands now. They could get jumped in this game. I think bigger picture, they're not so fussed, but Liquid now still pulling the lobby forward. They've kind of adjusted a little further. The circle sitting towards the eastern side. AA need to move closer towards Ents. Skate a little closer towards Mexi, towards Clib over there, I believe. And it's really only Ents who's in the circle as such. Yeah, Jeems is in a touch, but Ents as a collective are all in. Where are they going? Rich, where are they going?
I have no idea. Where is it to go? It's like, you know, throw yourself in. It's a boxing arena. Oh, Hibaka's come from the vehicle. Uh-oh. You get 5 seconds to get out of that thing unless he was just parked himself behind it hiding.
Oh, he could have done, who knows. The nades now, they're within touching distance of Ents, and Ents do not like that. Rustamar tries to punish, gets a great bit of damage towards Bogati. Quick molly comes out, does that do the job? It looks like it will. Roasted alive, Bogati's down, Ents maintain presence towards the east.
Ents get this shoots them all the way up into 5th position instantly. Jumping a load of players, and with Pokemon going down and Bogati bleeding out, that reality becomes a little bit more a possibility. Zorf holding on for dear life. A little bit more range.
Ooh.
On that Molly, and it would have done the job. Remember, Clib is still geared up from the start when he grabbed that crate. So the level 3 is with him. The Grozer's with him. Close combat, we'd have to put it in the hands of Team Liquid. Skade and Liquid both. One with 4 men, one with 3 men. Tied up on 2 wins apiece. Both of them go down. In kills, it goes the side of Liquid. If Liquid, one of these two, grabs this, then that's a 20 grand match for Ents. You're currently playing for 5th position if you can somehow formulate this one together. But we still have one player from After All. Never mind. Curse of the Caster. Zorf is dead. And this leads us to quite a lot of finished players in the endgame.
To the marketplace we go. So yeah, Finns galore. Now look at this. With the circle update, Ents still have it. High ground is kind of rolling from, like, I guess, in between Liquid and Skade-ish. It kind of sits in between them and rolls down. So at this point, Liquid moved their vehicles up. They're using this as slow piece cover. They almost want to try and stay away from Skade and force that Ents-Skade fight to happen and then be the third to this. They've been in so many fights as well, Liquid. They have been in a lot. Ents came alive, I'd say, like, later-ish game. Roll your mind back as well. Diggory was lost very early, so they've done well with this 3. If they had Diggory up, that'd be a different scenario. That man can be such a difference maker. Now for Skade, though, off the back of that win, they're going to be feeling confident, feeling themselves, and they're going to make their move. So one of the first teams to start moving up here, obviously, and still already in it, they're going to start making their, I guess, application for the circle now. A couple of smokes in, and they are very much focused towards Liquid.
Well, they're waiting. First mistake to be made. Digger is a big player to have lost so early on. Imagine if Ents would have been able to keep him alive, or he just got out of that fight. BBL's push into it.
Liquid.
Ramifications
Liquid.
will it have on this
Liquid.
endgame. Big
Rich,
old
Liquid are in the
nade.
cars.
Oh no, that nade struck. He touches in a fair amount of damage as well. Clib's gone. Sakura onto Jeems. Anonymous has been taken down by Mexi out of the car. Oh my god, he responds, but he does go down. Skade are damaged. Is this the time that Ents push? It absolutely is, Lauren. They are going in.
Skade was the only threat in this. Ents can't jump Liquid. If Liquid just weakened Skade enough to allow Ents to push in this is a master plan. This is ingenious. And now Ents don't have to seal the deal. Sakura denies it. Rustamar goes down. And now what on earth is going to happen here? Tixu and Squeaky, the last two standing. flashes going in, nades going in. And how much utility do you have? Molly, it's so good. Sakura is burning alive. He's being roasted on the other side of this, but they're pushing. Tixu, is he going for the rest? Oh my word, Tixu comes up and finds Sakura, meets her on the train, and the spray, Squeaky, it's all on him. The mini comes out, the taps come in, and Ents get the win.
With Ents' win, it sends them up into a guaranteed minimum 5th position in this week. They've been looking for a win all day long. In the very final moments, they find it. You can see what it means to these players on their faces. Squeaky, arms up in abundance. Woo! I tell you what, I was not anticipating that to go down to a 1 versus 1. The sending from Liquid. Like, I get it. There's nothing else really you can do. We were talking about how barren and how open this final circle was. The pre-nade. I don't know if you caught it, but that pre-nade did so much damage to Liquid on their arrival. The transfers there, good job from Mexi to at least take one down before going. So dragging them with him, but ultimately, a good jump. And to be fair, one which we were hoping would happen because of what happened yesterday against Redline. This time they make it work, and this time the win comes through.
I'm really interested if Liquid worked out for them to stay where they're at. The best chance was to allow Ents almost to have the better shot by weakening Skade. I'm really interested if they went. We're probably not going to win this if we, if all three of us are. I really love that concept, and I'd love the Des to have a little. I'm sure they'll theory craft about it themselves, but let's hand it over there to wrap up the day. Give you all the information as to where these teams finish, because there's so much movement in that final game.
And thank you so much for breaking down that game, guys. What an absolute blinder of a match to finish up everything here, Toby. And huge congratulations to Ents, of course, for winning a game.
Oh, it was wild, and I gotta give mad props to Pansy for catching that one in the end there, because that's gotta be the case. The way that they just full speed send it into Skate there, they know Skate are tied with them at 2 wins. They know Ents are down below. If there's one team that can take away that first place spot with 3 wins in this week, that's gonna be Skate. So even if they go down, which they did, as long as they damage Skate enough that Ents wins the game, that's Liquid finishing out on top, and I think that that must have been the play, and it worked out some perfection.
Yeah, and you want to be the last team to third party here, Hypuck, but if you force yourself to be the team that is gonna be third party, right? It's perfect. So it has to be the case for sure, as Toby said.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's actually rare. We usually see these kind of these. Hello. Okay. We've been blessed with the bulk shots today.
Yeah, we have.
Actually, earlier on, I was talking about, leaderboard-driven decisions was the term, right? And usually we see these straight out of the plane hot drops, but right there, I think is one of the most visible attempts to impact the overall leaderboard, overall standings by literally targeting one team in the end zone.
Yeah, super clever play, and another few highlights here from Dex. He's really had a really amazing day so far from him. Two appearances on the top 3 MVP nominees, and in general, these northern shifts here, and in general, our circles on a wrangle these last 2 days here, Toby, it's just been absolutely insane.
I mean, it's been wild. We've been up to the north quite a few times, and I kind of loving, just like we saw Skate win they're supposed to win melee games because they're the melee team. Now finally Ents get there, they're supposed to win north games because they're the north team. Right? I mean, that's not the case at all, but I just to kind of go off on that analogy, I love the fact that they were the ones up there early. They found a spot they could play from. They held other teams from being able to push them, and then by end game, they make a good play out on foot. They bring the vehicles, some of them as well, and they jump out. You can see the excitement in Squeaky here. They finally get themselves a long overdue win there.
Tixu as well, obviously jumping out of the chair, and this is hard fought for them. I mean, they had 2 third places, a second place, and obviously the win here in the end. 9 kills, 3-way tie for this, obviously, with placement matters for Ents, and that puts them in a pretty decent spot here. I'm quite sure they're gonna jump a few spots and secure themselves a good chunk of points as well here, Hypuck.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about it kind of stinking of a week 1 heroic performance before that last game, but coming out now, this kind of validates all their efforts, right? And that's it's a big impact on the overall standings. What were they, 9th before this game? If I'm not mistaken, it was either 8th or 9th, just on obviously the kills alone with where the wins had gone elsewhere, but that one should jump them up nicely.
Yeah, it's going to be good to see how far. I think they're going to be ending on 68 kills with these 9 last kills here for N. So that is it's fantastic. It's going to matter a whole bunch of them here. Toby Tixo in the top, Secure in the top, Clip also with a performance there. And in general, Liquid's opening yesterday there with the 2 back-to-back 14 kills. That set them up for success here in week number 3.
Yeah, I was as impressed as I was with the way they started off the day yesterday, as worried did I become when Erangel didn't amount to a whole lot. So seeing them being able to kind of get it back going and get himself a 9-kill third place here by the end of today, that's where they wanted to end. I think. I mean, obviously you always wanna improve and do better, but I think that's a good way to end it for them, and also a good way to bring home this week.
And here it is, week number 3 for PCS4 Europe Grand Finals. Team Liquid takes the win and the $20,000 that comes. Redline, an open qualifier team, takes second place with just 1 kill ahead of Skate that takes third, and just 3 kills ahead of Virtus Pro here, Hybuck. That is so close. And the total...
Yeah, go on.
And the total prize leaderboard, of course, our overall winners is going to be Virtus Pro. Massive congratulations to them. Team Liquids, they secure themselves second place with this dream run here in the end, Hybuck.
That was really, really well done. And actually, I mean, shout out Liquid. We were talking about, obviously, in week 1, how they struggled. Week 2, they had other problems, not just hot drops. So to come out here and close out things with 28,000 in second place, that's a fantastic turnaround from them.
Yeah, massive for them. And obviously, 450 PGC points for Virtus Pro that already had 65 points. They're going to be above 500 points. It's looking very certain that we're going to be seeing Virtus Pro at PGC 2021, Toby.
Yeah, it's that's a scary team. That's a scary team. Again, I mean, they seem to have figured out the lay of the land. While there were some downs, like that were following all the insane up performances they had overall. This tournament, it's been a wild ride for them, and I'm very, very excited to see them playing future tournaments.
And with that, we have an interview ready with our winners from Virtus Pro. And then, of course, it's a known face. We've seen him a few times before. It's Battons. Welcome. How are you feeling, Batto?
Yo, hello everyone. I'm really happy to be here to talk with you. So yeah, I'm good. I'm happy.
Fantastic. Again, massive congratulations here. You guys had you opened up the first week with an absolute dominant performance, but it slowed down a little bit. How do you feel that the tournament kind of changed? Did you feel any maybe changes in meta, or did the teams catch up faster than you expected maybe?
I think we lost a lot of games on this tournament after first week, only to ourselves. So yeah, we had like a lot of chances to have a much more better results at all. And we also have big problems with Erangel because we changed our spot like just some months ago after PGI, and we kind of learning how to play for it. So we had like zero wins at all, like on Erangel, and we won only 1 game. It was like you saw, yeah,
of course,
Kamishki. It was kind of lucky game for us because this circle is actually unplayable for most of teams, and we were just lucky with the compound. So it was, yeah.
I have to ask about that game now before Hybuck asks about his question here, because that one, you guys were extremely low on ammunition there. You guys only had utility. It was basically utility that won the game. What was the situation? Were you like, I only have 22 bullets, I only have 40 bullets? What happened there in that Kameshi game?
You know, like the whole game, from the moment they were in compound, they tried to kill for maybe 15 people. Like, we knocked a lot of guys, but everyone was flushed by other teams. We're like, yo, we're not getting kills and we don't have any ammunition. We're trying to loot all the shacks inside the compound. There is nothing there. And like, okay, shoot three bullets only if you know that you're gonna kill this guy. Yeah, and it was like that till the end of the game. So like, yeah, that was the game for us.
Fantastic. Hybuck, what's your question for Battles?
I just want to say congratulations once again. I mean, I appreciate last time we spoke in week 1 after your victory. Since then, I know you've been fairly vocal around this kind of new era of PUBG with the format changes, and you've been watching a lot of the other regions, particularly Sonics in North America, but also Asia. Is there anything you've kind of taken away from these other regions to incorporate into your own playstyle?
I I think I can't like say the actual things what we copied from them. Yeah, I'm watching a lot of different regions, and you know, like by watching all the regions, you somehow learn something and then use it in game. You don't know what you're using, but you just use your knowledge. So yeah, of course we taking the best from Sonics, the best from best Asian teams, and yeah, it helps a lot. It was helping me from the moment we started playing as NLT. I was watching a lot of games from the top teams. I was starting from Europe, watching Liquid, FaZe, and so on. Then I started watching other regions. Yeah, now that's how it is.
Toby, question.
Congrats, of course, Platoon. It's always great to have the pleasure of talking with you. Absolutely insane performance. I love what you said after we talked to you during the first week of how utility was important and how you felt like you guys had kind of figured out how to play this. But I also feel like over the course of the week, more and more teams started figuring out how to play this. So what is a team like Virtus Pro? What are you looking now to do for the next tournaments to come to stay ahead of the teams trying to, well, learn how to play the way you've been doing this tournament?
I think the main thing we should make like in next tournaments is just to learn more how to play from Erangel, so get some more wins. We got like a lot of super good games from Miramar. Yeah, and I don't know like what we should actually do, because there is 16 teams in the lobby. You can't play against any of them. So if, for example, Liquid gonna win 5 games in a week, we could do nothing against it. So just playing our game, don't lose 4v4 in the end. Yeah, and maybe be lucky with the circles. That's all.
Fantastic. Battlins, thank you so much for an always amazing interview, and again, congratulations to you, and of course Virtus Pro for winning PCS4 here and securing a big bunch of the PGC 2021 points. It's looking very good, and you, maybe in the future tournaments we could see you guys play a little bit more carelessly, because you can have so many points and you can maybe poke around to some of the other guys.
Maybe, yeah, maybe it can be so. Maybe we're gonna fight more. Yeah.
Okay,
thank you,
fantastic.
Thank you for the interview.
Thank you so much. Always great to hear from Virtus Pro guys here, and obviously, Hypak, there's I think Batson has probably been really happy that Europe and PCS4 has been the last region to kind of go through the weeks here, because it feels like he's taking a lot of notes on all the other teams that's playing throughout the week.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, I like just from the week 1 interview, it's refreshing to hear somebody say they've actively kind of addressed play style and how to approach certain situations based on, you know, the leaderboard positions, right? I think it was a great analogy to say it's much easier to, you know, farm kills when 15 other teams in the lobby are just desperately trying to cling on to survival, and I think it really showed throughout their early performance here in PCS4.
And especially with them winning some of the first games, or the first games in the first couple of weeks as well, is helping a lot as well, Toby. But it sounded a little bit like sometimes it's like it's for Erangel especially their own worst enemy in some cases, because they're playing from a new spot, and the game that they won here in Erangel was an absolute curveball of a circle as well for them, where they probably shouldn't have been able to win that one.
I think he was very clear in his statement, saying that was one of those you'll take them, but you don't expect them to come too often. That was a good one there. But no, I agree. I mean, and if we look at the statistics, they are playing better for the most part, at least in terms of getting wins on Miramar than they are on Erangel. And I think a lot of it comes down to them being that up close, in your face 4v4 team. They just really farm kills late game. There are more ridges you can run around. There's better 4v4 space to move for the most part on Miramar in most areas, whereas the Erangel tends to be flat, pancakey. You can only do things with vehicles and trees. That just doesn't work out the same way for Virtus Pro. So I think they're better at closing out games than Miramar for sure.
Absolutely, and with this, of course, we have some additional prizes that we're going to be handing out as well, guys, here. So that's going to be pretty dicey as well. We have some both for obviously our team that won everything, but also for our top 3 kills. And a absolutely perfectly rounded number here, Hypuck. Our top kill leader, Example, is going to be bringing home, I believe, $5,000 for him and his team for this one here. So that's going to be amazing for him. And also his consistency throughout this, it's pretty crazy. 72 kills in 36 games.
Yeah, I mean, it's been crazy to watch this guy. And again, on a team that I could say at times has struggled, but he's always been coming up huge for them, both in individual circumstances and just kind of being the opener, right? The initiator for Na'Vi in so many times where, you know, ultimately they're still playing, should I say, a little bit of that tornado energy kind of play style where it's the chaotic, edge-heavy, frag-heavy sort of ethos. And you love to see it, but Example in particular has been a highlight for me over the entire event.
Yeah, thoughts on the Example here, Toby?
I mean, and while the stats are shown a little upside down, they're averaging almost 400 damage per game over 36 games. That's absurd. You don't hit that high. I mean, because the thing is, yes, one player can go out and join the 1000 club, and one player can go out and get a 700-800 damage. But you will also have those poor games. Every now and again, you will go down early. That's going to happen. So being able to maintain an average of 400, that's crazy.
It's insane to see. And you know, for maybe 15 or 20 of the kills that Example had through this game here, had me, you, or the casters screaming because it was, you know, shots hitting hundreds of meters away. It was just headshots on headshots. But massive congratulations here to Example. It's $5,000 extra for him that he can either decide to, if he wants to share with the team or keep for himself. We also have some more special prizes. It's our Insane Squad, which is going to be another $5,000. And this obviously, it doesn't impact, you know, the prize pool leaderboard that awards the PTC points. It's just an additional thing that we have here for this one. Our first team obviously here, Hypuck, is going to be Heroic that we're going to be looking at. And they had, you know, some insane matches in terms of kills, but they just had a little bit too many days where they weren't able to put the chicken dinner on the board.
Yeah, I mean, this comes back to so many times we had the discussion where, you know, Heroic got to a crossroads, right? And it was just one decision away from having insane games. How many times did we see him get top 4, top 5 placements with, you know, 12, 13 plus kills? So it's been heartbreaking to watch, but again, I hope that, you know, they can come back and look at this as a whole, the event as a whole, and some of these individual circumstances, and just tighten up that kind of game closing factor of their play.
Yeah, here we see some of the highlights from Heroic. A little bit of a last game, but in general, we've seen, you know, them frag out, and I've been extremely impressed with them. Toby, your thoughts on Heroic here?
The first 2 weeks were like, they were by far one of the best fragging teams in the tournament. And while I can't explain to you exactly what caused their week 3 performance, I am looking forward to go back and kind of going through the analytical perspectives of how that went down, and talk to some of the players, because they finished dead last week 3. If you just watch those 3 statistics, you can't compare them. Like, it makes no sense that they have such a rough week 3 when they played so phenomenal the first 2 weeks. So there's for sure something to go down and look into that.
And week number 1, if just one game they would have put on the board, they would have had a massive difference in terms of how well they would have ended as well. But another nominee here we have for this is obviously Insane Squad, is Na'Vi. They also did extremely well, and, you know, Example being our top fragger in general, some of the shots, shots just had us on the edge, Hypuck.
Yeah, he did, and a number of times we've seen him string together, you know, 2 or 3 knocks in quick succession. This is actually one of my highlights here. The exhalation wipe was so good to watch, but yeah, this guy just looks so sharp in so many different scenarios. Again, whether it be utility, long range, mid range, short range, he ticks all the boxes.
And, you know, Na'Vi they've been developing as a team, and I feel like synergy-wise, they're really coming together. And I feel like throughout 2021 here, Toby, we're going to see a lot more for them, because I feel like they have they're super close to pinning on how they're playing together as a team. They're managing to keep 4 guys alive for the vast majority of the games as well.
I mean, they're absolutely terrifying. You don't want to be anywhere near them, especially not if they're anywhere remotely close to having a good day. They're just, I mean, because the thing is, we can mention Example as a standout player, but Aaliyah and the gang, I mean, they're all, Melman and Quizzy as well, they're all delivering. They're all playing phenomenal PUBG. So you have 3 players that are really, really, really up high in terms of individual skill, and then you have a guy like Example that just kind of tops the cake there. That just makes them a incredibly dangerous team.
And our last nominee for the Insane Squad here is obviously our winners versus pro here, Hypuck, and you can't really deny how much they've just been dominating the majority of the teams. And also, even though it felt like a little slow pace here in the beginning of week 3, they really caught onto it and managed to clutch some wins as well.
They did, yeah. And Lou and Spyro for me, obviously the highlights here. But one thing I will say about VP, probably one of the most terrifying teams, I would say, in the world to have as 4-up.
For sure.
It comes through in from that mid to late game transition where, you know, they're in a position to scout out the circles, see who's situated where, and set themselves up to take a clean team fight. It's just absolutely just unforgiving. They're insane to watch as well, especially in this format where they're able to just punish positionally.
Thoughts on VP, Toby?
No, I mean, I completely agree. We had the pleasure of talking to one of the big brains of PUBG and Batulans just before, and I mean, his way of dictating his troops around, knowing exactly where he wants them to be, but also knowing exactly how to utilize his players so they can perform the best they're capable of doing. Their synergy is unparalleled to any other team, but at least within the EMEA region. They're an insanely good team, and it's a well-deserved win here for this tournament.
Yeah, and I couldn't agree more. As you said here, it's obviously a win for Virtus Pro. We cannot deny their dominance that they've had through this one here. You know, to begin with, how they're able to take wins home, with the amount of times they've been fragging out and winning situations they shouldn't have been winning, Hypuck. So they're obviously our winner for the Insane Squad, which nets them $5,000 additional dollars on top of the $20,000 that they get for winning the tournament, on top of the $38,000 that. So they're literally showering dollars right now.
I mean, there's so many numbers there. They've got to be ecstatic, right? Absolutely ecstatic, Martin.
Yeah, and obviously being absolutely ecstatic is something that is very close to my heart, and I absolutely love being that. But here, I think once these guys, they realize and they click, once they won this game here, Toby, they must have been smiling all over the face, because it basically also meant that they're sitting on more than 500 PGC 2021 points, which in my book is pretty much already qualified, because it's going to be extremely hard to catch them at this point.
Yeah, I don't want to be the one to curse them and see them not make it through, but I also cannot really make up the numbers of how they wouldn't be in the top 7 of EMEA, knowing they also still have tournaments to play in the future. But I mean, again, they're one of the teams that grind the hardest, so finally seeing them being able to do a sigh of relief and seeing it all, like all the hard work having paid off winning this tournament, it's amazing.
Yeah, and we have our last prize to give out as well. It's our All-Star PCS Europe team here, and we have some nominees as well, or not some nominees, we have 4 players that we have lined up for you. Let's take a look at the first one here. Hypuck, thoughts on our players here that we see? It's obviously T-Bone from Heroic. Even though they had a rough last week, he had an insane performance here throughout PCS4.
Yeah, he has. And again, it's been so good to watch this team and look back at some of these individual performances. I mean, this right here, fantastic. Just ability to be the opener, and like I was talking about, Example, right? It's a very similar role. It's to be the tip of the spear, the initiator for Heroic, and he's just looked on point so many times for them.
Yeah, thoughts on T-Bone here?
I love the way that Heroic utilizes T-Bone. Oftentimes the flank player, oftentimes kind of the, like when they aggress, he's the one on the flank. When they play defensively, he's the one playing contain. He's the one making sure that no one can wrap around them and try and backstab them. And you can maybe count on one hand in a 36-game tournament how many times he fails to deliver on that task. So very impressive plays coming out of T-Bone for sure.
Massive congratulations, T-Bone, to making our All-Star PCS4 Europe team here. And that actually nets him $2,500 as well, so he's going to be happy for that. We have one more player, or we actually have 3 more, but our next player we're looking at here is obviously Fex from FaZe Clan. They had some rough games in general. I actually saw a quick tweet from Fuzzface that he thought it was embarrassing, but Fex's performance, considering how kind of rough performance that FaZe Clan has just been amazing. Hyper.
Yeah, it has. And again, I don't want to say he's been the person to kind of bail FaZe out, because their performance overall has been very underwhelming. But I mean, some of these highlights we're watching here is just to see this guy do what he does best. I mean, he ticks all the boxes for me, but also you can make the argument, right, to still statistically put up what Fex has this event with how FaZe have performed overall is a statement in itself.
Yeah, it's extremely hard, Toby, because considering that they have had his amount of minutes that he have had ready to play, being able to put that kills on the board as well, I think it is nearly doubling some of his teammates as well. It's extremely impressive, Toby.
Yeah, it sure is. Can't really add a whole lot to it. Overall, extremely good performance, as you said, considering how underwhelming the FaZe overall performance has been. For him to go out and deliver the numbers that he's done is incredibly impressive.
Yeah, and that also obviously nets affects $2,500. The next player is from Virtus Pro, it's Lou. He has had insane performance. Our week number 1, like he was just on the vast majority of the MVP leaderboards, Hypok.
Yeah, he has, again, a very similar situation where just time and time again being the one to clutch out team fights. Unfortunately, I think somebody's ringing the door, so Toby, if you want to take over.
I'll gladly do so. Lou, again, I mean, filling a similar role to what we see some of these flank edge players do, never allowing for anyone to get that deadly push on towards Virtus Pro, and always being kind of one of the main men in the action. You can see entry fragger time and time and time again in these aggressive pushes forward, and just one of those guys that literally never ever misses a shot. So incredibly terrifying. And again, I mean, averaging 327 damage over the course of a tournament this length is close to impossible to do, only of course overshadowed by one guy.
Yeah, and we could only put, like, we can't really deny our top frag as well. So obviously Example has to be our 4th pick for this. Congratulations to Lou as well and Virtus Pro for winning another $2,500. You can't really deny this. Example, again, some of the shots and some of his sprays, and in general some of his 1 versus 2s, 1 versus 3s, and 1 versus 4 Toby. It's just insane, the mechanical skill on this guy.
It is on par. I mean, we see situations where he just goes out and you go, okay, Example might survive here, but maybe not. And then like he will survive in terms of getting away alive, but no, he just turns around, fights a 1v3, fights a 1v4, and comes out alive. And it seems completely undoable, some of the things that he pulls off. He had 12 more kills in this tournament than any other player. That is separating yourself from the pack. That is putting up numbers that should not be put up, and that is obviously the reason why he'll be the top performer of the tournament.
Yeah, and obviously Example here is our last and 4th player for our all-star PCS team here for PCS4 Europe Grand Finals. Here's the whole list. It's T-Bone, it's Fex, it's Luke, and it's Example. And congratulations to you guys as well. It's pretty insane to see how these guys have been kind of plowing through the competitions. And obviously, could we include more, Toby? We would have done it, but there's 4 spots.
Oh, yeah.
And this is what we definitely felt, that these guys have been shining above, head and shoulders for our teammates and also their competition.
Agreed. I mean, the statistics proved it, their plays proved it, and as you say, I mean, we could probably add another 5, 6, maybe even more players to this list of teams that deserve a mention. But these 4, to me, to you guys as well, you and Hybuck, they stood out. They did something different, and they deserve being here. Sure.
Also, these 4 players here, Hybuck.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best argument you can make for kind of an all-star roster out of the individual performances we've seen across PCS4.
Yeah, so overall in general, massive congratulations to Virtus Pro here. When we came into this tournament here, Toby, did you expect, some of the teams that had, the PGIS experience to dominate like we've seen here? Because it's been quite top heavy, even though.
I expected them to come out strong. I expected them, kind of like we saw with VP, I expected them to maybe know the format better or know what to do better, but I wasn't ready for how the other teams would play and therefore how they would be forced to play. Because just because you have one guy understanding of format, if 15 teams do something that is completely different from what you want them to do, then you're probably going to be the one who's forced to change your playstyle. So seeing how VP was actually, despite the fact that things played out differently, able to maintain control for the entire first week the way they did, that surprised me. I didn't expect them to come up with such an advantage like they did in week 1.
And also 4 teams, Hypok, winning 17 of the chicken dinners. It feels a little top heavy, but on the other side, 2 of the teams is open qualified teams. It's Redline and Aftal that managed to dominate that much as well. That's quite impressive.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely kind of puts them on the map in terms of, looking a little longer term. I mean, the big question is going to be is maintaining. I mean, Lauren said earlier, yes, consistency is key, but you got to argue now consistency is a lot harder to achieve, a lot harder to maintain as well throughout this. So fantastic to see them come through and play very well here. I got to give a special shout out to Nailip as well. Again, one of my personal highlights watching him throughout PCS4. It's been fantastic to see him step up huge for Redline.
Yeah, massive for Redline, massive for the majority of the teams that are coming into this is obviously, and all the PTC points that they now have to defend, they have to qualify for the next tournaments if you're not invited, and it's going to be extremely exciting. And that is actually it from us here for PCS4. We're the last region to wrap up everything. This was PCS4 Europe Grand Final. Thank you so much for everyone out there watching, and thank you so much to production, you guys, Pantin Sims, thank you so much for a fantastic show, and thank you so much for enjoying me and enduring me as a host. I had a fantastic time, and until next time, play more PUBG, guys.